these lights on here. All right. I know that they're right here. I've turned them on before. There we go. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're here this morning in the state of Florida versus Katherine Magbanua, 2016 CF 3036, 2018 CF 497. Ms. Magbanua is present here in the courtroom along with her counsel and then also counsel for the state. All right. One short issue to deal with before we start with testimony. It's in regards to the Exhibit 100. That was the predicate was laid for yesterday with the witness Erica Johnson, and but it was not played for the jury, and I had an opportunity to listen to that, and let's just go ahead and get our arguments on the record before I make a ruling on that. So Ms. Dugan, I appreciate you sending me that promptly, and I reviewed it. It's about a 3-minute phone call that I listened to.
Yes, sir. The state's argument is that it's admissible. It is not hearsay. It is just to the purpose of it is to show the subsequent reactions to this phone call, to show Charlie Adelson's reaction and to show Erica Johnson's reaction of not giving over any employment records.
All right, and Ms. Kawash?
And Your Honor, in addition to all of the argument and case law that we provided, especially as it relates to subsequent act, they're trying to establish the subsequent act of both Charlie Adelson, who is not a party to this and is not being called as a witness, and also Ms. Johnson. They basically just stated it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but we're trying to show that they didn't turn over the records, which is offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. So this is also too not amongst the investigation during the bump. I believe this occurred in June when that investigation was over. So this is, if I'm not mistaken. No, I understand, okay. But they're trying to offer it exactly for the actions that were there of what Charlie Adelson was telling her not to do. So I can't see how this is not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and also Charlie Adelson's subsequent actions after the conspiracy are irrelevant, and so are Erica Johnson.
All right, thank you. I'm going to rule that it is admissible. It's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. The substance of the statement is Charlie Adelson talking about how it's not his office and he doesn't have any control over the records, and basically that Ms. Johnson can, he's not going to direct her really to say anything. He was very careful about that. But the crux of the conversation is about that they are not his records to divulge to the FBI or whoever was seeking them to law enforcement. And so it's not offered for the truth of that matter asserted. And therefore, I'm going to find that it is admissible and I'll permit it to be played. Ms. Dugan, when do you expect that to be played? Are you going to do that right off the bat, or are you going to do it at another time?
I think we'll probably do it over the course of Pat Sanford's testimony as he's going through the timeline of the different wire calls. That it's going to. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. And so it looks like Jessica Rodriguez is the first witness this morning. And so anything else that we need to discuss prior to starting the testimony, bringing in the jury and Mr. DeCoste?
Stood up too soon. Good morning, Your Honor. This could potentially dovetail nicely into the Crawford argument. That Crawford argument applies as well to this phone call by Erica Johnson. I don't know if the court wants to handle that now or handle it at a later time.
All right. Well, let's go ahead. And so we were talking about the three wiretaps between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson. In my previous ruling, that I made was that they are not for the truth of the matter asserted. What those are about were about the about the bump and the attempted blackmail, and all of that was a ruse. So whatever statements are made between these two witnesses, and I'm just recapping my ruling, whatever statements are made between these two witnesses cannot be for the truth of the matter asserted, because there was no truth to that bump. It was a ruse in the first place. And in fact, what the state is looking to prove by the admission of these is not the content of what was said, but the fact that there was something not said, and that was a reference to Katherine Magbanua, that there was not a reference to her. So it's not for the substance of the matter, because number one, it doesn't matter what they're talking about. They could be talking about anything. It's the fact that Katherine Magbanua was not mentioned in these calls. And but if it was for the truth of the matter asserted, it would be for the state proving a blackmail, and that's not what the state is looking to prove. So that's a recap of my previous ruling, and I'm going to stand on that ruling at this point for those statements. Now, you have a Crawford argument in regards to that ruling?
Correct, Your Honor. So my argument applies to any phone call that does not involve Ms. Magbanua. Crawford, as Your Honor knows, applies to a limited amount of circumstances, but one of the things that it applies to is police interrogation. Police do something to elicit a response from somebody else. This situation is unique, but that applies to this. Your Honor says that it was a ruse. The police did this to create chatter. They knew they had the intercept set up. They make contact with Donna Adelson, and they do that because they want to see what is going to be discussed. So it is exactly the same as a police interrogation. That the police, in the case that I provided to the court, is Jackson Johnson v. State, and the site on that is 188 Southern 3rd, 133. It's a 2016 case.
All right, and in that case, it's
yes, Your
not.
Honor, I'm going to differentiate. That case is different because that deals with jail phone calls where somebody is on notice and they said those are spontaneous statements. But there's important language that comes out of that
No,
case.
it's not that it's phone calls. It's the fact that these were admitted, they were hearsay, and they were admitted as an exception. It wasn't a ruling that these are not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's not that. That's the distinction.
I understand, Your Honor. The reason why I'm citing this case is because of the law that's in there, not because of the factual pattern. The law that is given to us from the court.
What the law says, Mr. DeCoste,
Yes.
is that if there's a ruling made on statements that are put into evidence because they're not offered, they're not hearsay, they're not for the truth of the matter asserted, then there's no confrontation clause protection attached to those statements.
Well, okay, so there's a second part to my argument. The first is Crawford, that I believe that it applies. Setting aside right now the hearsay exception. So it would apply, and this goes into the two of the prongs that are established by the court. That one, it did not establish or prove past events potentially relevant to later criminal prosecution, and three, were not procured with the primary purpose of creating an out-of-court substitute for trial testimony. That's absolutely applies in this situation. Now, the question of whether these are introduced to the truth of the matter, Judge, they absolutely are. So Donna Adelson.
I've already made that ruling. I'm not going to hear argument on that again. I've made that ruling. Because the only way that you can get a confrontation clause protection is if they're not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. That's not my ruling here. My ruling is that they are not offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So you can't say, well, if they are offered for the truth of the matter asserted, then Crawford applies. Yes, you're right with that, but that's not my ruling. So Crawford doesn't apply.
Respectfully, with the government coming forward and saying we want to present it to show that ex-girlfriend was said and not Katherine Magbanua, that's introducing it for the truth of the matter asserted. The government has just come in and said, Judge, we're not entering it for the truth of the matter asserted, but they have not fully articulated then how they're going to use it. My fear from previous litigation with the government on this case, that's exactly what they're doing it for. They're bringing it in for the statements that were made by Donna Adelson. The fact that the people speaking on the call, the fact that it was a ruse doesn't apply to the people on the call because they didn't know it was a ruse. When they're making the statement thinking this is either law enforcement or this is somebody that's trying to blackmail us. So the fact that it was a ruse doesn't apply to these people that are having the discussion. The government wants to bring in that there was discussions about a TV and that it would be about 5,000. They're absolutely bringing it in for what's being discussed in the call. Now, if what's being discussed in the call is not being entered in for the truth of the matter, it's just the fact that these people are communicating, then they don't need the calls. They have the communication. That's all, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. We're rehashing this probably 3 or 4 times, and you've made your record, but they're admissible because they're not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, and I've already made myself clear as to why that is the case a number of times. Secondly, if they're not for the truth of the matter asserted, the case law is clear that they don't have any confrontation clause protection. And I can cite to a number of cases. There's Thurston v. State, which is 307, Southern 3rd, 714, which specifically states there's no confrontation clause violation because the confrontation clause does not bar the use of testimonial statements for purposes other than establishing the truth of the matter asserted. So if they're admitted on that basis, they do not have the protection of Crawford or the confrontation clause protection that is set forth in Crawford. And so that's my ruling. There's other cases. There's a wealth of case law on that where they don't have that protection. And so they'll be admissible. All right. Anything else before we bring the jury in? Ms. Kappelman.
Judge, just that I intend to call number 3 on your list, Ms. Ritchie, first. I think she'll be very short, and I just want to get her done since she's here.
Okay.
Otherwise, your list is correct.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Mr. DeCoste, anything from the defense? Ms. Kawas?
Nothing.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's bring the jury in, please. Good morning. 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 Good to see you. Morning. Good morning to the back row there. Good morning. All right, please be seated. And good morning to everyone. Thank you for your promptness and your attention. We're ready to continue with the testimony, and the state will call its next witness.
State calls Elizabeth Ritchie.
All right, Elizabeth Ritchie, please. Good morning. If you could please come up to the witness stand. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in, okay? Please respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. You just need to speak loud and clear into that microphone, okay?
Ms. Ritchie, are you comfortable removing your mask just for purposes of your testimony?
I would rather not for
the sake of everybody else.
Okay, I just want to remind you that it's much more difficult to hear you, so just please be cognizant of speaking up and into that microphone if you prefer to wear it.
Yes, ma'am.
Please say your name and spell your name.
My name is Elizabeth Ritchie, ELIZABETH
How are you employed, ma'am?
I am a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement here in Tallahassee.
How long have you been employed in that way?
I have been an analyst since 2012.
What are your duties as a crime lab analyst?
My primary responsibility as an analyst is to look at fired components, so objects like bullets, cartridge cases, or shot shells, and try to determine if they came from a suspect firearm from a crime scene. If there is no firearm that is available, then my job is to try to determine if they came from the same firearm or how many firearms may have been used in a scene.
Have you previously testified in a court of law as an expert in firearms analysis?
Yes, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 80.
All right, and is your area of expertise correct firearms analysis, or should it be firearms identification, or can it be either?
It can be either.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I'll tender the witness as an expert in the area of firearms analysis and identification.
Ms. Quas, would you like to voir dire the witness?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
All right, Ms. Ritchie, did you examine some projectiles in reference to the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to approach and show you what's been introduced into evidence as states 125 and 126. What is a projectile?
A projectile is the bullet of a cartridge. When most people are talking about live units of ammunition, they frequently refer to it as a bullet, but that's an incorrect statement because a bullet is actually one component of a cartridge. So the cartridge is the cartridge case, often referred to as the brass, the primer, which provides a spark, and then the gunpowder inside the cartridge case. And then the actual bullet or projectile is the item that is designed to hit a target.
All right, and these items in front of you, states 125 and 126, are the things that actually expel from the cartridge casing, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and in this case, these items were removed from the head of our deceased victim.
That is what I was told.
All right, and what do you do in reference to these items?
When I receive in a case like this just bullets, then I will try to determine if they came from the same firearm. I'll first start with an inventory of the items that I receive. So I will start by looking at the class characteristics. And class characteristics are characteristics of the bullet that can help me try to narrow down a potential manufacturer of a firearm. So I look at the diameter of the bullet. That can potentially give me a caliber class for the firearm. I look at how many lands and grooves are on the side of the bullet. And lands and grooves are the grooves that are manufactured into the inside of the barrel to create the rifling. So as the bullet passes down the barrel, it swells to fill into the rifling. So the widths of the lands and grooves and the numbers of lands and grooves can be measured. I can take the diameter, and if these class characteristics agree between two items, then I will move to a examination of individual characteristics. The way I do that is I have a comparison microscope, and I have, what that is two compound microscopes that sit side by side. There's an optical bridge with one set of eyepieces, and so it's kind of like looking through a pair of binoculars. But I can look at two items under the same magnification, and I can look at the defects on these two items and compare them at the same time. Now, as bullets pass down a barrel, what's happening, as I said before, there's swelling to fill into the rifling. But inside the barrel, there's also microscopic imperfections that are inside the barrel that bullet is rubbing up against. So that creates striations on the side of the bullet. So what I'm doing when I'm examining a bullet for individual characteristics to try to determine if they were fired from the same firearm is I will compare those striations of bullet A to bullet B and look at the pattern and defects inside those striations to try to determine if they were fired from the same firearm. It's kind of like trying to line up two barcodes. That's kind of what it looks like under my microscope. So once I go through this whole examination, then I will come to a conclusion based on the information that I see on the bullets.
So when the barrel of a firearm is manufactured, are you saying that the individual rifling characteristics that you're observing are unique to each firearm?
Yes.
All right, so are you able to tell, based on your examination of States Exhibits 125 and 126, whether these two projectiles were fired from the same firearm?
I was able to do that in this case.
And what was your conclusion?
That they were fired from the same firearm.
All right, and can you tell us anything about the firearm itself based on the items that you were provided?
Well, these bullets are 38 caliber class. Caliber class is merely a family of calibers, which the family is similar just because the diameter of the bullet. 38 Special, 357 Magnum, 9mm Luger, and 380 Auto are 4 very different cartridges, but they have the same similar diameter bullet, and so they fall within the same caliber class. These bullets are most consistent with 38 Special or 357 Magnum cartridges.
And is that type of weapon a revolver?
Yes.
What does that mean?
A revolver is a type of firearm that has a cylinder as opposed to a magazine. So if you think of like a cowboy gun, you have the cylinder where it has multiple chambers, and you load each cartridge into each chamber. You put the cylinder back into the firearm, and either by pulling the hammer back or by pulling the trigger, you can fire the firearm. Now, to reload the firearm, you have to remove manually each cartridge case from each chamber of the cylinder and then manually reload it, as opposed to a semi-automatic pistol like a Glock that has a magazine that when you fire the firearm, there's a cartridge in the barrel, and pull the trigger, bullet goes down the barrel, the slide comes back, cartridge case is automatically extracted and ejected. It is thrown out of the firearm, the slide pushes forward and reloads from the magazine into the chamber to be ready to fire. So a revolver, you have to manually remove the cartridge cases once you've fired all the ammunition in the firearm. A semi-automatic pistol will automatically remove cartridge cases from the gun for as long as you have ammunition.
In this case, we did not find cartridge casings at the crime scene. Is that consistent with your findings regarding this being a revolver?
Yes.
And that's because the cartridge casings would stay inside the weapon?
Until they were manually removed, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Chief.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Okay. Just a few questions. So, if you had the firearm in this case, would you be able to make a determination if those bullets came from that firearm?
It is possible.
Okay, so if a firearm was used, let's say, in multiple homicides or multiple other crimes, if you were able to locate that firearm and bullets were recovered from those other crimes, it's possible that you could link up that gun to other crimes, right?
It is possible.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
We can excuse the witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Have a good day. Statement call its next witness.
State calls Jessica Rodriguez.
Jessica Rodriguez, please. Good morning. If you come to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Please have a seat. Just Catherine, could you retrieve these other items? Or are you
Oh,
gonna-
yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I just need you to speak loud and clear into that microphone, okay?
Ma'am, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good morning. Jessica Rodriguez, JESSICA
Where do you live, Ms. Rodriguez?
Currently Newport Richie.
All right, and are you employed?
Yes.
How are you employed?
I'm a nail technician
How long have you been working as a nail tech?
since I was 15.
All right, and have you ever been convicted of a felony?
Yes, I have.
How many?
3 to my knowledge.
All right. Do you know the defendant in this case, Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was Tuto's wife,
Alright.
a friend,
Who's Tuto?
Garcia.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes,
All right, and you knew her as his wife?
correct.
Do you know whether they were legally married?
Not to my knowledge.
Meaning they were not, or you just don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, but they were always together as
Correct.
husband and wife, or lived together as husband and wife?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and that was during the time that you were friends with them?
Correct.
When did you become friends with them?
Basically the whole relationship that I have with Rivera. Later on, once I got pregnant, I started being around more.
All right, how do you know Rivera?
He's the father of my daughter.
All right, that's Luis Rivera?
Correct.
Okay, and so you said around the time that you became pregnant, what year was that?
2013.
All right, that's when you became good friends with Katherine
More with
Magbanua?
her being around, yes.
All right, and what about Sigfredo Garcia? Was it the same with him?
No, I've known him since as long as I've known Rivera.
How long is that?
About 12 years.
All right, so you've been friends with Garcia much longer than Katherine Magbanua?
Correct.
Okay. Did you know her longer than that before you?
No,
Okay, so you just became friends with her in 2013.
correct.
Okay. Were you close friends around the time that you were pregnant in 2013?
To my knowledge, I thought I was, yes.
All right. And did you remain friendly with her up until, I guess, kind of 2015, 2016?
Correct,
You just fell
yes.
out a little bit?
Yes.
All right. And what was the falling out about?
Well, I seen in the news what happened with Garcia with his arrest. And wherever Rivera was, Garcia was always. So with everything going on, I called to find out, like, for her to let me know if she knew anything. I thought it had something to do with the federal case from Rivera prior, and never answered. Said she'd call me back, never called me back. Then I get a response, a call back from.
All right. Don't tell us what
Okay.
the response is, but basically associated with you being in the dark on this case.
Correct.
Is how y'all fell out.
Correct.
Okay. And I want to ask you a little bit more about Mr. Rivera. Does he have a nickname?
Yes.
What does he go by?
Tato.
All right. And I want to ask you specifically about an incident that occurred. And I know you don't know the exact date, but was there a time when you were living with Mr. Rivera in Miami at 16th Ave and 135th Street?
Yes.
All right. And was there a time, well, let me ask you a little bit about that place. Is that like can you describe what kind of place that was? What kind of residence?
It's an apartment building. Like
All right.
your
Would
normal
you
one.
describe it as a lavish apartment building?
No.
When you were living with Mr. Rivera as a family, did you have a lot of money?
No.
Were you working as a nail tech at that
Yes.
time?
I always worked.
All right. And was he employed with Coastal Masonry during the time
Yes,
you were
correct.
together? Yes. Let me get my question out first. And then-
Sorry.
It's okay.
Nerves.
All right. So you were both working. Was money a problem or not a problem?
Yes, it was a problem.
Okay. Because we've heard some information about Mr. Rivera dealing drugs, and I wondered if it was a situation where you were, living in this palace as drug lords with servants and all that kind of thing. Was it like that?
No.
Okay. Did Mr. Rivera keep his money in the bank?
No.
Okay. What about his, did he have a bank account at all?
Yes, he did.
All right. What was the purpose of the bank account?
For his direct deposits from his job.
Okay. So he did keep at least the paycheck in the bank for
Correct.
some period of time.
Yes.
Did Mr. Rivera have any connection to Tallahassee that you know of before this
No.
case? How would you describe the relationship between Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia?
Brothers, inseparable.
All right. What about the relationship between Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua?
Toxic. They would on and off a lot.
All right. And do you know who Charlie Adelson is?
Now, yes.
Okay. What about back at the time of this case, the events we're here about? Did you know his name at that time?
No, I didn't know him by his name.
Did you know that Katherine Magbanua was seeing a dentist?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Sigfredo Garcia's feelings about her seeing the dentist?
Yes.
How did he feel about it?
He didn't like it, but they were separated and he was in a different relationship.
Who was he in a relationship with?
With Shrimp.
All right. And do you know her real name?
No, I don't.
Okay. How did Katherine Magbanua feel about Garcia's relationship with Shrimp?
Oh, she hated it.
Okay, so they had moved on, but they were both mad about who the other one was dating.
Correct.
All right. Were you ever told by Luis Rivera or anyone else back around the time of these events that Luis Rivera was hired to be involved in a murder?
No.
So he did not confide that information in you?
No.
Are you surprised that he didn't tell you that he
Yes.
was hired to do a murder? You are?
I am surprised.
All right. And afterwards, did he ever tell you any details about the murder?
No.
When was your youngest child born?
June of 2014.
All right. And do you remember a short time after her birth when Rivera told you he was going out of town?
Yes.
Did he tell you he was coming to Tallahassee?
No.
Where did he say he was going?
That he was just going out of town to get drugs and that's it.
Did he tell you he was going up north?
No.
All right. Did he tell you he was going to do a murder?
No.
Did he tell you who he was going with?
With Tuto.
And that's Sigfredo Garcia?
Correct.
Do you know what car they took on that trip?
No. Not to my knowledge, not that I remember.
Do you know how long they were gone?
A couple of days, because I just had my daughter.
All right. And so that would be a couple days shortly after you had your daughter, which was June 27th of 14. Is that right?
Correct. Yes.
All right. And they actually took 2 trips to Tallahassee, as we've learned. Were you aware that there were 2 trips?
No.
You only knew about the 1 trip?
Correct.
Did you ever see him in possession of a green Prius?
Yes.
Okay. And was that around the time of that trip?
I don't remember.
Okay. After your child was born, so similar to the time frame I'm talking about, trying to narrow it down to the time that he took that trip. After that occurred, was there a time when someone brought a package to Luis Rivera at your home?
Yes.
Who brought the package?
Tuto came knocking on the door. He brought the package.
All right. And was there anybody else present when Tuto brought the package?
Yes. Katie.
Who else? Katie?
Yes.
Is
Yes,
that
ma'am.
Katherine Magbanua?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I
that
do.
Came to bring the package? Who is that? Can you just point and describe what she's
sure.
wearing?
She's over there with a white shirt, glasses, and a black vest.
Okay, and we've got 2 of those.
Oh.
Okay. The one in between 2
The
lawyers.
one in between the 2 lawyers.
All right, thank
Judge, I have
you.
no objection. Let the record reflect that she has identified this like that one.
Yes.
All right, and okay, so this is, you can say this was in the summer of 2014 within, can we say, a month of your youngest child's birth?
Correct.
Okay. And when this package was delivered, did both Tuto, Sigfredo Garcia, and Katherine Magbanua, the defendant, did both of them come into your residence?
No.
Okay, tell us about that.
So Tuto knocked on the door. I opened it. He came in. He said he had a package for Tato. He went to the room to drop it. I said, "Who you with?" He said, "Katie." I went outside. We had like a little patio hallway, and I screamed over, and I'm like, "You're not gonna come and see your niece? Like, why are you in the car?" And then she got up, and then she came in.
So she did come in and see the baby.
Correct.
All right. And at some point, did you call Luis Rivera to tell him they were there?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember what phone number you called him from?
No, I have so many numbers like that.
Have you had quite a few phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about a specific phone number, 305-896-3720. Was that one of the phone numbers that you have used before?
Yes.
All right. And are you refreshing your recollection with something?
Yes, my notes, yes.
All right. So you made some notes about some prior phone numbers you have?
Correct.
All right, ma'am, so at this point, I don't want you to look at any of those notes, okay? Just see if you can recall from your memory, and if not, then just let counsel know, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Ma'am, law enforcement had that phone number associated with an Anthony Ortiz. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Is Mr. Ortiz, is he dead as we sit here today?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when he died?
A couple years ago. That's all I know.
All right. And do you know why your phone number was also associated with Anthony Ortiz in a law enforcement database?
Have no idea.
Okay. So you didn't share a phone with Anthony Ortiz?
No.
Okay. Who was Anthony Ortiz to Luis Rivera?
A friend?
Okay. Would you describe their relationship as Ortiz being kind of like a do-boy to Luis Rivera?
Yes.
All right, but that phone number ending in 3720 was your phone number at the time of these events that we're just talking about.
Correct.
All right, and that phone number is in Katherine Magbanua's phone as Jessica Flocka. Do you go by?
If she can ask the question, overruled.
Do you go by Jessica Flocka?
Yes.
What is Flocka?
It means slim.
Okay, is that a nickname?
When I was younger, yes.
All right, did Mr. Rivera arrive to get this package?
Yes.
All right, and did you look inside the package?
No.
Can you
Didn't have
describe the package for the jury?
It was a bag, like a plastic bag. I don't know what it was inside. It kind of looked like a brick, like drugs, you know, when they wrap up like cocaine and stuff like that. And that's what it, yeah.
Okay, but it was wrapped up in something outside, so you couldn't
Yeah,
see
and
what
the
was
inside
in
it was wrapped. It was in a plastic bag, but the inside was wrapped with like a paper, like a something brown, maybe like a paper bag.
All right, and during the time that Katherine Magbanua was coming up to see the baby, did she ever acknowledge the package or say anything about the package?
Yes.
What did she say about the package?
Basically did, you know, to my knowledge, if I remember correctly, did you give him the package? But Tato wasn't there.
Okay, so he hadn't arrived yet when she
Correct.
made the statement. Okay, and so who is she asking? Did you give him the package?
Tuto.
All right, and did she seem like? What was her demeanor like? How was she acting?
She was fidgety.
Okay,
Like in a rush.
Okay, what do you mean by in a rush? Did she say anything to indicate she was in a rush?
No.
Okay, but she just was acting like what? Like she was ready to get out of there?
Yeah.
All right, and just to clarify, she specifically asked Garcia something to the effect of, did you give him the package? All right, at this time, I know you said they've been on and off all the time, but at this time that the package was delivered, was it weird that Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia were together?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, so they were together at that time, to your knowledge?
Correct.
Okay. And what about the whole, they got back together at the Pacquiao fight? Was that something that occurred later?
Yes.
Okay, so your recollection is that they were together at the time of the package delivery, and then what, off again before the fight?
Yes, they were very on and off.
Okay, and what about the dentist? Was he in or out at the time of the package drop?
I don't remember. I think at that moment, with the address that I lived in, I didn't know about him until the following address after that.
Okay, so you're not sure you even knew about the dentist
Correct.
at this point. All right, and what about Shrimp? Was she in the picture at this point, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I don't remember.
Okay, so could there have been some overlap between Shrimp and Katie? Also some overlap between Garcia and the dentist?
There could be, yes.
So it was all sort of, I mean, you don't have the dates of when they were together and not
Correct.
together. Okay. Are you able to tell the jury that there was a reconciliation that occurred between Magbanua and Garcia at the Pacquiao fight on May 2nd, 2015?
Yes.
And do you know if they stayed together from that time up until the arrest in this case?
I believe so.
Was this the only time that anyone brought a package to your home like this, or was that something that occurred all the time?
No, it was the first time.
And when you are thinking about the relationship between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, does it surprise you that he would keep things from her? Would he keep things from her, like crimes he would be involved in?
I wouldn't know. I didn't, from the outside, my relationship with them, they were very on and off. So what they did, like behind, how he acted with her behind closed doors, I don't really know if he would keep anything or not.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition back on February 15th, 2019?
Yes.
And I'm referencing page 148, lines 19 through 23. Did you previously say Katie knew everything that...
Improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Did you previously say Katie knew everything that Tudo did when it came to bad stuff? Everything.
I do remember.
Okay. And is that a true statement?
When it comes to that, yes.
All right. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Rodriguez.
Good morning.
It's been a while. How are
Yes.
you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm doing well. So I want to give the jury a more complete picture of the evidence that you have in this case, okay? I want to start by talking about the relationship you had with Katherine back in 2013. You became pretty close, like you said, with Katie when you became pregnant, right?
Yes.
So that was in 2013.
Yes.
Even though you had been close with Luis and Sigfredo for 12 years, Katherine really didn't come into the picture for you until 2013, right?
Correct, as a friend.
As a friend. Now, around that time, you'd say you guys kind of bonded over the fact of you're both being mothers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, you'd have play dates with the kids sometimes.
Yes.
And you have one child for Luis?
Yes.
Okay. And he has other children, though, with other women, correct?
With one more woman, yes. Correct.
Okay. Is that Annie Diaz?
Yes.
Okay. And how many children does he have with her?
2.
How old are they?
Objection.
And-
Relevance?
Overruled, if you know.
In their 20s?
Okay, they're older, right?
Correct.
Okay. And wasn't Mr. Rivera in a relationship with that woman when he was a teenager?
Yes.
Objection. Relevance?
Overruled.
Yes?
Yes.
Now, you and Annie aren't friends, are you?
We're not friends, no.
Okay. Do you guys get along?
Now we do, yes.
Okay. But back then you didn't.
Somewhat, you could say.
Okay. Where do you know where Annie lived at the time?
Yes.
Was that 1805 Normandy Drive?
Yes.
Okay. So that address that is on Luis Rivera's driver's license is her address.
Correct.
Now, you would agree with me that Sigfredo and Casey were constantly breaking up and getting back together.
Yes.
And at the time that you were pregnant, you stated that she and Sigfredo were in a serious separation, correct?
I don't remember.
You don't
If
remember?
you have it, I would like to see it.
All right, I'm referring to her deposition, page 16. Wait, hold on one second. Oh, sorry, page 14.
Okay.
Beginning at 9:13.
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, it has.
So at the time you were pregnant, she and Sabrina were in a serious separation, correct?
Correct.
Now, your daughter was born, like you said, on June 27th.
27th, yes.
Now, you weren't immediately released from the hospital, isn't that true?
No.
How long did you stay in the hospital? Because you had complications with your birth.
About a week.
So you weren't released from the hospital with the baby until way into July. Not way into, but a week from June 27th.
Yes, before July 4th.
Okay. Now, one of the issues that you know that Katie had with Sigfredo, because you described their relationship as toxic, right?
Yes,
Was his constant drinking.
correct.
Okay. You're fully aware of how much alcohol Sigfredo Garcia would drink, right?
Yes.
And Katie did not approve of how much he would drink.
No.
She always drank in excess, right?
She or he?
He.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Yeah. And it's not just alcohol that he would consume. He also did a lot of cocaine, right?
Correct.
All right. And there were times when Sigfredo would actually go binge drinking for days and no one would know where he was,
Correct.
including the mother of his kids.
Correct.
Now, Katie, as far as you knew, did not approve of the drug use either.
No.
The drinking and the drugs not allowed around her.
Correct.
And this is one of the reasons why she would constantly kick him out of the house, right?
To my knowledge.
Okay, because the alcohol and the cocaine, it also contributed to the fact that he wasn't around to help her with the kids, right?
Correct.
You knew of times when she would be calling and he would just not pick up the phone,
Yes, correct.
okay? And also, he couldn't hold down a job.
I don't know that part.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you didn't know him to have a steady job like how Lewis had a steady job.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this second time, this serious separation that she had stated that she wanted nothing to do with him anymore, right?
I believe so. Yes.
So he's out of the house. And when he and Katie were separated, that's when he started dating the stripper, Shrimp.
Correct.
All right. Now, she worked as a stripper and a pole dancer, right?
I don't know.
Okay. It's also, did you know she was also a prostitute?
From what I was told.
Okay. So this is
Allegedly, I
another
guess.
thing that
Yeah.
Catherine, if he was staying with a prostitute, didn't want her kids around, right?
No.
No, she wouldn't want that.
No, like she's had her kids around, both of them.
No, understood. But if she's not around drugs, because Shrimp use drugs too, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you would agree with me that that would be another thing that she would be upset at if that was around her children.
Yes.
And she also talked to you about her relationship with her boss, Charlie, right?
Yes.
So you knew his name.
No, I didn't know his name until after.
Okay. And she talked to you about him, though, that she was dating this guy. It wasn't a
Correct.
secret. And around the time of your baby shower for your daughter, that was around February, March of 2014. Right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would looking at your deposition refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I'm referring court and counsel to page 27 of her deposition. Your Honor, may I approach?
Right.
Beginning at line 5.
Here? Yes. Okay, yes.
Have you ever been with that?
Yes.
Okay, so it was around February, March. The baby shower.
It doesn't say that on there. It just says during my baby shower. I just
Okay.
don't remember what month it was.
Okay, so
Probably 8 years
around,
ago.
but we can agree that it's close to,
Correct.
you were showing at that time, right?
Yes.
All right. And she was over Tuto at that time, Sigfredo.
Yes.
And she actually said to you that she was seeing someone from work. Those are the words that she used.
No.
She didn't say that to you?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I was present. Mr.
Yeah.
DePost was present. Ms. Kappelman was pregnant. Was present. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm not jinxing you. A court reporter was present, and she was taking down everything that you said at the time, right?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, just like
Correct.
you did today?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna start at, I wanna give it context, but I don't wanna. Okay, so I'm gonna start at line 13. She was referring to Shrimp. Yes, he is never going to leave Shrimp alone. I'm over it. I'm kind of seeing someone. I said, that's nice. Who is it? She goes, someone I know from work. That was the first time I heard that someone I know from work.
Yes, but the way you're saying it to me, it was as if it was during the baby shower, and it wasn't.
Oh no, I'm just talking around that general time, not
It
exactly
wasn't during
at
that general time. It
So-
was further on. It was later on, after I had already my youngest daughter.
So you're saying you only knew that she was dating Charlie after you had the baby?
Yes,
So you didn't know
for
she
my
was
second address. Correct.
Okay, so she wasn't dating Charlie to your knowledge
To my knowledge, I did not know. No.
at the time of what you're testifying to today occurred in July.
In July, I did. See,
Okay.
this is what I'm trying to tell you. You're still on the baby shower. The baby shower happened way before I had my daughter.
Okay,
So after the baby shower, I had my daughter, the new address. That's when she told me that she was dating someone from work.
right, but you were at the old address when you say that she and Tuto came and dropped a package to your house.
Correct.
So she didn't tell you she was dating him until after that,
Yes,
around the time that she actually broke up with him.
correct.
Now, even though you knew, now, at some point too, didn't Sigfredo tell you that she left me for her boss?
Yes,
Okay, that she was with him and that she worked for him.
correct.
Okay, Sigfredo also knew Charles's name, right?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, do you remember giving a statement? Well, do you remember giving a statement to the police on October 2nd of 2016?
I remember them going to my job.
Not that one. The one after Lewis cooperated.
Refresh my memory. It's been so long.
Remember Detective Isom and and Agent Sanford came to your apartment the day after Katherine Magbanua was arrested.
It was the house, not the apartment.
And,
Correct,
and
yes.
his sister was there with you. Remember that?
Don't remember.
Okay, then they were in your house and they recorded your entire
They
statement.
went in, correct. Yes.
Right.
It was my house. It wasn't an apartment.
Oh, okay.
Correct.
And pages 86 and 8. You knew you were being recorded, right?
Yes.
Okay. You knew that the officers were there because they were investigating this
Yes.
case. You'd actually already told them that you would help Lewis at that point, right?
Help Lewis and how?
Providing information to Sherry Bennett the day before Katie was arrested. We're going to get to that.
I don't know who Sherry Bennett is.
The officer that called you on the phone.
Okay.
Okay. But that happened before, but we're going to get to that. All right. But as it relates to this, you actually told the officers on page 86 to 87. And Investigator Isom said, did he ever say that it was the Charlie guy, Jessica Rodriguez? Yeah. He'll be like, pardon my language, Judge. He'll be like, fuck that Charlie ass N-word. Like, you know, he knew his name.
Can you speak up?
Yeah.
Okay. That was after I had found out that she was dating him. But the whole time prior, we always knew him as the dentist. At least to my knowledge, I knew him as the dentist.
Correct, but the statement that you gave to the detective was he knew his name.
Yes, after.
But I'm just asking if what you told the detective, not he knew his name after. They asked, did he know of Charlie? And you said, yes, he knew his name.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the way Katie, whenever she talked to you about Charles, she didn't talk to him like it was a serious relationship, right?
To my knowledge, we only spoke maybe once or twice about it.
But it wasn't anything serious, just casual.
It was quick. Tuto was outside.
Okay. So while Sigfredo is outside at your house, she talked to you inside about Charlie?
Yes.
When did that happen?
It was a play date and he showed up.
What?
I think, I'm not sure if it was a play date. Let me correct that because I don't want to say something that I don't remember. It was either a play date or they were super separated and sometimes she would drop off the kids there and he would pick them up.
Oh, so your house was somewhat like a drop-off point, kind of,
Sometimes.
even though they weren't together.
Correct.
This is at the old apartment?
No, at the house.
At the house. Okay, so there would be times that even though they weren't speaking, that they'd arrange to have a neutral place for Sigfredo to come and pick up the kids.
No, it's just wherever Tuto was at the moment and he was always in my house.
Okay, so, but you're saying that they were separated and then they would be at your house at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you know Katie was working in the club scene in Miami, right?
Yes.
Okay. She had a job promoting liquors. You know about that?
Yes.
She was, and this was in 2014.
Don't remember the year.
Okay. Would showing your deposition
Yeah,
refresh your recollection?
Great.
Page 36. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
So she was doing these jobs in 2014, right?
Correct.
You actually saw her doing the jobs once at the liquor club, doing the liquor stuff, right?
No.
Did you ever see her working at the club?
No.
You never actually saw her work, you never went out and saw her working at the club?
Not to my recollection, no.
Were you guys friends on Facebook?
Yes.
Did you see pictures of her posting when she would post that she was working?
I believe so, yes.
Now, being a bottle girl in Miami, and I hate saying that, but you doing that kind of job in Miami, you know, you've lived there most of your life?
Yes.
Okay. And that is a job that you can make some cash in, right?
I wouldn't know. I've never worked one.
You've only done nails since you've been a teenager.
Correct.
All right. Now, let's talk about Luis Rivera.
Mhm.
You were in a relationship with Luis Rivera for 9 years, correct?
Correct.
And he is the father of your youngest daughter.
Yes.
And you are still in a relationship in June to July of 2014 when they're saying that all of this stuff took place, right?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about his family. He's very close with all of his family members.
Yes.
3 brothers, 2 sisters.
Correct.
And he's very close with his mother, right?
Yes.
Takes good care of her.
Yes.
Gives her a lot of money.
I wouldn't know.
Okay. He doesn't give you money, right?
No. he
Or never
doesn't.
did.
At that moment, no.
No. Okay. And he's very close to his sister Maria, right?
He's close to all his siblings.
Okay. You wouldn't say that Maria is the one he is closest to? Or you haven't said that to me before?
I believe I have told you that.
Okay. You described her as Luis's confidant.
Not confidant, if that's how I described her. I don't remember during that period of time when I did the deposition with you.
Mm-hmm.
Confidant in the sense of holding his secrets and cheating, nothing else. Because it was a time where I had found out that he was cheating and she knew. That's what I mean by confidant.
Oh, okay. So that she would keep all the bad things that she knew would upset you from you.
No, she was just his sister, just like I am with mine. If she's cheating, I'm not gonna tell the world, hey, she's cheating.
Oh, okay. So
No.
if, for example, if he was doing anything wrong that you wouldn't have approved of, she's not going to tell on her brother, right?
Luis does everything wrong in front of whoever, so he doesn't keep secrets. Just
But
cheating.
you didn't know about the murder he committed though, right?
No, correct.
Okay, so he was good at keeping that from you.
Correct.
And you were very close to him, right?
Yes.
You had no idea that he went up on a trip in June, right?
Correct.
And you had no idea that he went and committed a murder in July
Correct.
of a father of 2 boys.
Correct.
Okay. Now, back in 2014, Lewis worked full-time construction, right?
Yes.
But that wasn't his only source of income,
No.
okay? He sold cocaine,
Yes.
right? Now, I know Ms. Kappelman tried to make it seem like he's some drug lord from Colombia that is making millions of dollars, but that wasn't the nature of his operation, right?
No.
He's a low-level drug dealer,
Yes.
okay? I mean, did he sell drugs in front of you?
Multiple occasions, yes.
Okay. Did he sell bricks of cocaine or did he?
No.
No. Did he breaking it down to street level sales?
Yeah.
Okay. And he not only did that, but he also robs drug dealers, right?
Yes.
And apart from that, because this is something that Ms. Kappelman left out, he was a Latin King gang member,
Yes.
all right? Ever since he was a teenager.
I don't know how long.
But you've known him for 9 years.
As 9 years, he was a Latin King from my knowledge of what I know. I don't know when he started.
Okay, but for the whole time you knew him, he was a member, right?
Correct.
He has a big tattoo across his stomach
Yes.
saying that he's a Latin King, right?
Yes.
And as for his RICO case, that is what he pled guilty to, was racketeering and being a Latin King gang member.
Yes.
Now, the first time you ever heard about the murder of Dan Markel was when they arrested Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Correct.
Now, that was on May 25th of 2016, correct?
Yes.
Now, at that time, Lewis is already in federal custody, right?
Yes.
And when Sigfredo was initially arrested for this murder, they didn't release to the media why or what the connection was yet, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You didn't know yet that Lewis was potentially involved. Once, when Sigfredo was arrested, they didn't initially mention Lewis's involvement, right?
No.
That didn't happen until June 2nd, right?
I don't remember the dates.
But you do remember that police officers came to your job to talk to you in June, right?
Yes.
All right. On that day, you saw on the news that now Lewis was implicated in this murder, right?
It was on the news prior to that when they came.
Okay, so you had already seen it on the news because you told the cops,
Yeah.
I know what you're here for. It's all over the news,
Correct.
right? And if I told you that the date that you met with them was June 2nd, 2016, do you have any reason to believe that that's not the date?
If that's the date that they put, then they would know more than me.
Okay. And once that came out, before they even got there, you started researching everything online, right?
Yes.
You've even purchased a subscription to the Tallahassee Democrat.
Probably did.
That was the newspaper that was covering the story at the time, right?
I don't remember because I literally just purchased it a couple weeks ago. So if I purchased it at that time, I don't remember.
You don't remember, but would looking at your October 2nd statement to the detectives refresh your recollection?
Sure.
I'm referring to page 6. All right, I'm going to get back to that in 1 second because I don't think I have the correct page number. Okay, so the first time the detectives ever came to talk to you, like we discussed, was June 2nd of 2016. That's a week after Sigfredo was arrested, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, they didn't tell you that they were actually recording that conversation with you, right?
Not to my knowledge, I don't remember.
Okay. And you don't remember, or?
I don't remember them telling me that they were recording or not
Okay.
recording.
And back then you told them, this is on June 2nd, You didn't know anything about this, right?
Correct.
You never told them about Katie and Sigfredo coming to your house with a package.
They never asked.
I understand, but you just testified on direct that the only time that Katie and Sigfredo ever came to your house to deliver a package was one time, right?
Yes.
You knew at this time that there was some involvement with Sigfredo and Lewis, right? And they were asking you about Katie.
I don't remember.
You don't remember if they specifically said that they were down there or that they were asking you about Katie's involvement?
I don't remember, to be honest with you. It's been so long. But if you have something that states that I said it or said anything, then I would really like to see it.
Oh, you would like to see it? Okay.
Yeah. So I could refresh my memory. It's been 8 years.
So this is the June 2nd statement. This is on page 4. Your Honor, have vote?
Yes.
What's the date of the statement, Ms. Claus?
Pardon me? The date?
Yes.
June 2nd. June 6th. No, wait, no, June 2nd. This is the recorded statement to ISOM, and I provided transcripts in.
Okay, I'm with you.
They didn't ask me.
They didn't ask you, but you even offered that you know Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and his wife, right?
Yes.
So you knew that they were asking you about what you knew about Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis.
I told them that I knew all three of them, obviously.
All right, but my question to you is, you never mentioned in June anything about that one time that stood out to you where Katie comes to your house with Sigfredo and they drop off a package. You never said that.
No, because it never stood out to me until my mind got recollected of the events.
And we'll get to that in a second. You did tell them that Sigfredo was the one who paid for Katie's implants, right?
To my knowledge, that's what I knew. That's what she told me.
Okay, and you also told them that Lewis paid for the bike by selling his car and taking out money from his 401k.
That's what he told me, yes.
Okay, he lied to you.
Apparently so.
Okay. He told you that now these detectives told you what they were investigating, and you said, I've read all about it online.
Correct.
Okay? And you said, I don't know anything.
Correct.
You do remember seeing a probable cause affidavit later on released for Katie, right? In the media.
Yes.
A 24-page document detailing how she was supposedly involved in this, right?
Correct.
Okay? It was over 20 pages long, right?
Yes.
And these warrants or unsigned warrants were, even though they were released to the media, okay, this was way before, months before Katie was arrested on October 1st, right?
It's been so long, I guess, yes.
Yeah, but you never contacted those detectives, even though you read all of that, to say, hey, listen, I remember this weird thing that happened with Katie.
Why would I contact them?
To give them information about what you know about this case.
I didn't know anything about the case. So how did I know at that moment that that was that? So rephrase yourself, because I'm not understanding the question.
I think the timeline is going to help with the jury of how it is that your memory was jogged about that meeting. Okay?
Yes.
Now, you previously stated that you broke off your relationship with Lewis when he was arrested in May of 2015, right? For the RICO case.
After, yes.
After. And you still referred to him as your husband, though?
No.
You never did?
At that time I did, but after that, no.
Okay, but at the time that's even though you're not married, you refer to him as your husband, right?
Correct.
And you actually referred to him as your husband all the way up until the day that he cut the deal with the state.
If you have something that says that I've been referring to him as that,
Like his emails from federal.
sure, if you have it, but
And you actually went and visited Lewis in the federal detention facility in Coleman, Florida, after all the media came out and before you he cooperated, right?
correct.
Okay, so you guys went and you went and met with him, and at this time you already know everything's been released in the media, right?
Correct.
All right. Now let's talk about the September interview that you gave to the police, okay? This would be September 30th, all right? That is the day that Luis Rivera is cooperating or beginning to cooperate. Well, not really beginning, but is giving a statement to the state attorney's office about his involvement in this case, all right? September 30th, the day before Katie is arrested. Now, when you get this phone call, you already knew that Lewis was cooperating because you were expecting this phone call, right?
I don't remember.
So if we were to play the call with Sherry Bennett and you said, I was expecting your call, would you accept my representation? Or
If you have it recorded, then yes, yeah.
okay. I mean, I could play it, but we'll get back to that. Now, before you give this a statement to Officer Sherry Bennett, who is the one that's doing the interview on the phone, you spoke to his lawyer already, right? That's Chuck Collins.
Yes.
Okay. Now, that conversation between you and Chuck Collins, not recorded, right?
I don't know.
All right. And after that, and the conversation after you've spoken to his lawyer, after you've spoken to Lewis, is they're going to call you and record this conversation and take an interview with you on September 30th, the same day that Lewis is cooperating, right?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And in that, now this is the first time, the day before Katie's arrested, that you've ever mentioned to law enforcement that you remember this meeting or this time when Katie came to your house with Tuto and that they dropped off the package.
Correct.
That's the first time ever.
Yes.
Okay. And right before the call takes place, you even had a conversation with Monica Jordan, right? That's Chuck Collins' investigator.
I believe so.
And she called you and said, specifically asked you if you remember anything about a drug transaction.
I don't remember. So if you have it written so I could recall, then that would be great.
I'll show you your deposition, page 122. You're on an airport?
Yes.
Okay.
So before the call, his legal team calls you and says to you, he's looking at the death penalty and other people are involved, right?
Yes.
That they asked you with a leading question almost, did they ever do a money transaction? And you told them yes, right?
Correct.
And then they asked you between Tuto and Katie, and you said yes.
Correct.
It's not a situation where they came to you and say, hey, do you remember anything?
No.
They also wanted you to talk to Lewis about getting him to cooperate, right?
Yes.
All right. They actually allowed you to talk to Lewis on September 30th on one of the officers' cell phones,
I believe so, yes.
to have a conversation with you so you could talk him into cooperating, right?
I believe so, yes.
And at this time, you believed that from everything that was in the media, that Katie and Sigfredo had something to do with this, right?
I mean, I don't think a brain scientist would know.
But this is, of course, only what you've read online. I mean,
Online.
they
correct.
painted Lewis a certain way, and you lived with him day to day, and you had no idea about that side of Lewis, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, let's talk about what you told them on that September 30th meeting, because you actually told them that Katie and Sigfredo left the house before Lewis got home.
If that's what I told them.
That's what you told them. Okay? You also said that when Katie came into the house, that Katie had said, Sigfredo just picked me up. Right?
I don't remember, so if it's there, then I said it.
And most importantly, you told them that this incident happened in August or September of 2014.
Yes, because I had my dates wrong then. Yes, correct.
You had the dates wrong then, but they're correct now?
Well, I had just moved. So when that happened, it was in the old apartment. And a couple weeks after that, I moved to the new apartment because we were in the process of getting evicted.
But you understand, though, that your memory doesn't get better with time, right?
It doesn't get better with time and the dates. But once I said something, I said it, like, the truth is the truth.
Exactly.
You're going to always remember the truth.
You remember the truth. You can't remember a lie.
Correct.
Okay. And you actually said at least 2 months after my daughter was born is when this incident happened. That's what you told the detectives.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after this, the very next day after you talk to the police and after Lewis cooperates with the police, Katie is put in handcuffs, right?
I believe so, yes.
All right. All over the news everywhere. Good Morning America, NBC, another arrest made in the Dan Markel case, right?
Yes.
And now, after it's all out there, the very next day, they come to take that October 2nd interview from you. This is when they come to the house and they sit down and they record this conversation. Isn't it true that at this meeting, Maria said, I want to talk to the detectives too? She's there on the recording.
You just refreshed my memory because I didn't even remember her being there, but yeah.
And you told them about a time that you remembered when Lewis left for a few days with Tuto, right?
Correct.
And that when Lewis came back, he was upset, right?
Yes.
Crying in his sleep.
Yes.
Screaming in his sleep.
Correct.
Like he probably did something that traumatized him, right?
He always fidgeted in his sleep.
Okay. Now, this time when you talk about this incident where Katie comes and drops off, this is now 48 hours after you've already spoken to Sherry Bennett, right? You told them that Lewis was at work when Sigfredo came over.
To my knowledge at that moment, yes.
Okay. And you described the package as Publix bags tied up, right?
Correct.
A brick. And then you told them that you told the detectives again that Katie did not know what was in the bag.
I don't remember. So if I said it,
I mean, I can show it to you. You want me to show it to you?
Sure, if it's written down, then yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do the October 2nd statement, page 34, lines 3 to 8. You're on the airboat?
Right.
This last page in line, please.
Page 34, lines 1 through 8.
Object to improper impeachment, Your Honor. I don't think it's inconsistent.
I'm not impeaching, I'm refreshing.
Oh.
Correct.
So you told the detectives that Katie said, she goes, oh, I don't know. You know they're stupid. I don't know what, and she's holding the baby. That's what you
Yes,
said
when
to
I
me.
asked her, what are they doing? Correct.
Okay. You described it as being 12 by 8, correct? The size of the,
Yeah.
a tight, almost like, that's a perfect word, a brick, right?
Yes.
Did it feel heavy like a brick?
I never touched it.
You never touched it?
Not that I recall.
He didn't hand it to you?
No, he went to the room if I recall.
Who did? Sigfredo?
Sigfredo, yes.
Okay. He did always had the package in his hand?
I believe so.
Okay, and went and
To my
put it
knowledge.
in your bedroom?
In my bedroom, yes.
Okay. And on that date too, on October 2nd, you actually told Detective Isom and Agent Sanford that on the occasion in August or September, that Katie and Sigfredo left before Lewis got there.
I said they flew.
Do you want to
I
look at what
didn't
you
say
said?
in specific that I remember. I could be wrong, but my recollection was that they flew, like in and out.
You remember giving a statement on October 2nd to the police officers in this case, right?
Yes.
And you knew that you had to tell them the truth, because if you didn't, you'd be committing a crime.
Correct.
All right. And Court and Counsel, October 2nd, page 34, lines 11 to 13. He calls Lewis and tells him, yo, I just came to your house and I dropped it off with Jessica. Like literally within 15 minutes, they left.
Correct. That's what I said, that they flew.
Okay. But in other words, they were not there when Lewis got to the house. That's what you
Yes.
told them.
If you keep on reading, as I remember that I told the detective, when he called them, Tato said, do not leave, don't leave her with it. So he never got a chance to literally hand it to me for me to even search it, for me to even look, because Tato came flying from wherever he was at. And they spoke, she watched the baby, and then they left.
Yes, but you're saying that now. I'm saying back then in 2016, you told them twice that Katie and Tuto were not at the house when Lewis got there.
I'm pretty sure I said what I said now as well. I said the whole story. So if you're going to read part of it, then read the rest of it so I could get the knowledge more. But I'm pretty sure that that's what I said.
Well, let's pick one.
That he didn't want me.
Okay, so I'm referring to your October 2nd statement, okay? 2016, right? Did you review this before you testified in court today?
No.
Okay. So, starting on page 34, he calls Lewis and he tells him, yo, I just came to your house and I dropped it off with Jessica. Like literally, within 15 minutes, they left, and 15 minutes, like this guy flew.
That's what I just read with you.
Correct.
Okay.
So am I missing something when you say within 15 minutes they left and 15 minutes like this guy flew?
Okay, and what's after that?
I don't know if he didn't want me to see what was in the bag, and he knows that if that bag was left with me, I'm very nosy. So I like to tend to see what comes inside my house. I used to throw away a lot of his drugs when I didn't want them in my house, and I would get mad. You're not going to put me in a predicament. So 15 minutes, he came, grabbed the bag, and I said, well, what the F is in your bag? He goes, none of your business, none of your business. You're always asking questions. And I was like, whatever, we argued. You never, he left.
Correct.
Okay. You didn't say he left with Katie and Tuto. That's not what you said,
No,
right?
correct.
And you said previously, as I read in plain English, like literally within 15 minutes, they left.
They flew, correct.
No, that's not what you said. They left and 15 minutes. It's the same sentence.
Yeah,
Like this guy flew. In other words, Rivera flew to the house.
yes.
But you clearly said to the detectives back then that Katie and Sigfredo were not there. They left.
That's what I wrote, but I don't remember it being like that. Like I said, you know,
You'd agree
that
with me.
knowledge. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay,
Correct.
and a recording is something that's much better, obviously, than someone's memory, right?
Correct.
Because if it's on the recording, we can listen to ourselves what you say and don't have to rely on your memory.
Correct.
Because this is now, that's 2016, this is almost 6 years since you gave that statement, right?
Yes.
And this is the first time that you're testifying in front of anybody about this case,
Correct.
okay? You actually didn't want to come here today, isn't that true?
Correct.
Okay, you said you want nothing more to do with this case, right?
Correct.
And the state had to force you to come in here.
No, they didn't force me.
Okay, did they explain to you that if you didn't come in and testify that you could be subject to contempt of court?
Correct.
Okay. And what happens if you're found in contempt of court, to your knowledge?
I get put in jail, I don't know, until the trial finishes.
Yeah. Okay. Now, Lewis didn't give you a bunch of cash, right?
No,
Never received any money from him,
not
right?
to my knowledge.
And it wouldn't be smart, for example, like I know Ms. Kappelman said that, oh, you know, he had a bank account and all his legit money went into that bank account from his job, right?
Correct.
Okay, he wouldn't put all of his drug money into the bank, right?
I don't know what he did with his money.
It'd be stupid, though, to put your
Correct,
money in
yes.
the bank because there's a paper trail, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the murder happens in 2014. You and Katie remain friends up until Lewis is arrested. And that's the time when she and Sigfredo reconcile in May of 2015, right?
Yes.
And during that time, Katie never said anything to you that would indicate that she was involved or knew anything about a homicide in Tallahassee, right?
No.
Just like how she was, you know, not in a relationship, but she's the mother of Sigfredo's kids. You are the mother of Lewis's kids, right?
Yes.
He kept things from you, right?
Correct.
Okay. You probably kept things from her, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it's been said before, oh, Katie says something and Sigfredo jumps, right?
Yes.
Okay. But if she said stop doing cocaine, that really didn't work, did it?
I mean, the more he would do drugs, it was always when they were broken up.
Right. But the reason they broke up was because of his infidelity, drug use, and alcohol use, right?
No.
Why'd they break up?
I don't know why they broke up. It was if she didn't get her way in one thing one day, it's over. She'll kick him out.
So like
or if he was on drugs, then she felt like arguing. It's over. She'll kick him out. So it was really, I can't say what they broke up for.
No, but you just brought up a point. One of the issues was she didn't want him to do drugs, right?
Correct.
But if she said stop doing drugs, he didn't listen to her.
He would listen at times.
He did at times, but he'd always fall back into it, right?
Yes, whenever she would kick him out the house.
And they didn't get back together until Sigfredo straightened up his act. That's how they got back together.
I don't know.
You don't know. All right. Now, even though you were together with Lewis all for the entire year up until he gets arrested, you had no idea that he committed a murder, right?
Correct.
Okay. He kept that completely from you.
Yes.
Because he knows that if you know anything, you could be in trouble.
Yeah, correct.
And you told Lewis that you were glad that he never involved you, right?
Yes.
And he actually told you, I would never do that. You're the mother of my kids. I would never put you in that situation.
Correct.
And you're pretty smart, Jessica, right?
Yeah, I'm smart.
Yeah. And you have what we call street smarts, right?
Correct.
Okay. You've got your wits about you, right?
Yes.
So, like you said before, you're nosy.
Whatever comes in my house, yeah.
And it's because you know you can't trust Lewis 100%, so you have to kind of be on your P's and Q's. You said you had to flush drugs once if he brought into your house, right?
Yeah.
But even though you knew about all of that, Latin King gang member, all of these things, you had no idea that he was involved in this murder.
Correct.
Okay? You even had no idea that he was cheating on you that entire time until you heard the wiretaps in his federal case, right?
I knew he was cheating. I just didn't know with whom. And
That you
the
found out.
wiretap showed who. Yes.
Okay, and you had to listen to that.
Correct.
Okay. So it's fair to say that Lewis, he's always lying, right?
When it comes, yeah, in that sense, not lying, just the cheating. I mean,
But he'd lie to you so he doesn't get in trouble.
he wouldn't say yes or no, so I could never tell him if it was a lie or not. He just wouldn't bring it up.
Now, while he was in jail in federal's different than state, right?
I guess I've never been to federal prison, so I wouldn't know the difference.
No, and I only mean in terms of ability to communicate, because they actually have email, right?
Correct.
We don't have email in state or local facilities. But
Yes,
in
they do.
federal, you can actually email with the inmates, right?
Yeah, it's state as well. Yes.
Okay. Oh, they do that now in state?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. Now your email address back then when you were communicating with Lewis in June of 2016, okay? This is around the time that everyone's getting arrested. It was sienanegron1020@gmail.com, right?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
And you were using that email to communicate with Lewis at the time, right?
Correct.
Now, like we discussed, June 2nd is the date that these detectives came to see you, right?
Yes.
And it already had been out into the media that he was involved in this thing, in this homicide, right?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you told him, I want you to understand me real good, no matter what. I got your back, front, left, right, completely, no matter what. Just know that my actions as of today will be to bring you home. Do you hear me? You are my family. And don't ever think otherwise. Keep your faith in God always. And keep that crown firmly placed on your head.
If I wrote it, I always write, I love you crap whenever I'm drinking and I miss them because of my daughter. But if I wrote it, it's there. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor,
Do I remember it? No.
You want to
Yeah.
take a look or you don't need to?
No, you have it on black and white.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
And you do have his back, right?
Yes.
I mean, he's your child's father.
Correct.
Are you together as we sit here today?
No.
Are you planning on resuming your marriage or your relationship upon his release?
Definitely not.
Okay. But he will always be the father of your children.
Correct.
And you do care what happens to him.
Yes, I do.
Are you willing to lie under oath for him?
No.
All right. Did you know that the package delivery that we've been talking about was important before the cops came to you and asked about the package delivery?
No.
Did you know that the package delivery had anything to do with this murder before
Not
the
at all.
cops came and asked you?
No, not at all.
All right. So when you went to Coleman Prison and met with Luis Rivera, did you encourage him to cooperate in this case?
I don't think so.
Did you encourage him to work with the police, to tell what he knew, to try to make a deal, anything like that?
No.
So you didn't get involved in any of that?
No.
All right. Did anybody tell you, did I or anybody tell you what it was you should say here today?
No, not at all.
And in determining what date the package delivery business occurred, you mentioned that you got it wrong first. Was there something you had to go back and check on to try to figure out what date the thing occurred?
No, just my thoughts and myself to remember.
Okay, and you mentioned something about a moving your residences. Was that something that helped you figure out when this occurred?
Yes.
Okay, because you do know which address this happened at, right?
Correct.
And that was that 135th Street address, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then shortly after that, did you move somewhere else?
Yes.
Was that to the house that you talked about?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the house where you figured out that the dentist was involved in all that stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Why didn't Luis Rivera want them to leave the package with you?
Because it was money. Apparently now I found out it was money, so I would have left.
You would have taken the money.
I would have taken the money and left. No questions asked.
All right, but you didn't get a chance to look in the bag.
No.
All right. Was it unusual for Katherine Magbanua? I mean, did you assume that it was drugs in the bag?
Yes.
And would it have been unusual for Katherine Magbanua to be involved with something like that?
Exact. Yes.
Is that why you asked her what's in the bag?
Correct.
And that's because she specifically acknowledged the bag and seemed interested in what was happening with the bag, right?
Yes.
And that was weird.
Objection, leading.
Correct.
All right. These are leading questions. Let's keep that in mind, please.
Was it weird that she seemed interested in what happened with a bag of drugs?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a situation where Katherine Magbanua was asking what's in the bag, or you were asking what's in the bag?
I asked her what was in the bag.
Okay. And she said, I don't know.
Correct.
So that's what she told you.
Yes.
But she didn't ask what was in the bag.
No.
No further questions.
All right. We can release the witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You're free to go, then. Thank you. Okay, we're going to take our break now, about a 15-minute break. Let you use the facilities and stretch your legs. So we'll be back to resume the testimony in about 15 minutes, okay? Deputy, if you please take the jury out. All right, jury's out of the courtroom, the door is closed, we'll be in recess for 15 minutes, start back up with the testimony then, okay? Okay, any issues before we bring the jury in? Ms. Kappelman
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Just to let the court know, anticipating that the government is going to be resting their case sometime soon, there's a witness, an FHP trooper, Trooper Downing, that we had subpoenaed in April. We have emailed him and called his, I think it's barracks is the best way to refer to it. We have not heard back. I've asked Ms. Kaplan, I think that they have a direct number for the trooper to make sure that he's here so that we're not wasting court and juror time.
All right. Ms. Kappelman, do you have a number for the trooper?
I have a number, I don't know how good it is, but I'm gonna provide it.
Okay, if you could provide that, and that would make it easy for everyone. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. We're gonna figure that out.
Okay, let me know if you're trying to get an earlier flight. You're entering the courtroom?
Please be seated. Statement call its next witness.
They called Mary Hall.
Mary Hull, please. Good morning. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay. Please raise your right hand and respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Good morning. Will you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for our court reporter, please?
Sure. My name is Mary Hull. That's Maryhull.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. I know you're a little bit soft-spoken. If you'd speak into the microphone as much as you can,
For some
maybe
reason,
scoot
that
forward.
microphone didn't pick you up that time, so you just scoot up, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that better?
I think so. I'll let you know if I have trouble hearing you back here. All right, so where did you work in the summer of 2016?
In the summer of 2016, I worked for the Department of Financial Services in their Office of Fiscal Integrity.
And what, I'm sorry, go ahead.
In the Office of Fiscal Integrity.
Okay, and what did you do there?
I was a financial investigator.
And what were your duties as a financial investigator?
We investigated all sources of fraud, waste, and abuse with state funds.
Do you have any, or I guess tell us about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in finance from Florida State University.
And do you have experience, I mean, I know you told us about your job in 2016, but can you tell us about all of your experience in analyzing financial data?
Yes, I have had 18 years of financial data analysis as an analyst, an investigator, and an auditor.
Do you have any experience investigating white-collar crimes?
I do. I specifically have 8 years of criminal investigative experience in white-collar crimes.
Does that include like money laundering and contract fraud, counterfeiting,
Yeah,
embezzlement?
advanced fee schemes and frauds.
And what, I guess, is forensic accounting then, like your area of expertise?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what is forensic accounting?
It's the very detailed analysis of financial records and data to be used in court.
Have you received any specialized training or experience in your field?
I'm a certified fraud examiner in good standing with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners.
And have you also had in-service training?
I have, especially in the criminal unit where I was, had search and seizure requirements, chain of custody procedures, handling of evidence, and witness interviewing techniques.
And where do you work now?
With the United States Attorney's Office.
And what do you do for the United States Attorney's Office?
I'm a financial investigator.
Now, is that for our local United States Attorney Office here in Tallahassee, or is that in another part of Florida?
I'm actually with the Middle District out of Tampa.
Have you ever testified in court about your analysis of financial records?
I have.
And about how many times?
This would be my 19th time.
These are all my questions as to her expertise.
Would the defense like to voir dire the witness?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, though.
All right, you may proceed.
So how did you become involved in this case?
In the summer of 2016, I was asked to do an agency assist case, which was a case that helped another agency but wasn't specifically under my normal routine or purview.
Okay, so that was back when you were with DFS?
Yes.
Okay, and the agency assist was to review all the records in this case to see if there was any links or association with the Adelson family?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to ask you about a number of different things that you reviewed, and I've left several items of evidence there in front of you that I'll ask you about. Well, first of all, did you review several bank accounts for the Adelson family, including the bank accounts of Harvey Adelson, Donna Adelson, Wendy Adelson, and Charlie Adelson?
I did.
Okay. Specifically with Charlie Adelson, did you look at his Regions bank account from 2013 to 2016?
I did.
Okay, and then what about his credit cards?
He had an American Express and a Capital One.
All right, I want to turn your attention to States 111, which should be one of the discs right in front of you. Okay, probably the bottom disc. And all of the evidence in front of you has been marked and shown to defense counsel this morning.
Okay.
And did you have a chance to review all of the evidence in front of you this morning as well?
I did.
Okay. Were you able to find 111?
Yes, it's the bottom one.
Okay. And is that Charlie Adelson's Amex records?
It is.
Okay. Looking at 111A, is that a printout of one page of the Amex records, the page in front of you?
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to ask you about several other discs there. Did you also look at the Adelson Institute bank records?
I did.
Okay, and for the record, that's States Exhibit 110. In total, where I guess there are about 13 different accounts for the Adelson family, and also about 18 different investment accounts for the Adelson family.
That's correct.
All right, what about Luis Rivera? Did he have a bank account?
Yes, he did.
What bank was that with?
That was with Chase.
Okay, and what year did you get records for that Chase account?
2014, 2015.
That's when he had an account with Chase?
Yes.
Okay, and that states 106.
Yes.
What about Sigfredo Garcia? Did he have any bank accounts?
He did.
Can you tell me about that?
It was a Bank of America account from 15 to 16.
Okay, so when you say 2015 to 16, when was the bank account established? What year?
I believe it was 2015 was the establishment of that one.
Okay, so he didn't have an established account at the time of Dan Markel's murder.
There was evidence that he did have an account. It was requested from the bank, but the bank did not have any responsive documents.
Okay, so what we were able to get was 2015 to 2016?
Correct.
All right, and then did you also get, and that states 107, did you also get some employment records for Sigfredo Garcia?
I did.
Okay, and that's been marked as state 74. Where are those employment records from?
Coastal Masonry.
And what years were those records for?
I believe they went all the way back to 2009.
Okay.
2009, 15.
Up to 2014?
Yes.
Okay. What about Miss Katherine Magbanua? Did she have any bank accounts?
She did.
Okay. And what banks were those with?
She had accounts at both Bank of America and Chase.
All right. Bank of America, her accounts there have been marked 108 A and B. Was there like a checking and a savings account with Bank of America?
Yes.
Okay. And what date ranges are our records there from?
They were from 2013 to 2016.
Okay. And the A and B is that we had from summer of 2013 till the end of 2016, and we went back and also got January of 2013 to July of 2013, so that's why we have an A and a B there for Bank of America.
That's correct.
Okay. And then what about her other account? What bank was that with?
Bank of America.
Oh, I'm sorry. The other account besides Bank of America.
Chase.
Okay. You were saying that there was a savings and a checking with Bank
Correct.
of America, right? Okay. All right. So Chase, can you give me the date ranges for Chase, the Chase account?
In total, we have from January 2013 to the end of 2016.
All right. And those have been marked as 109 A and B. Same question. We had summer of 2013 to end of 2016. We went back and also got January of 2013 to summer of 2013.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you also review other types of documents besides just bank records?
I did.
Right. I want to specifically ask you about, I guess, did you review Katherine Magbanua's income tax filings for 2013 to 2015?
I did.
All right. What about the Adelson Institute, their subpoena response regarding Katherine Magbanua's employment?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's been marked as State 68. You've reviewed that document this morning?
I did.
Okay. Looking at State 75, did you review records from Dr. Rudner's office?
I did.
And is Dr. Rudner a plastic surgeon?
Yes.
Okay. And these plastic surgeon records, do they detail information regarding a breast augmentation and payment, therefore, for Katherine Magbanua?
They do.
All right. And moving on to State 76, did you review records from Broward Dermatology Office, Dr. Jerome Obed's office?
I did.
Okay. And that was regarding Katherine Magbanua's employment?
Yes.
And what record or what dates were her employments in her employment in those records that you reviewed?
I'd have to check my notes for the actual dates on that.
Okay. Well, we'll cover that during your testimony, so I'll move on from that now, and then we'll come back to it, okay?
Okay.
All right. Looking at, did you also review some DHSMV records, Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles?
I did.
All right. And those have been marked as states 77, 78, 79, 80, and 69. Were those records for Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Katherine Magbanua?
They were.
In all of those records that you reviewed, was there a certification attached from the business or entity that they were from, certifying that they are all business records of those places?
They did.
At this point, Judge, I would move in States Exhibit 106 through 110, the bank records. I'm sorry, 111 and the 111A, the bank records, and Charlie Adelson's Amex records.
Any objection?
No.
All right, 106 to 111 will be admitted.
Okay, I've got a couple more for you. 68, the Adelson Institute records. 69, 77 through 80, which are all DHSMV records.
All right, so that's 69 and say that again.
68, 69, and 77 through 80.
All right, any objection?
Not to any of this coming in, Your Honor. No objection.
All right, thank you. So 68, 69, 77, 78, 79, and 80 are admitted.
And 74 through 76, which are records from Coastal Masonry, Dr. Rudner, and Broward Dermatology.
All right, those will also be admitted without objection. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to first ask you some questions about Luis Rivera, then we'll go to Sigfredo Garcia, then to Katherine Magbanua. All right, so you said you looked at DHS&B records for Luis Rivera. And I'm not going to ask you to go through those records today on the projector, but I'll just ask you some questions about them, and then they are in evidence if the jury wants to look at them more.
Okay.
What, if any, vehicles did Rivera acquire after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014?
May I refer to my notes?
That's yes, ma'am.
Okay, Luis Rivera, he purchased on July 28, 2014, a 2003 Suzuki motorcycle. And then on July 31st, 2014, he purchased a Toyota Camry.
So that was that a yellow 2003 Suzuki motorcycle on July 28th of 2014 and a green 96 Toyota Camry on July 31st, 2014?
Yes,
Okay. And did you analyze his bank records?
I did.
What did you learn about his banking patterns or habits?
He primarily worked in cash. His Coastal Masonry employment records would be direct deposited into his account. And then as soon as it hit his account, he would pull it out in cash, almost all of it. So much so that he would end up having overdrafts for automated charges that would come through. So, and that was just a normal pattern for him. He operated in cash.
So his paycheck would be deposited, he'd immediately take it out and then start overdrafting until the next one came in.
Yes, that's correct.
Did the pattern change after July 18th of 2014, after the murder of Dan Markel?
It did. He no longer pulled out large amounts of cash. The money stayed in his account and he had no overdrafts.
When was the last large cash withdrawal before the murder of Dan Markel?
I believe that was July 16th, 2014.
So 2 days before the murder?
Yes.
Now, and that was the last time for a couple of months that a large cash withdrawal was made?
Yes.
When did his old habits of, direct deposit of the check, withdrawing it in cash, then getting the overdraft, when did that resume after the murder of Dan Markel?
In about November of 2014.
So maybe about 4 months later?
Yes.
So from July 16th, 2014, when he had that last large cash withdrawal, to his normal banking pattern resuming in November, during that time that he's not withdrawing any money out of his account, could that be indicative of him having another source of cash separate from the money that comes in from his job?
I would believe so, yes.
Did you look at you said you looked at the DHS&B records of Sigfredo Garcia?
I did.
What, if any, vehicles did Sigfredo Garcia acquire after the murder of Dan Markel?
He purchased on July 26, 2014, a blue Chevrolet Monte Carlo. On August 22nd, 2014, he purchased a Honda Racer motorcycle. And then on October 17, 2014, he purchased a Nissan Maxima.
Okay. And so that was a blue 1984 Monte Carlo on July 26th of 2014, a yellow and black 97 Honda Racer motorcycle in August of 2014, and in October of 2014, a gold 2000 Nissan Maxima.
That's correct.
And did you analyze his bank accounts?
I did. From his patterns were more normal, I would say. His money would go into the account and he would just make normal purchases. It didn't seem to have a lot of cash. He would just use his debit card.
All right. Did he have both a checkings and savings account?
He did.
Now, you said that the bank records that we were able to get from his bank cover 2015 and 2016?
Correct.
Okay. Were there any bank records that you were able to review any of his anytime around the murder?
There was not.
Not till the following year?
Right.
Now, you said that you reviewed his Coastal Masonry records. Did he work at Coastal Masonry every day?
No, his work was very sporadic. He worked a couple of months at a time.
Okay, can you give me those dates that he has paychecks from Coastal Masonry?
Yeah, from February of 2009 to December of 2009, he had 2 months of payroll. April 2010, July 2010, 3 months of payroll. October of 2012 to August of 2013, he had 10 months of payroll. And April 14th, he had 1 month. He had 2 checks.
Did he get a job in September of 2015 where he was getting more income?
Yes.
And where was that job?
Rapid Capital Funding.
And did he work there up until his arrest in May of 2016?
Yes.
From the time he's just getting these sporadic paychecks with Coastal Masonry until he starts getting paid with Capital, I mean, is there a big difference in between the amount of money he's got coming in from when he's working sporadically at Coastal Masonry to when he gets the job with Rapid Capital Funding in 2015?
Yes, he was making about $5,000 a month at Rapid Capital.
Okay. All right, now I want to, well, before I turn to Katherine Magbanua's bank records, I asked you about Charlie Adelson's Amex records. When you looked in his Amex records, did you find a flight that was purchased for Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And that's been moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 111A. Where was the flight to?
Santo Domingo.
And when was the flight purchased?
March 6, 2015.
And how much was it for?
$970.74.
Any permission to publish?
Right.
Okay, so here we have the American Express at the top.
Yes.
Okay, and who did the account belong to?
Charlie Adelson.
Looking down here, this is the flight on Spirit Airlines
Yes.
going to Santo Domingo
Yes.
out of Fort Lauderdale.
Yes.
And what's the passenger name here?
Katherine Magbanua.
And here is the amount that the flight cost,
Yes.
$970.74.
That's correct.
All right. Now all of the bank records that you told us about, turning to Katherine Magbanua's, she said she had one Bank of America account, one Chase account, both with savings accounts and checking accounts each.
Yes.
Okay, and those records, are they pretty voluminous?
Yes.
Are you, in your testimony today, going to be relying on summaries of her bank records for your testimony?
I will.
All right, specifically, I want to turn your attention to the notebook in front of you.
Okay.
If you could open that, I want to, the disc that's in the side. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Before court today, did you have an opportunity to view the contents on that disc?
I did.
Okay, and that's 81A,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And what's on that disc?
It's the account summary. It's the the summary of all of her accounts that are merged and analyzed.
And it's an Excel document?
It is.
Okay. Looking in that binder, is 81B a like the summary chart that you did of that big summary on 81A?
It is.
Okay. So it's just a printout of the same of the summary chart that's on 81A.
Yes.
Okay. 81C, is that an employment timeline of Katherine Magbanua with an attached spreadsheet?
It is.
81D, are those a summary of Katherine Magbanua's checks from the Adelson Institute?
It is.
81E, are those all of Katherine Magbanua's cash deposits by day from 2013 to 2016?
It is.
81F, are those a graph of her cash deposits from 2013 to 2016?
Yes.
81G, is that a graph of her cash deposits for 2014?
It is.
And H, a graph in an attached spreadsheet of her income sources for the year 2013?
Yes.
81I, a graph of her income sources for 2014 with an attached spreadsheet?
Yes.
81J, a graph of her income sources for 2015 with an attached spreadsheet?
Yes.
And 81K, a graph of her income sources for 2016 with an attached spreadsheet?
Yes.
And then in 81L and 81M, is that her employment timeline combined with her cash deposits, and then 81M is combined with the date of the murder as well?
That's correct.
All right, and 81A through M, those are true and accurate depictions of the summaries that you'll be relying on in this case?
They are.
Okay, and those are based on her bank records?
That's
And
correct.
her employment records? Okay. At this point, I would move 81A through M into evidence.
Any objection?
There's a lot there, but no objection, Your Honor.
All right.
All this stuff can come in.
Be admitted as states 81A through N.
All right, permission to publish those, Judge?
You may.
Yes, please. Can you see this on your screen in front of you, Ms. Hall, the small one?
It's, there we go.
Okay, perfect. Do you also have is there a laser there on the witness stand? Okay. If you need to point something out to the jury, you can aim that at the screen up here.
Mine or that one?
This one.
Okay.
Okay, so what do we see here? What's this?
This is how I start the analysis is one account at a time. And this is shown that I take every action that happens on a bank account and give it a line item on the spreadsheet. It's broken up by the date, the type, the withdrawals, deposits, and the running total for my analysis.
Okay, and so what we're looking at here is the Excel document that's contained on 81A, that disk in the front of your binder.
It is.
Okay. Looking here at the bottom, I'm going to put my mouse right here. Bank of America, is that the savings account in her Bank of America account?
It is.
Okay. Looking at the next tab, is that her checking account in her Bank of America account?
It is.
Savings account for Chase?
Yes.
Savings account, checking account for Chase?
Yes.
Okay, and then here are your yearly totals and summaries?
It is.
Okay. I'm just going to have you quickly, if you can, walk us through each of these tabs just so we know the specifics of what everything is. looking at the Bank of America savings, can you walk us through these columns up here?
Yes, the column, it works from the first summary would get the number, column B. So under line item 1 would be the first thing in that bank record. And then it goes down by date. And then when I've combined the accounts, so I'd have 4 accounts on one spreadsheet, then I give them another number, so it's a coding system. So column A is actually a coded system showing where it falls on the combined spreadsheet.
Okay.
The account number that it's referencing, the date of the transaction, the type of transaction, and then it's broken out whether it's a withdrawal, a deposit, and then that is the running balance for that day.
I'm going to go down to the bottom. How are you able to check whether the analysis of this particular account is correct?
I do a particular check of my numbers. I do all the deposits, all the withdrawals, and then I start with the beginning balance, and I add the deposits, subtract the withdrawals, and then I have the ending balance should match the ending balance on the running balance.
Okay, and you do the same thing for each of these types of accounts for each of the banks?
I do.
Okay, and then there's a checkbox at the bottom of each analysis.
That's correct.
Keep running over that one. Okay, same thing for Chase savings, same thing for Chase checking?
That's correct.
All right, let's look at the years and the summaries. I'm going to click on 2016.
Okay.
What do we see here? What do we see in this tab?
Okay, once the accounts are combined, then I sort them and then into categories, and then they're split out by year. So for the Adelson Institute 2016, those show the total deposits she received from them.
Okay, so by year, you're taking every type of deposit, putting in a category, like that's all her payments from Adelson Institute, here's all her payments from cash, or there's all her payments from Dr. Obed. And then do you also do all the types of withdrawals that she makes?
That's correct.
Okay, and you put those into categories, like this is what she had to spend on auto maintenance, that's what she spent at Amazon, and so forth, in all the categories all the way through her entire year?
Yes.
Okay. And then do you do a summary of that year?
I do. Each one of these sorted columns has now become part of this summary here. The deposit descriptions are first, and then the withdrawals.
Okay, so we have deposit right here, and then we have withdrawals down, like the category of the withdrawal down here with the total,
Yes,
and then your checkbox.
that's correct.
Okay, so you did this for 2016, 2015, 2014, and 2013?
Yes.
I want to ask you about a specific one in 2015 that I want to come back to later. Whoops. Oh, okay, it's already up. What do we see here in 2015?
That is where I'm showing that not only did she receive a check, but the check bounced. So I netted them out because she didn't receive any real income.
And where were these checks from?
They were from the SINS LLC Club.
SINS Club LLC, DBA Fate?
Yes.
Does DBA mean doing business as?
Correct.
Okay. And how many checks total in all of her accounts from 2013 to 2016 did she have checks from SINS doing business as Fate?
Those are the only two.
Okay. Now I see 4 lines here. Why do you say 2?
Because 2 show that she had received the money, and then 2 show that the money was withdrawn from her account as an NSF check.
Okay. So a check was deposited, but then it bounced, and so it was insufficient funds. Did she ever receive any income from this?
Not according to the bank records.
Okay. And when were these checks? What was the date on these checks?
The first one was, let's see, April of 2015 and June of 2015.
Okay. And there were just two checks, one from April and one from June?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember the amount of these checks?
They were just shown.
Oh, thank you. Okay, what was the amount?
Okay, the April one was $406, and the one in June was $985.
Do you recall what was in the memo line of the check?
I believe it said tips.
Okay. Let me show you this one for $985. Does that refresh your recollection about what it says in the memo line?
Yeah, it says April 1st to May 1st, 2015 tips.
So $985 is what she was paid on this check for her work from April 1st to May 1st of 2015 for her tips.
Correct.
Okay. She did not receive any income for this?
No.
Or the $400 one you showed us?
Correct.
They both bounced?
They both bounced.
All right, I want to show you the 2013 to 2016 tab that I have up right now. What is this?
When I combine all of her bank accounts, I summarize them by date order, and then I put in a running balance. So it gives me an idea of how much money a person would have over all of their accounts on a particular day.
And you did that for everything from 2013 to 2016, and then put your check boxes at the bottom?
Yes.
What about under summary? What is this?
That is a combined of all those years you see leading up to it. It's shown by year each one of the transactions of totals, deposits and withdrawals, and then they're not only broken out by year, but they're totaled by that block.
So this is for Bank of America and Chase, checking and savings, and it shows us all her deposits, the source of the deposit, the year that it was deposited in, and the amount that was deposited that year of that source of income.
That's correct.
Okay, and then there's a total next to it and a total per year here at the bottom.
Yes.
All right, and then looking down below, same for withdrawal.
That's correct.
Gives you a category, the amount per year for that category, and then with totals.
Yes.
And then you have your check boxes here.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to, and you said that 81B in the binder there is basically just a printed version of, I guess the Excel was converted to a PDF and then printed.
Yes. For
the purpose of that binder.
Yes.
Okay. Can you just show the jury 81B there in your binder so they see what you mean? Okay, thank you. All right, so looking at the summary here. For the year 2013, so let me go up just slightly. 2013, what's her highest source of income in 2013?
Sophie Dental.
Okay, and that's right here.
Yes.
Is that $13,433.41?
That's correct.
Okay, and then her cash was her second highest source of income that year, right?
Yes.
And that was, how much cash did she deposit in 2013?
$13,035.
All right, I want to skip over to 2016 now. What was her highest source of income in 2016?
Sigfrido Garcia.
And is that right here?
Yes.
14,900?
Yes.
And how much cash did she deposit in 2016?
$11,921.33.
And Sigfredo Garcia, 2016, that's the year that he would have been working at Rapid Capital Funding.
Yes.
Okay. Now in 2014, what's her highest source of income in 2014?
It's cash.
And how much cash did she deposit in 2014?
$46,820.
And what about in 2015?
It's cash as well. $26,523.77.
Okay, so these are the cash totals here at the top.
Yes.
All right, and we're going to cover her cash deposits by day and by month later in this presentation, right?
Right.
Okay. All right, so based on the records that you reviewed, were you able to ascertain where she may have worked or what businesses she received income from in her bank records and employment records?
Yes.
What do we see? Go into this. What do we see here?
That is a listing of the employment sources that I could see through her bank account, where she was employed.
Okay, and the dates that she was receiving paychecks, start to finish, for each of these companies is next to it?
Yes.
Okay, so from January of 2013 to December of 2013, she receives paychecks from Encore Nationwide.
That's correct.
From January 2013 to May of 2013, she receives paychecks from Millennium Therapy.
Yes.
CO Next for the month of April 2013.
Yes.
Sophie Dental from May of 2013 to July 2014.
Yes.
Adelson Institute from October 2014 to May 2016.
Yes.
Jerome Obed from July of 2015 to March 2016.
Yes.
And Quintana Lopez from July of 2016 to October 2016.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and then what do we see in the chart up here?
You could see how it was broken down by year, and then I gave a total, both yearly and by each individual employer.
So for each of these columns, this is the total amount of paychecks she's receiving from that company in that year.
Yes.
Okay, and then here's the total down below and out to the side.
Yes.
What do we see here?
This is a bar chart representing the information you just reviewed, and it shows the dates on the bottom, and then the amount of time that would have been reflected by that bar for that employment.
Okay. So each company has a different color, and the bar represents the time that the paychecks began until they ended.
That's correct.
Now we saw that she received 2 checks from Sins doing business as Fate in 2015. Are those here on this graph?
They are not.
Okay. You said those checks bounced?
They did.
So she did not receive any actual income from there?
That's correct.
Okay. What we see in this graph are businesses that she actually received income from into her bank account.
That's right.
All right, I want to focus on the yellow line that we see here from her when she received paychecks from Adelson Institute. Did you review paychecks from Adelson Institute to Katherine Magbanua?
I did.
And in what accounts did you find those checks, like coming out of what account and going into what account?
She deposited them in both the checking and savings for Chase and Bank of America.
And they were coming out of Adelson Institute's Regions account, the records we have in evidence?
That's correct.
What other records did you review with respect to her employment at Adelson Institute?
the records that they submitted through the subpoena.
Okay, so the state subpoenaed records, they gave a return for those records with some information in it.
That's correct.
Did that return contain an employment application?
No,
Did it contain timesheets?
no.
Did it contain a W-2 or tax filing records?
It did contain a record for the Department of Revenue's rehire information.
Okay. Any W-2s?
No,
And any performance evaluations?
no,
Job description?
no.
What records did Adelson Institute have for Katherine Magbanua's employment besides the Department of Revenue that you just told us about?
They submitted a summary, a QuickBooks summary of the checks that they had given her.
Okay. And what is QuickBooks?
It's a popular accounting software that people can use both personal and business.
What time period did the printouts cover?
I believe it was September of 14 through March of 16.
Okay. And I want to turn your attention to States Exhibit 82 and 68 in front of you. Those should be in the stack of documents. Yes, ma'am.
68, yes.
Is 68, is that the Department of Revenue and the QuickBooks summary you just told me about?
Yes.
Now, what was the date range that law enforcement had on the subpoena to Adelson Institute as to what records that we wanted from them?
I believe they said any and all employment history and file,
Okay, and that's what we got?
and this is all we got.
Okay, I want to turn your attention to States Exhibit 82.
Okay.
What is States Exhibit 82? Probably the last one there in that stack.
Of course. Okay, I have the actual copies of the checks for Katherine Magbanua.
Okay, and those were from the bank account.
Yes.
Okay. This time I'd move 82 into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, States 82 submitted into evidence.
How many total checks were there? You're looking at the copies of the checks from Katherine Magbanua's bank account. How many total checks were there from the Adelson Institute?
1 second.
You know what? Why don't I ask you this? Did you rely on a summary in this case of the checks that she received from Adelson Institute that's numbered in an Excel format?
Yes.
Okay. Is this that summary?
It is.
Okay. How many checks total were there from Adelson Institute to Katherine Magbanua?
44.
And all of these checks were deposited by Katherine Magbanua?
That's correct.
Who were all the checks signed by?
Donna Adelson.
When was the first check issued, as in the date on the check, to Katherine Magbanua?
It was written on September 17th, 2014.
So that would have been almost 2 months to the day from after the murder of Dan Markel on July 18th of 2014.
That's correct.
How often, and well, let me ask you one more thing while we're on that. We saw on the employment timeline that you had her employment beginning in October of 2014. Why is that when the first check was dated September 17th?
The bank records only reflect when the money hit her account, and as you notice that the posting date it does actually say October.
Okay, so you go from the time it hits her account.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after that first check was issued on September 17th and hit her account in October of 2014, how often then did she then receive checks from Adelson Institute after that?
2 checks a month.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation as to when they were received.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Yeah, 2 checks a month.
And were the pay periods for those checks like around 10 days, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little more?
Yeah, that's correct. About 10 days.
What amount were all those checks for?
The amounts were for 400. Her check came in at 407.58.
Okay, so you're saying after taxes and everything?
Correct.
Okay.
That was her net.
Now, all of the checks are $407.58. 43 out of 44 of them are?
Yes,
All right, the first one is for a little less, right?
that's correct.
And that's this first row here,
Yes,
and that one's for $203.79.
yes,
That looks to be for only about a maybe 3 or 4 day pay period.
yes, maybe 3.
All right, so here in this summary, you have the date it posted, the check number, the payment amount, the date on the check, the memo line, what it said, right?
Correct.
What was the date of the last check according to Adelson Institute QuickBook records that they responded with?
That they responded with?
Yes, ma'am.
Their last one was March 31st, 2016.
Now, when looking at Katherine Magbanua's account, were there additional checks after March 31st, 2016?
Yes, there was 3 additional checks.
And are those the 3 ones in black ink here at the bottom?
Yes,
And, I guess it would be check numbers if you look over at the far left column, 42, 43, and 44.
yes.
In her account, according to her account, what was the last check? What date was that written?
I posted on May 17th, 2016.
Okay. So the check posted May 2nd, 2016, another one May 2nd, 2016, and May 17th, 2016. Those were all not included on the Adelson Institute QuickBook response.
That's correct.
Did she receive any further checks after Sigfredo Garcia was arrested on May 25th, 2016?
No.
What was the total amount that she deposited into her account from Adelson Institute?
She had $17,729.73.
I see that some of these checks are in black ink, some are in red ink. What does the red ink indicate?
Sequential check numbers.
What does that mean?
That in the checkbook that it was one after another.
Meaning that, can you show us the states 82, which is the copies of all the checks there in front of you? Show us what you mean.
Yeah, up here in the check number, they would have been sequential. They would have been 17, 18, 19.
Okay. Is that unusual when looking at payroll?
Yes. Normally pay per time, it wouldn't land being one after another.
Well, explain it to us. How would a person normally write checks when they're doing payroll?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation as to what a business would normally do.
Overruled.
You know, you'd have 5 employees, you'd write 5 checks, you would write 5 checks to each employee. You wouldn't necessarily write 3 checks to one employee.
Okay, and then the next pay period, you'd write the other 5 checks.
Yes.
Okay. Now, how many sequential checks did she receive in a row, looking at your summary?
She had 3 on the first, going down from left to right. She had 3, and then 6, and then 6 more.
So 3 from February 2015 to March 2015.
Yes.
Those were all written February 4th and 5th, 2015.
Yes.
And then 6 in a row written from October 2015 to December 2015, or the date on the check was those dates, I mean?
Yes.
And then the date on the check from January 2016 to March 31st, 2016, that's another 6 in a row there?
That's correct.
Okay, and all those were sequential?
Yes.
What about the column on the far right next to memo? What does the asterisk mean?
It's an advance pay that she was paid prior to the time frame that's posted on the memo.
So the check date predates the employment period?
Yes.
So are paychecks being issued before the work is complete?
Yes.
And that happened about 22 times?
That sounds right.
All right. I want to turn your attention to Dr. Ruger's records, the plastic surgeon records.
Okay.
What was the date of Katherine Magbanua's breast augmentation surgery?
I believe it was October 18th, 2014.
Are those still there in front of you?
I have my copy.
I'm going to look at page 75 now. Looking at your copy, was that surgery October 18, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you the payment page. Get back in front of the microphone. How much did that breast augmentation cost?
The total charges were $4,605.
And how was that amount paid?
$44,400 was in cash, and $195 was from her accounts. Then there's an additional charge. I guess she picked up records for $13.
So you see a couple of amounts there. The patient payment, $150 and $45 were all from a Visa account.
Yes.
Okay. Cash was paid in the amount of $4,000, then $400, and then $13.50.
Yes.
When you looked at Katherine Magbanua's bank accounts, was there any evidence that she paid for that breast augmentation from her accounts?
I did not see any payments from her account, other than the 150 and the 45.
Okay. So that was her accounts that she paid I guess it would be 195 total from?
Yes.
And the remaining balance after that was all paid in cash. And that would have been, it looks like, about 2 weeks before the surgery.
Yeah,
Or within the 2 weeks before the surgery.
correct.
Now, when you looked at the amount of withdrawals from her account, did she have any corresponding withdrawals to reach that amount of cash that was paid here to Dr. Rudner's office?
No.
Did you try to add up like all her cash withdrawals from that whole year leading up to the surgery to see if that would equal that amount?
I did.
How much total cash did she withdraw that whole year from January 2014 to October 2014?
3,180.
Now, at the time of her breast augmentation surgery, was she receiving paychecks from Adelson Institute that month in October of 2014?
She was.
Was there any disruption in her paychecks from Adelson Institute to reflect, time off for a surgery?
No.
Now, after her surgery, was there a decrease in the amount of money she was receiving from Adelson Institute that could account for her having a few days off?
No.
There wasn't any reduction in her pay?
No reduction.
Looking at her checks, looking at the ones from, so I'm looking at, if you look over at the far left column, column rows 3 and 4.
Yes.
You said the surgery was on October 18th of 2014?
Yes.
Did she receive a check dated October 28th, 2014?
She did.
And if the pay periods follow the pattern above, October 6th through 16th, September 22nd through October 1st, if she's being paid for following that pattern around 10 days, that October 28th, 2014 would encompass the date of her surgery and the days thereafter, right?
That's correct.
And she received the same amount for that check and the one thereafter, just as she did all the others?
Yes.
All right, I want to ask you about, did you review DHSMV history for Katherine Magbanua?
I did.
Did she acquire a vehicle in January of 2016?
She did.
And what type of vehicle was that?
It was a Lexus, 2001 sedan Lexus. From prior owner was Harvey Adelson.
Okay, you said that was a black 2001 Lexus?
That's correct.
Okay. And what date was the title transferred to her?
January 23rd, 2016.
Okay. And you said the previous owner of that vehicle was Harvey Adelson?
Yes.
How much did the DHSMV title indicate that it was sold to Katherine Magbanua for?
$1,700.
Were you able to find any record of payment from Katherine Magbanua to any of the Adelsons for this vehicle?
No, I did not.
No checks were found in her account for that amount?
Correct.
Or I guess
out of her
account. Thank you. Were you able to find any $1,700 cash withdrawals?
No.
Were you able to find any deposit into the Adelsons account that would show that she's making a payment to them by check or cash for this amount?
No.
Was there a drop in the money that she received from Adelson Institute that could account for, we'll sell you this car, but we're going to take it out of your paycheck, anything like that?
There was no reduction in her checks.
You said no reduction?
No reduction. It's a title for the Lexus.
And this was the registered owner at the time the title was transferred.
That's correct.
And this gives us the information you gave us about the type of car, the year, the color.
Yes.
Okay. And the purchaser
Katherine Magbanua.
and the selling price.
$1,700.
And then both their names here.
Yes.
And signatures.
Yes.
Can you insure a vehicle without transferring title?
I don't believe so.
And if you transfer the title and you put a sales price, I mean, you're taxed on that sales price that you put on there, right?
That's correct.
Okay, is there a financial benefit for listing a really low sales price on a title transfer for a vehicle?
You'd pay less taxes.
Who decides what number goes on the title transfer?
The person that's presenting it to be transferred the title.
Meaning either the person transferring the title or the purchaser?
Yes.
If I sell a car to you for $3,000, we could agree to put $300 on the title transfer so that we pay less taxes. Then?
Yes, we could do that.
Okay. All right, I want to move on now to, and we're almost done, to Katherine Magbanua's bank accounts.
Okay.
What do we see here in this next slide?
This slide represents, it's a pie chart of her income.
Okay, what do the colors indicate when we look at the box on the side?
They just match. You have cash in red, you have the IRS in purple, and you have Sophie Denham, that tan color.
So in the box you listed all of the different income sources she had for the year of 2013. They're each assigned a color, and then the pie chart represents, the colors represent the percentage of her total income for that year by source.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know you have these exact amounts in your multiple account summary and your summary chart, and in some other Excel documents that we'll see. But I just want to ask you a couple of questions about this. What was the highest source of income in 2013?
It was cash deposits.
Okay, looking at the bottom.
I'm
I know
sorry, Sophie Denham.
Sophie Dental. Okay, and you told us that earlier when you were looking at the actual numbers, right? And I know that looking at this pie chart, those are very close together, 24% and 23%. So what was a close second after Sophie Dental for her total amount of income for 2013?
It would have been cash.
Cash, okay. And you said that, I don't remember the number by heart, but Sophie Dental was around 13,400 and cash was right at around 13,000 right thereafter?
Yeah.
What do we see in the next one? So we're going from 2013 to 2014 here.
Right. This is a visual representation of her income for 2014.
Okay, what does the red indicate?
The red in this case is cash deposits.
What does the yellow indicate?
Adelson Institute.
Okay, what was her total amount of, I guess, what was her highest source of income in 2014?
Cash.
And what was the total percentage of her cash deposits and her money from Adelson Institute? Total percentage of her total income in 2014?
68%.
So 64% for cash and 4% from Adelson Institute?
Correct.
You said that in 2014, she first started a check was written to her in September 2014 from Adelson Institute, deposited into her account in October.
Yes,
So she's only receiving about 2 months worth of checks then in her account from the year 2014 from Adelson Institute.
that's correct.
Okay. So we jumped from 23% to 46% from 2013 to 2014 for her, the total amount, the total percentage of her income that cashes.
Yes,
In 2014 was the year that Dan Markel was murdered. That's your understanding?
yes.
What about 2015?
2015, her highest source of income was cash, and that was 51%. Adelson Institute was 20%.
And what was the total percentage of her total income that was cash deposits or Adelson Institute paychecks?
Combined,
Yes, ma'am.
71%.
And what about 2016?
2016, the highest amount was Sigfrido Garcia.
And that was at 25%?
Yes,
Okay, and then what about her cash deposits?
it was 20%.
Okay, so for 2016, we've got 20% of her total income is cash deposits at 20%, and 8% is Adelson Institute.
That's correct.
And she only received checks, she said, from Adelson Institute from January to May of 2016.
That's correct.
After May 25th, no more checks.
That's right.
Okay, so in 2016, she's got 20% of her total income's cash deposits. In 2013, 23% of her total income's cash deposits. And you said in 2014 and 2015, she had 64% of her total income was cash deposits and 51% of her total income was cash deposits.
That's correct.
All right, and did you actually track every cash deposit by day for every year from her accounts?
I did.
Is that what we see here?
That is.
Well, it pulled up on your screen, but it didn't on mine. I think I might have to exit. One second. All right, is that what we see here?
Yes.
Okay, so looking at the top, this would be the first cash deposit that we have a record, or that we have records from January 2013 to the end of 2016, right?
Yes.
So this would be her first cash deposit for the year 2013 into her Chase account on January 2nd, $240.
That's correct.
All right, and so here we have every cash deposit she made every day for the for the whole year of 2013, and then a total for that year,
That's right.
and that was $13,035.
Correct.
Same for 2014, is that what we see?
Yes,
Okay, and this is in your binder as well, right?
it is.
Every line,
Every line.
and then a total for 2014,
That's right.
46,820.
Yep.
And
Yes.
then looking at 2015, same question, and a total.
That's correct.
2016, those are all her cash deposits for 2016 in a total.
Yes.
And her 2015, I think her 2014 total was slightly over 46,000. For 2015, it's a little over 26,000,
That's right.
and then back down to 11,000 in 2016.
Yes.
And then this is her total amount of cash deposits here at the bottom.
For that time frame, 2013, 2016,
What year had the highest amount of cash deposits?
2014.
Did you also graph these by month?
I did.
Let me get back to that slide. Is that what we see here?
Yes.
Okay, so this would be, the columns are the years and then the totals, and then your months below. You've got the total amount she deposited per month, per year.
Yes.
Okay, you said the highest amount of cash deposits between 2013 and 2016 was in the year 2014.
Yes.
How much more did she deposit in 2014 than 2013? Is that twice as much, 3 times as much?
Almost 3 times as much.
3 times as much. Okay, and then 2015, 26,000?
Yes,
About twice as much as in 2013?
yes,
And then in 2016, 11,000 or 11,921?
that's correct.
Okay. Looking at these numbers, which month is her highest amount of cash deposits?
August of 2014.
So August 2014 is the highest amount in all of the years,
Yes,
in all of the months?
yes.
Okay, how much did she deposit in, can you use your laser, do you mind? How much did she deposit in August of 2014?
August 20.
Might have, maybe there's a side button to turn it on or bottom.
Okay, so there's August of 2014 was 13,200.
And that would be the month following July 18th, 2014,
Yes,
which is when Dan Markel was murdered.
that's correct.
When is the second highest cash deposit after that one?
The second highest is August 2014.
No, I'm sorry. You said August 2014 was the highest?
Second highest.
Okay. What was the highest?
August 2014.
Okay. What was the second highest?
October.
Okay. October of 2014.
Yes,
Okay. That was about 3 months after the murder?
yes.
And that was the same month you said that she got the breast augmentation done?
That's correct.
What amount did she deposit in October of 2014?
5,720.
What was the third highest amount?
Was July 2014.
That was the same month Dan Markel was murdered?
That's correct.
How much did she deposit in that month?
5,300.
What do we see here?
It's a visual representation of her cash deposits by month.
For the year of 2014?
Yes,
Okay. You just walked us through the three highest amount of cash deposits in all three of those years, and they were all in 2014, right?
yes,
So that's why we're looking at a line graph of just the year 2014.
that's correct.
So you said August was the highest. Can you show us where August is?
August.
Okay. And that was 13,200.
That's correct.
The amounts are here on the other axis.
That's right.
Okay. And then you said the second highest was in October 2014. Where's that
Right
amount?
here.
Okay. And you said the third highest were in July of 2014. Can you show that to us?
Right there.
Okay. What do we see here?
This is a visual representation of her cash deposits from the whole 2013 to 2016 time frame by month.
Okay. So we've got down at the bottom, January 2013 all the way to December 2016.
That's correct.
Okay. What month is the big peak that we see close to the middle? What month is that?
August 2014.
Okay. So in August 2014, that's that, I believe it was 13,200 cash deposit.
That's correct.
Okay. And the months kind of surrounding it that we just talked about, her second and third highest, we see those as well.
Yes.
Okay. Means does any other month even come close to that August 2014 deposit?
No.
It's about twice as much as the other months.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. A lot of this is getting to be asked and answered.
All right, let's move on, Mr. Egan.
Yes, sir. All right, were you able to compare the cash deposit line graph with the employment bar graph that we saw earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And is that depicted here?
That's correct.
So here we can see the businesses she was receiving income from per her bank records and employment records compared to how much cash she was depositing every month over the course of those years.
That's correct.
Okay. And was that also compared with the date of Dan Markel's murder, July 18th, 2014?
That's right.
Okay. And is that the black line we see in the middle of the close to the middle of the screen here.
It is.
Going from July all the way to the top.
Yes.
All right, and this in your notebook is 81M. I have a couple of questions about what we see here. What were the amount of cash deposits in the 12 months before the murder? So from July of 2013 to the summer of 2014.
15,600.
15,600, the 12 months before the murder?
Yes.
What were the cash deposits in the 12 months after the murder? So from July 19, 2014 to July 31st, 2015.
44,963.
And that's about 3 times as much?
Yes.
Of all the cash deposits that you analyzed over the period January 2013 to the end of 2016, you said August had the highest amount, and that was at 13,200. My question is there any record in her bank records or employment records that she was employed during that time?
Not according to that bar chart, no.
Okay, and looking, and this bar chart is based on her employment records and bank records?
It is.
Okay, can you show where you're talking about here with your laser?
The gap from Sophie Dental to Adelson Institute. There was no employment listed.
Okay, and that's during that August 2014 13,200 peak?
Yes.
From the date that Dan Markel was murdered till July 18th, 2014, till the end of August, so the end of the next month, August 31st, 2014. Those, I guess it'd be about 5 or 6 weeks. I'll say 6 weeks.
Okay.
What was the total amount of cash that she deposited into her account during those 6 weeks?
17,300.
So it's 13,200 alone the month of August, but when you combine that with those last 2 weeks of July after Dan Markel was murdered, it's 17,300.
That's correct.
And by September, you said that she's the first check of her Adelson Institute is being written.
That's correct.
And in October, she received the breast augmentation.
That's correct.
And that's all the same year?
Yes.
All right. Now, you said you reviewed some Adelson Institute account records. Did their business give cash discounts for services?
I believe they did.
Did you, what was the annual income of Adelson Institute?
The Adelson Institute, just based on what they had coming in for income, not profit, was about $2 million.
And it was around that amount each year?
Yes.
And you said they had assets above and beyond that. You said they had 18 different investment accounts?
That's correct.
And about how much did Charlie Adelson make annually? Because he not only worked for Adelson Institute, but he also traveled around and earned income from other dental practices doing periodontal work, right?
That's correct.
How much did he make annually?
Some years it'd be 3 million, others it'd be a little higher.
So 3 million or a little higher each year?
Yes.
During these years we've been talking about?
Yes, he also had profit from real estate as well.
Okay. No further questions?
All right, this is going to be a good time for us to break and before the cross-examination. So we'll give you an hour for lunch. We'll come back at 1:15. Again, please remember no discussions amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please stay away from any press reports and the internet. And we'll see everybody back at 1:15 to continue with the testimony. Thank you. Jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. Please be seated. So just so I can get a gauge on how we're going to proceed this afternoon, Mr. DeCoste, you're doing the cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me go ahead and excuse the witness first, and then we'll discuss about some scheduling. So you can go ahead, and if you need to leave anything here, the courtroom will be secure, but I'll leave that up to you. If you could just remain outside the courtroom. All right. So we'll see you at 1:15, okay? All right, now the witness is out of the courtroom. So what is your, Mr. DeCoste, what's your best estimate in regards to the time for your cross-examination? I don't want to know how many pages. I just want your best estimate.
That's how I gauge it. I would say 30 to 50 minutes.
Okay, all right. And then Ms. Kappelman, then you'll be calling as your next witness after that, who?
I'll go according to the order provided to the court.
Okay, all right. And you'll be playing then some audio this afternoon?
I hope so.
Okay, all right. We'll see about that. And, okay. We'll go into recess then for an hour. We'll see everybody back at 1:15. Okay, thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. All right. Anything before we resume with Ms. Hull? Ms. Kappelman?
Judge, there's two exhibits I wanted to bring to the court's attention that I think might fall into the same bucket as the call that Your Honor ruled on first thing this morning, the call to Erica, that Erica Johnson made to Charlie Adelson.
Okay.
So these are both relating to the undercover number being called, which wasn't really considered part of the wire. It was recorded separately by the undercover. So there's two short calls. One is marked as 128. That is the undercover call to the Adelson Institute, which was one of the bumps subsequent to the initial one we've talked a lot about.
All right. So this is Charlie Adelson to the Institute?
This is the undercover agent to the Adelson Institute.
Okay.
And then there's what I've marked as states 134, Charlie Adelson to the undercover. Both of these, at least one of them I anticipate authenticating and laying some foundation for today, but I'm fine with holding off on publication of either of them. If Your Honor wants to listen to those tonight, we can argue about that in the morning.
All right. What, tell me again what 134 is? Who to who?
That one is Charlie Adelson to the Undercover number.
All right. Because that's what I have as 128 on
I
this list.
know, and there.
I just wanted to make sure. I mean, I don't have an issue
Yes,
with it.
I made a mess of it, so I'm trying to clear it up now.
Okay. All right. So if you could send those both to me,
Yes, sir.
and then and you're saying that both of those are what? Not for the truth of the matter asserted? Is that what your argument is?
Yes, sir. It'd be the same arguments.
Okay. And are you familiar with those calls?
I am, Your Honor, and for posterity, we would make the legal argument. So if the government's not entering in, or they're alleging that they're not entering in for the truth of the matter, we would ask for the relevance of it, for them to articulate why they're entering it in then.
Okay. Why don't I review them first, and then when I get the argument in regards to that, correct. If they're not for the truth, then they must be for some reason. And so I'll ask for that once and after I have reviewed them. So if you could send them to my email in the same manner that Ms. Dugan sent the other one, that really made it easy. I take it that these are pretty short calls?
Yes, Your Honor. They're both short.
Okay. All right. And so let me make a note.
You did?
Your Honor, it doesn't matter if I move the other way. I'm just getting.
No, not a problem. All right. Anything else, Ms. Kappelman?
No, sir.
Okay. Anything for the defense, Mr. DeCoste, before we bring Ms. Hull back onto the stand?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Can somebody notify Ms. Hull, please? All right, you just come back and take the stand, please. All right, let's bring the jury in.
All right, jury entering the courtroom.
Please be seated. We're ready to continue with the testimony of Ms. Hull and its cross-examination. And Mr. DeCoste, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hull, good afternoon. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. All right. You went through a lot of stuff in your direct examination with the charts, and you did a whole bunch of work on this case, right?
Yes.
And I don't mean to be offensive in reducing down the testimony, but I'm thinking that we can agree on a few points here. There was a bunch of cash that went into Katherine Magbanua's accounts, right?
Correct.
And then there were some cash purchases, right?
That's correct.
And the cash is coming from somewhere.
Correct.
You can't say where.
That's correct.
And we can agree that there was a spike in 2014 in that cash.
Yes.
All right. And you looked at everything from 2013 all the way to 2016.
That's correct.
Okay. So your job, understanding you're now with U.S. Attorney's Office, right? Not DOJ as well too, right?
That's correct.
All right. So previously you were with the state, you were a financial investigator.
Yep.
And that title of investigator, some could interpret to mean that you're out there gathering items. In this case, in your work on this case, would you agree with me that you weren't independently investigating things? You weren't meeting with witnesses, right?
That's correct.
You didn't sit down with anybody, either Ms. Magbanua or any witnesses that are involved in this case?
That's correct.
That it was more of law enforcement and the prosecution getting you items, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't issue any subpoenas to get any records, stuff like that?
No,
So your review is confined to what was provided to you?
that's correct.
All right. So let's knock out another quick topic. You did the comprehensive review, and I'm going to stay on the cash with Katherine, but this is an aside. With respect to your review of the Adelsons, all of them in their work accounts, do you agree with me that there was no withdrawal of cash that then corresponds to the deposits by Ms. Magbanua?
That's correct.
All right. Now, before we get back to Ms. Magbanua, Sigfredo Garcia, you'd agree with me that the analysis that you could do was limited because at times he didn't have a bank account, at times you couldn't get records, stuff like that.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me too that you wouldn't be able to do a financial analysis of any cash that he brings in by way of his crimes.
That's correct.
You understand that he is the father of Ms. Magbanua's children?
That's what I understand.
And that he supports his kids through her.
I would assume so, yes.
Once he finally had a job, a legitimate job, and this would be all the way into, I think, 2016, there was actually a little bit over $10,000 worth of money that was coming out of his account and going to her.
That's correct.
Do you have any reason to believe that he wasn't supporting her in the years prior?
I don't have any reason to doubt that.
But you have no way of analyzing any of his transactions if they were done in cash.
That's correct.
All right. Now, with respect to Ms. Magbanua's work, let me see. Showing you the charts you put together. Can you tell me on there what accounts for the liquor promotions? Well, let me ask that differently. Are you aware that Ms. Magbanua for a period of time did liquor promotions?
Not specifically like that. It gave me the name of the business.
Okay, let's go to the next business. What about Club Fate?
I am aware that she had 2 checks from them.
Okay. So let's back up for a second before we get into this other employment. Your analysis, you'd agree with me, is confined to employment that she has where she's receiving a check into her bank account.
That's correct. Yes.
That your analysis, you're not able to analyze any cash paying job she has.
Individually, that's correct.
Had, let's say, the government given you employee records or something from different cash-paying businesses, you could have incorporated that into your analysis and your spreadsheet here, correct?
I could have put it into some sort of chart, but I wouldn't have mixed it with the bank records.
All right. Now, I'm not putting on you as the reason why we don't have this, but I want to go through and find out if any of this is involved here. So, Club Fate. Ms. Magbanua worked at Club Fate, and it was something that she was receiving cash tips. Does any of your analysis here account for her work at Club Fate?
No.
In the summer of 2014?
No.
You said that, and you did testify in direct examination about a check that bounced, right?
Two checks.
And that was in April and June of 2015, right?
15, yes.
All right. Now, are you aware and understanding that you don't know what employment she had at Club Fate, you don't have records and stuff like that, do you happen to know the amount of cash tips that she had received from her work at Club Fate during that time? Or is it confined only to a bounce check?
I don't specifically know what cash she would have gotten, but if it was cash, it would be reflected in that chart, if she put the cash in the bank.
All right. So let's back up a little bit here. So working at Club Faith, there's two different types of tips that you get. If a patron pays with a credit card and they tip on the credit card, the business pays the employee by way of check. If the employee is given a cash tip, they keep that, right?
Okay.
So Miss Magbanua, if she were to be depositing cash tips from Club Faith, it's not reflected here in employment, but it's part of that. It would be part of that cash that's going into her account, correct?
It could be, yes.
All right. But you just don't know. And again, I'm not putting the blame on you. You just don't know because you don't have that information.
Correct.
What about Hollywood Live? This chart that you did, does it in any way account for her employment at Hollywood Live, another nightclub?
No.
Have you ever heard of Optimar Realty?
I have.
All right. And it's your understanding that Miss Magbanua was working for Fabian Radislovich at Optimar Realty between April of 2016 and June of 2016.
I don't have any record of that.
Okay. And not saying that, again, not saying that it was on you to go out and get it. If law enforcement had brought to you, you now work with the U.S. Attorney's Office, if they had brought to you a 302, an FBI report that says, we spoke to Fabian Radislovich, Miss Magbanua worked for me between April 2016 and June 2016, and I paid her exclusively in cash.
Okay.
All right. You would agree with me, though, that this chart here that's talking about the cash deposits, you're not able to put in there employment at Optimar Realty, right?
If she was paid in cash and put it in her account, I could show it.
Now, when you say put it in her account, you have cash going into the account. So let's just take this, October 2013, cash goes into the account.
Mm-hmm.
How would you know whether that is tips or not?
I wouldn't.
All right. So what I'm saying is, and what we're talking about, not on the spikes of the deposits, we're talking about the horizontal bars that you have. There's nothing in there for Optimar Realty, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Jerome Obid, he ran Broward Dermatology.
Yes.
Do you know how much he provided to Miss Magbanua in cash separate to her paychecks?
I do not.
And again, not putting this on you, you're not out there speaking to Dr. Obid and investigating like that, right?
Right.
Nor are you out there, requesting documents. You're going on what's been given to you.
Correct.
You would agree with me that this chart that you did doesn't account for employment. And I'm not asking you whether she did or did not work it. Just, do you agree with me that this does not account for employment at Club Faith?
It does not.
Hollywood Live?
It does not.
Jerome Obid, if he's paying cash?
Correct.
Optimar Realty?
That's correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
That's also correct.
You don't know any of the amounts that Sigfredo Garcia gave over those years, correct?
That's correct.
Now coming back over, and I think it's your 81A. And highlighting those. There we go. Those right there. 2013, 14, and 15. You can't account. And I'm not blaming you on this, but you can't account for what, if any, support Sigfredo Garcia gave, right?
That's correct.
But you'd agree with me, in 2016, he's clearly showing that he's somebody who's supportive.
Yes.
So if we were to average the amount, there could be an additional $45,000 over those 3 years of support that he's given, but it's by way of cash from his criminal actions.
Well, I can't quantify it, but yes, he could have given her cash.
We can agree either way, you don't know. He may have given nothing. He may have given that amount. We just don't know.
Correct.
All right. So look at this a little bit differently. If Miss Magbanua in the summer of 2014 is working at Club Faith, and then over at Club Hollywood Live, then in 2015, from April to June of 2015, and I'm trying to do estimates here to line up these a letters are real small. So we've got the first two set of lines, Club Faith, Hollywood Live, Jerome Obed, Optimar Realty, Secreto Garcia. Can we agree that those are potential sources of cash income during that time? Not cash income, income in support.
If she put it in her bank account, yes.
Now, when you say, and I want to jump into that just to make sure that I understand it correctly. If she put it into her bank account.
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
I can only analyze the data that's in the bank statement.
Oh, you're saying like if money is kept at home, like you wouldn't be able to analyze it.
Correct.
Do you have any reason to believe, is there any way for you to know either way, whether the money that she's receiving right here is because Secreto Garcia has gotten a big payday by way of committing a murder?
I would not know the source of the cash.
It's just you're not able to know exactly what's going on with that cash.
Correct.
Okay. But you'd agree with me that your analysis in the color portion above, which is a little bit more straight than my lines, that it does not account for 1 penny of support from Sigfredo Garcia.
Correct.
Any nightclub jobs.
That's correct.
Optimar Realty.
That's also correct.
All right. Now, have you ever worked in the nightlife industry at a club? Would you even know where to begin on how much somebody doing VIP bottle service in Miami should be making?
I do not.
All right. So let's now go to Government 75. You testified on direct examination that you didn't see any withdrawals, right? To correspond to the $4,000 payment that was made.
Correct.
You have no way of saying that money ties back to the Adelsons or any crime that was committed in this case, right?
That's correct.
All you have in here is that Ms. Magbanua herself went in there and made a $4,000 payment during a time when she's receiving cash, where she's working cash jobs, and paid for the surgery herself.
Okay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
If cash is cash, I do not know.
You would agree with me that there's a very small percentage payment made by a Visa card?
Yes.
And that was Ms. Magbanua's Visa card?
2 payments, yes.
And ultimately, when she had to pay for her own medical records when the government requested them, she paid the $1,350 herself?
It says patient pickup, so I would agree to that.
All right. At the end of the day, you'd agree with me that it is speculation to say that this money that came from somebody else other than Ms. Magbanua and her own hard work.
I cannot determine the source of the cash.
Let's not talk about Government's 69. You remember this, right?
Yes.
This is the title for the Lexus, right?
It is.
Do you happen to know the MSRP value in 2014? I'm sorry, 2015 of a 14-year-old vehicle with 160,000 miles?
I do not.
Do you know whether 1,700 is above or below that amount?
I do not.
Do you know how many accidents that vehicle was involved in?
No.
Now, just like the surgery that we spoke a moment ago, it would be speculation to say that Ms. Magbanua did not pay for this, correct? You don't know either way.
That's correct.
You're just analyzing and saying, look, there is a connection between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson for this vehicle, and I don't know if those monies were actually paid.
That's correct.
In your work on this case, were you ever given recordings of any phone call intercepts?
I had a hard drive that had other information in it, but I wasn't specifically asked to review any of it.
All right. So let me explain a little bit more what I'm asking, and I'll ask it again. So in this case, in 2016, you're aware that there was some recordings of phone calls that were done.
I'm aware they had phone calls recorded, yes.
Have you ever listened to the phone calls where Ms. Magbanua is talking about how she purchased this vehicle from us?
That's sustained.
Have you ever listened to the phone calls?
No, I have not.
Have you ever been provided the Charles Adelson's iCloud messages?
Yes,
All right. Now, you testified on direct examination that there is no evidence of this car being purchased, right?
that I could find.
Do you not remember, or is that a no?
I do not see anything in the bank records that reflected a payment for it.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at Charles Adelson's iCloud messages with Miss Magbanua going back to January of 2016?
It wouldn't matter my analysis on the bank records.
No. So this is just as to the vehicle. You testified. The government asked you, and you testified and said there's no evidence that this was a legitimate purchase. And I've asked you if you review the iMessages. You said that you did. Is that correct?
I did review some of them, yes.
Okay. Did you review the ones where Charles Adelson is?
I'd object to the first day, Judge. If we could have a sidebar.
Okay, we'll go sidebar.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You can.
If you maximize it, it throws it all out. From here, just scroll down, and it goes by 15 messages. And let me know when you're all set, and I'll come up here right away.
I think I'm past it.
Okay, perfect. Really fast. You ready there?
Mhm.
Okay. Ms. Hull, would you agree with me that that's evidence that Ms. Magbanua purchased that vehicle?
There's evidence that she's talking about purchasing it.
this would have been in January of 2016,
According to that, yes.
before any wiretaps,
I don't know about the wiretap.
before any arrests.
Yeah, it would be before the arrest.
And in fact, the discussion is specifically about how much was paid for the vehicle.
Yes.
Now, of course, there's a discussion in there about the amount to offset what would be the tax responsibility, but you would agree with me that there's no discussion in there about, hey, you know the car that I gave you for the murder? There's no discussion like that, right?
That's correct.
Instead, it's specifically the car that you purchased from me.
Okay.
Yes. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Let's go now to, and I think it's your 81E. I'm going to switch to it in a second. So let's talk about the cash now. Let's go back to that. And again, we agree that there's cash going into Ms. Magbanua's accounts 2013, 14, 15, 16, and there is that spike in 2014. We agree on that, right?
Yes.
And money's going in.
Yes.
You have no reason to believe that Ms. Magbanua is not depositing all of her cash, right?
Could you rephrase that?
You have no reason to believe that she's keeping money at home.
I wouldn't be able to tell.
Things that we don't know, right?
Yes.
Obviously, the $4,000 payment for the breast augmentation and the $1,700 for the Lexus, you don't see a withdrawal, but other than that, you have no reason to believe that she's not putting her money in the bank.
Correct.
Now, would you agree with me that in your review, you found something, let's use the word off or peculiar, with the way that she made deposits? That there's multiple deposits on the same day to different bank accounts?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes there would be multiple. She had a Bank of America account and a Chase account. And there were times that she would make 2 deposits at Bank of America or Chase on the same day.
Correct.
Was that an issue for you as a financial investigator?
Not for what she's charged.
Okay. Now, you can't say the reason why somebody would do that. I mean, there could be transfer costs on bank accounts, right?
There's not usually a transfer cost from one account to another.
From bank to bank.
The only fees I can think of would be ATM fees.
All right. And you don't know what the max deposit account is for certain accounts or all accounts, do you?
No.
Now, we're clear on the topic that we're talking about, right? On one day, there'd be multiple deposits into her same accounts, right?
Yes.
All right. You found in your review that was normal activity for Ms. Magbanua, right?
It appeared to be consistent, let's put it that way.
So what we're talking about here is, what I've done is I've taken your exhibit and highlighted it in yellow. So we start in 2014. What you have are days where, for instance, in line 41 and 42, she's making a deposit at Bank of America and Chase. Lines 45, 46, doing the same thing. You go down to lines 59, 60, and 61. She makes 2 deposits at Chase in the same day. Right?
Okay. Yes.
You would agree with me, though, that this was normal activity for Ms. Magbanua. Because back in 2013, she was doing the exact same thing.
Yes.
2013, that's almost a year before she's even met Charles Adelson.
I don't know when she met him.
If they met in October, you'd agree that this shows 10 months before, right?
Yes.
So we've got his lines 3, 4, and 5. She's doing the same thing. She's making multiple deposits in the same day.
Yes.
You have no reason, you don't know why she's done that, right?
I do not.
And you have no reason to say to this jury that it was wrong for her to do it, right?
That's correct.
Let's go forward in time. We're going now 2016. And this continues throughout the life of the records that you have that Ms. Magbanua is doing the exact same thing. First, we have 2013, early 2014, 2015, she's doing the same thing, right?
That's correct.
No. 2015 doing the same thing. 2016 doing the same thing.
Yes.
And when does it stop? to you? When does it appear to stop?
Well, the last note is the line 128 to February 11th, 2016.
Secreto Garcia was arrested right about here, right?
It was May 25th, 2016, I believe.
So after Secreto Garcia is arrested, you have no more of these cash deposits like this, right?
Well, yeah, that's correct.
Now, your analysis of Ms. Magbanua stops forever right here, line 135, August 10th, because she's arrested, correct?
This one stops because she made the last deposit of cash, but her records went on to the end of 16. There wasn't much activity though.
No activity after October when she's arrested, correct?
Except for automated charges.
Okay. Now, let's go back to 81. I hate to be a stickler, but Ms. Coas will get mad at me if I don't correct it. There's the occasional mistake, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's the occasional mistake, right?
And what?
You agree with me that, well, I mean, all of this, it's important that it's literally down to the penny to the dollar, correct?
Yes.
All right, so this name right here, you sat with Ms. Coas in deposition, right?
Yeah.
Again, I'm not making a big deal about that, but she'll get mad at me if I don't correct it. It's Coas, right?
Sorry
Not Copas. Okay, so setting that up for something else that is a little bit more important, which is prior analysis that you've done in this case. That is a understandable and minor mistake. Years back in 2019, you had done a bar chart, the same color bar chart showing Ms. Magbanua's employment, right?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that this one that was done back in 2019 is different than the one that you presented here today.
Yes.
All right, the difference is that first, we don't have the SEO next, but that the employment of Broward Dermatology with Jerome Obed changes.
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, that was because in your review, you discovered a Bancorp wire transfer that you were able to attribute over to Dr. Obed that you previously weren't able to do.
The Bancorp, yeah, I guess that's what it was.
Well, let me ask you differently. You would agree with me that 2019 version is different than 2022.
Yes.
And would you agree with me that you had all the information to do the chart in 2019, you just discovered, wait a second, there was a mistake and you changed it?
That's fair to say.
Let's now go to let's go to the Adelson Institute.
Okay.
Now, before we get into these checks, let's talk about something you said on direct examination, that you didn't receive records, like a performance evaluation or an application.
That's correct.
You'd agree with me that those aren't required.
They were required if they had them to submit them. Yes.
By law in Florida or the United States, there's no requirement that an employer makes somebody fill out an application.
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you know if she filled out an application for Jerome Obed?
I do not.
Same thing with the performance evaluation. That's something that if the employer does it, they do it, right?
Correct.
You as a witness, obviously you can analyze the numbers, but you can't say to this jury that she didn't work there, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
In your review of what you have, in fact, it indicates that she did.
Right.
But you see some things that are off.
Could you be more clear?
Yeah, you saw some issues. You saw sequential checks.
Gotcha.
You saw advance pay. That you saw some things that were a little bit off, and you brought that up in direct examination, right?
It's just analysis work, just giving all angles.
All right. So Going back to the records for a second, did you get the records for Erica Johnson or Clariza Loredo?
No,
Any other employee of the Adelson Institute?
no,
Do you know whether they filled out applications
I do not.
or whether they got performance evaluations
No,
or had a W-2?
I don't.
You would agree with me that there could be businesses out there that just don't do this stuff.
That's possible, yes.
But it doesn't mean that Ms. Magbanua didn't work there.
Correct.
All right. Now let's go back to the checks, these checks. You've never sat and spoken with Donna Adelson, correct?
No, I have not.
And for the jury, and correct me if I'm wrong, Donna Adelson is the one that's writing all these checks.
She signed all the checks, yes.
You don't know her work schedule,
I do not.
her check writing habits.
No,
You don't have any checks for those other employees to see if Ms. Magbanua's pay was any different than theirs, right?
there would have been checks in the bank statements that I looked at.
Okay, so have you done a spreadsheet for Clariza Loredo, for Erica Johnson?
No,
So you can't say whether this was in any way different than the way that Donna Adelson functioned for all of her employees.
that's correct.
All right. Can you say when these checks were given to Ms. Magbanua?
I can't.
Now, what we have here, and I think the jury gets it, I want to go through it. This is the date that's posting, the check number, the amount, the date on the check is that. And the issue that you saw is that the checks are being written before the memo date, right?
The check's being written before the end of the work week, which is listed in the memo.
Okay, and again, we don't know. I mean, Donna Adelson, she could work 1 day a week.
That's correct.
How many times out of these 44 checks did Ms. Magbanua cash the check, going on the posting date on the left, cash the check before the pay period ended?
None.
All right. That would indicate to you that she's not getting the check until after the pay period, correct? She could either be holding on to it and depositing it later,
That's true.
or she's not receiving it. Donna Adelson is coming in, doing a batch of checks, leaving them, and she's getting her checks after the pay period, right?
Correct.
You don't know either way.
That's correct.
Who would be the best person to explain Donna Adelson's check writing practices?
Donna Adelson.
You, having worked at the state level and the federal level, you understand that the government can subpoena her to get up on that stand and answer questions to this jury, correct?
They could.
And she could explain why checks were written in a certain way.
Yes.
And shed light on all of this.
That's true.
Now, this one we're going to have to do some calendar math. On direct examination, you were asked about Ms. Magbanua's surgery that was in October, and talked about this line right here, which was the pay period. Now, you'd agree with me that on all these memo lines, like September 18th, you got 19, 20, 21, there's 3 days in between the pay period, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then 14, 15, 16, there's like 2 or 3 days in between the pay periods, right?
Yes.
How many days are there in October?
31.
So if we were to go October 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and it starts on the 20th, and it goes to the 30th, that would give 31st, 1st, 2nd, 3rd. There are a couple of days that are in between there, correct?
Yes.
All right. You don't know whether Ms. Magbanua had taken a couple of days while the surgery was taken, which would explain why there is that greater gap in between the pay periods there.
That's possible, yes.
And you also don't know why that memo line was kept blank, do you?
No,
You don't know what Ms. Magbanua's work hours were at the Adelson Institute,
I do not.
or what her work actually was.
That's true, I do not.
The fact that the memo line is clear could be an indication that she's working different days or that schedule is altered during that time, correct? Could be. You just don't know.
That's right.
Now, the theory here is that, if you know, the government's theory here is that this was free money for having helped with the murder, right?
I'm not really going to comment on their theory. I don't know.
Okay. Well, you were asked a question on direct examination of a flight that Charles Adelson paid for Miss Magbanua, right?
Yes.
In review of Charles Adelson's iCloud data, have you seen the messages where Miss Magbanua pays him back for that?
I don't recall seeing that.
All right. Now, you've also gone through Miss Magbanua's Bank of America accounts. I have no doubt that you've gone through every single line,
Yeah.
right? And you figured out all the amounts. 1 second, John. One brief moment, John. You're on, may I approach?
Yes.
Yes, I'm showing you one page on one of the statements. You know what that is, right?
Yes, it's Miss Magbanua's Bank of America account 6984.
And it's one page out of an entire statement with transactions from Miss Magbanua?
Yes.
And you know what that is because you painstakingly went over every transaction over the years?
Yes.
And that is in the same or substantially the same condition that it was in the last time you saw it?
I believe so.
Defense offered with the pre-mark is defense 20 is defense 20.
Any objection? Be admitted as defense exhibit 20.
Publisher?
Yes.
So Ms. Hall, the thought was that the flight was a gift, right?
I cannot say, it just showed the charge for it.
All right, you'd agree with me that Ms. Magbanua was getting dental work done and being charged by the Adelson Institute paying for it, that she ain't getting stuff for free.
Objection to speculation.
That's sustained.
Did Ms. Magbanua pay the Adelson Institute for some procedure?
It appears so, yes.
Would that indicate to you that it is free or paid for?
It was paid for.
You were asked questions on your direct examination by Ms. Dugan, and you made a comment about a statement by Ms. Magbanua, right?
What statement?
So you said you reviewed Ms. Magbanua's statement, right? Testimony.
Yes.
And you were asked a specific portion of that, correct?
Oh, could you clarify what we're referring to?
All right, so on direct examination, you talked about a statement by Ms. Magbanua that you reviewed. Remember that?
Are you talking about her testimony?
Correct.
I don't think I reviewed any of her specific testimony.
Okay, so did I mishear on direct examination when you said that?
I don't remember ever saying that.
All right, have you reviewed those
No.
statements?
No.
All right, do you know they exist, right?
I know she was testifying last time at this first trial.
And Ms. Kappelman was asking her questions, right?
I believe so.
And it was about 4 hours long.
I was under rule, I couldn't watch it.
Understood, fair enough. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Bank statements I was asking you about,
Yeah, I don't know.
ma'am.
It was bank statements, not her statements.
Okay,
So,
just want to be clear. He asked you about a payment from her account to the Adelson Institute. Do you know what doctor she saw at the Adelson Institute in January 2015, the same day as that payment, or which dentist she saw?
no, I don't.
Okay, would it refresh your recollection to see her discussing which dentist she saw?
Sure.
Ms. Dugan, you can show it to us. Thank you. And give exhibits there too. So I would ask that you use the full one. Okay, we'll recall.
That correspond with the same date? Okay. Mhm. Okay.
Did that help refresh any recollection about what dentist she may have seen that day?
According to those records, it says she saw Mr. Adelson, Harvey
Adelson, the father.
Adelson.
All right, while we're on the topic, or on the topic of Adelson Institute, I'll just ask this. As to Donna Adelson, you said you're familiar with the fact that the state can subpoena witnesses. Are you familiar with the fact that people that are suspected of crimes also have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent? Is that
Objection,
something?
Your Honor. Sidebar.
Let's go sidebar. All right, the objection is sustained. The question will not be permitted, and move on to the next question.
Yes, sir. Would Adelson Institute employees like Erica Johnson or Clarissa Libredo, if they were asked about Donna Adelson's check writing practices, whether she wrote sequential checks, is that something that could possibly give us insight into that?
Yes.
You said, the records from Adelson Institute did not detail the hours, any hours that Katherine Magbanua worked or what her job was. Was the response from Adelson Institute sparse in comparison to responses you've received in analysis for businesses in the past?
Yes.
The defense showed you something in the iCloud where they were discussing the Lexus. Was there anything in the bank records that would indicate a payment from Katherine Magbanua to any of the Adelsons for this Lexus?
No.
Defense showed you this.
So that's mine. It may still be up there. Let me see the one again. No, it's the one that doesn't have SEO next to Jerome Ober's off. I got it here somewhere, or it still may be up there. I'll look.
But basically, the defense showed you an employment timeline that you made a couple of years ago. And on that employment timeline, thank you, there was some information. On this employment timeline, or there's additional information on the current employee timeline than on the prior employee timeline, right?
That's correct.
Okay, do we have more bank records now than we had in 2019 in this case?
Yes.
Okay, so your employment timeline now reflects the additional bank records we had and the additional payments that she had from these businesses or other businesses from the additional months of records we got from January to July of 2013?
Objection, Your Honor, mischaracterization of the cross-examination.
Overruled. You can
Yes.
answer.
Okay. So one of the reasons the employee timeline is different is because of the additional bank records that we received.
That's correct.
Okay. He also asked you about a payment that you were able to attribute to Jerome Obed that you originally had as an unknown source of income. You said it was a Bancor payment?
Yes,
So it was a payment from a bank called Bancor.
yes,
And at the time, in 2019, you didn't know exactly what that was. So you put it as an unknown source of income in your pie chart.
yes,
Okay. You put it as a source of income. It wasn't cash. It was a source of income that was deposited into your account. You just didn't know where it was from.
I believe I listed it as Bancor.
Bancor. Okay, thank you, Bancor. But then you were able to dig deeper and see it was actually a payment from Jerome Obed's office.
Yes,
So you added that to your employee timeline as well.
yes,
Okay. So you found what was basically an income source that you weren't sure about. You found where it was a legitimate source of income and you listed it as such.
that's correct.
Okay, which is kind of in her favor. What
Yes,
you
it
say?
is. Yes, it is.
Also in the employee timeline, the defense asked you about, it doesn't reflect if she was working in a job where she only earned cash at a nightclub. Okay, so if a nightclub like, let's say a Hollywood Live, do you have any knowledge of Hollywood Live, what that is?
No.
If Hollywood Live is an all cash business, is that something that you would be able to track on your employment timeline?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Overruled.
If Hollywood Live is an all cash business, is that something you would be able to track on your employment timeline based on the bank records?
No,
If Katherine Magbanua worked at Hollywood Live prior to if Katherine Magbanua worked at Hollywood Live prior to July of 2014, would she be working at Hollywood Live during the August cash spike?
no, no,
If she worked at Fate in 2015, April through June of 2015, when she received those bounce checks, would that be after the August cash spike?
yes,
And they asked you about, could Dr. Obed have been paying her in cash? She was receiving paychecks from Broward Dermatology, where Dr. Obed was her boss.
yes,
Is that correct? Okay. And for Sigfredo Garcia, were his paychecks being deposited into her account in 2016?
no, they were in his account.
Okay. If she took him to court for child support in 2015, would his financial assistance in 2016 be after that?
Yes,
And your 2019 employment timeline, you had an employment timeline like this with bar graphs, but there was also one that had a line graph and a murder line, the same as this one, right?
yes,
Okay. If the person receiving these Adelson Institute checks were the the period, the time period for the dates worked is in the memo line. Would the person see that and could deposit it after that time period?
Oh, you have an objection?
Speculation. As to
That's
what somebody else would
speculation.
say.
That's
Okay.
sustained.
The time period for the date worked is on each check though?
Yes.
Did you review Katherine Magbanua's tax filings?
I did.
Was there any indication in her tax filings in 2013, 2014, 2015 where she claimed any employment at any bars, restaurants, clubs?
No.
Did she report any cash tips on her tax returns?
No.
If you were hired by the defense instead of the state, would your analysis be any different of these bank records and employment records?
No.
That's all.
All right, can we excuse the witness?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're excused now. Thank you. Statement call its next witness.
State calls Oscar Jimenez.
Oscar Jimenez, please. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. So please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat. Just need you to scoot up to that microphone, speak loud and clear into that, please.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Oscar E. Jimenez Jr. My first name is O-S-C-A-R, middle initial E, J-I-M-E-N-E-Z.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm retired.
What about back in 2016?
I was a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
How long were you employed with the FBI?
I was 22 and a half years.
What were your duties back in 2016?
Back then, I was assigned to a violent crime squad working human trafficking and innocent images.
As part of your duties, were you asked to participate in an undercover operation relating to a murder that occurred here in Tallahassee?
Yes.
All right, and was that the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes.
All right, and was this something that, this type of undercover operation, was it something you'd participated in before?
I've participated in numerous operations with different criminal activity, but I've participated in some like this also.
All right, and what was your role in reference to this particular operation?
In this operation, I was portraying myself as a Latin King member, and my job was to initiate a bump.
All right, a Latin King gang member?
Correct.
All right, and you were going to initiate a bump. What does a bump mean?
Well, a bump is a term we use in law enforcement where an undercover, like myself, would approach somebody, either a target or a subject of interest, and it would be used to either solicit information, give information, or possibly set up a follow-up meeting.
All right, and could the purpose be to generate discussion for a wiretap?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, and on this particular occasion, I'm going to draw your attention to April 19th of 2016. What specifically were you asked to do?
On that particular day, I was instructed to bump Mrs. Donna Adelson and hand her a flyer.
All right, and when you say bump, are you going to walk up to her?
That is correct.
And did that take place on the street in public?
It did.
All right, in Miami?
It is southern Miami, I believe.
All right, I'm going to approach with what I've marked as States 83. you recognize States 83?
Yes, I do.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of what was on the piece of paper that you handed, other than the handwriting that we're going to discuss in a moment?
Yes, my recollection it
All
is.
right, so you handed a piece of paper to Donna Adelson, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and everything that's on this paper was similar to what you handed her, or exactly the same as what you handed her, other than some handwriting?
What really stands out to me is Mr. Markel's photograph and the handwriting. I can't say for sure about everything else on the paper.
Okay, was there an article on the piece of paper as well, or could it have just been a photo?
No, I believe it was some type of news article.
Okay, but you didn't memorize the news article to say whether this is the identical one?
No, I did not.
Okay, so is it fair to say this is the same or similar, substantially similar to what you handed to Donna Adelson?
Yes, correct.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 83.
Any objection?
Ultimately, no, Your Honor, but there's a best evidence situation. It's not an exact copy of the original.
All right, that's overruled. It'll be admitted. States 83.
Can I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Publishing States 83. So we've got a article here with a photograph of Dan Markel, and you mentioned on the piece of paper that you handed to Donna Adelson, there was something handwritten. What was handwritten on that piece of paper?
There was a dollar amount, and a phone number.
All right, and what was the dollar amount, if you recall?
I believe it was $5,000.
Okay, and what about the phone number? Do you have that committed to memory?
I do not. The only thing I know is that was my undercover cell number.
All right, and is there something that could refresh your recollection as to that?
My report, my 302.
All right, do you have a copy of that on you?
I do not.
Okay, give us just a moment.
He said the deposition he doesn't remember.
All right, so we've got a phone number on there that goes to what when you call it?
My undercover, it's a covert cell phone number.
All right, and if somebody during this operation was to call that cell number, they would either get you on the phone?
Just myself.
Okay, or what? Possibly a voicemail?
Or a voicemail. Yes, there was a voicemail on it.
Okay, his 302. All right. And was the operation in which you approached Donna Adelson on the street and handed her this piece of paper, was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
How was it recorded?
It was recorded both video and audio.
All right. And were you wearing a body-worn camera on your person?
I was, and that recorder recorded audio and video.
Okay. And was there also a team positioned further away that could record the interaction from across the street?
That is correct. There were security teams that were also recording.
Have you had an opportunity to review both the body-worn camera video and what we're calling the combined video that puts your audio on with the video from across the street?
I have had a chance.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as states 112 and 113. And have you initialed both of those exhibits indicating that they're fair and accurate copies?
Yes,
Okay, of both the recordings we just discussed.
that is correct.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to introduce states 112, which is the body-worn camera of the undercover operative, as well as 113, which is what I've described as the joint video that includes the video from across the street.
Any objection?
No more than the previous motions and objections.
All right, to be admitted as states 112 and 113.
All right.
Have you?
Talk to me.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to publish States Exhibit 113, the combined bump video.
Okay.
black shorts. What is it? Yeah. Okay, bud. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Pluto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuco. Well, this will explain it. Thank you. Not from this area.
Did that conclude your contact with Donna Adelson?
Yes.
All right, and I wasn't able to put my hands on your report yet, but I do have did you offer prior testimony in reference to this matter?
Yes.
Would it refresh your recollection regarding the exact phone number written on that paper to review that testimony?
Yes.
I'm going to approach with page 250.
Oh. Yeah. Where are we looking? You just say it to him.
About the middle of the page there, line 13. Yes, sir. Does that refresh your recollection about the number?
Yes, it does.
Does that appear to be correct?
Yes, it does.
And what is that phone number?
305-712-6570.
So that was your undercover number at the time?
That is correct.
I want to ask you about a couple other phone calls that we hear your voice on. One is, did anyone ever call the undercover number?
They did.
All right, I want to ask you about April 28, 2016, and I'm going to approach with State's Exhibit 134. You had an opportunity to review that exhibit?
Yes.
All right, and is that a fair and accurate call of recording of the call that we're speaking of where somebody called your undercover number and it was recorded?
That is,
law enforcement.
yes.
All right. Judge, this is one of the exhibits we're going to discuss further at a later time.
All right.
All right, and then State's Exhibit 128, did you also make an undercover call to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
All right, and why, what was the purpose of that phone call?
I was trying to get Mrs. Adelson on the phone, and also the purpose to tickle the wire.
All right, and was that done on April 28th, 2016?
Yes, it was.
All right, so it's basically an additional bump to generate further conversation on the wire?
Another form, yes.
Okay, and is States 128 a fair and accurate copy of the phone call you made to the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
All right, and Judge, that's another exhibit we'll take up at a later time. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yeah. Good afternoon, how are you?
Doing well. Thank you.
All right. Let's talk about, for a minute, the operation that day. You guys were down on south of 5th and Miami Beach, right?
I believe so, yes.
There was a whole bunch of agents that were involved.
Yes.
Because you need to have it for security to have other agents around, correct?
Correct.
The Miami Beach Police Department, they were also involved.
Yes.
So we had dozens of personnel.
There's quite a few.
It's a good amount of taxpayer money of agents and law enforcement that are involved, right?
Yes.
There's also a high altitude plane.
That I understand that my job in this operation was simply to be the undercover agent. What was in the air or how many law enforcement were around, I can't tell you.
I'm not saying it was your choice to
No,
spend
I'm
the
saying
money.
that I don't know if there was or there was not a high altitude plane is what I'm saying.
All right. But you'd agree with me that it was a full-on operation, right?
Sure, yes.
With respect to the letter that was given, and understanding that you're not the case agent,
Correct.
it's not you making the decision.
Yes, sir.
This is not the letter that was actually handed to Daniel,
Not the one that's on that.
nor is it an exact copy of it.
Well, I remember, to my recollection, I remember a news article, some type of news article, and Mr. Markel's picture on it.
You would agree with me that you don't remember exactly what was written on it.
Now I remember the dollar amount that was written on it, that was handwritten on it, and the phone number that was written on it. There was a phone number written on it.
But you can't recall exactly how it was written, right?
How it was written? What do you mean by how it was written?
Are you telling this jury that you fully remember what was written on the paperwork that was given to Miss Adelson?
What was handwritten, yes.
Correct.
What was written on it. How it was written, I don't know.
Okay. You would agree with me that for the Federal Bureau of Investigation, it was an oversight not to make a copy of the exact one that was given over.
That is correct.
In the previous bumps you've done previous bumps, right?
Numerous.
Copies are made of whatever's handed over to the target.
Yes.
Now, the purpose of these bumps, and I think it's obvious, but let's go through it, that you approach a target and you want to see what actions are taken after that bump, right?
Well, like I stated earlier, there's different purposes for a bump, but in this situation, that would be correct. We bump and see what would happen after.
You want to see who's going to contact who.
The purpose of the bump was to activate or tickle the wire.
All right. You want to tickle and see how it grows. Sort of like plant a tree and see how it grows, right?
Something like that.
All right. Now, you'd agree with me that there's two different ways to do this. You can do it organically, where you just go up and go, we helped you with the situation, we want money, right? Could have done that.
That's pretty much what we did.
But instead, it was not done organically because you said, my brother, right? You said your family, right? You said Katie twice, right?
Correct.
And you said Tuto twice.
That is correct.
And ultimately, there was communication between Charles Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, and then Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, who is Tuto.
That I don't, like I said, I don't know what happened
Not the
after
case
that.
agent. You would agree with me, though, that it could have been more effective to just not mention names of people to then see if people are going to communicate instead of giving a roadmap of what you think the communication should be.
I just did as I was instructed.
And that was Agent Patrick Sanford that instructed you?
That is correct.
Your Honor, if I could have one brief moment, I think I'm done. All right. Thank you.
Redirect?
You did prepare, you call it a 302, but it's a report in reference to this matter, correct?
That is correct.
And the
302.
purpose of the 302 or the report is to document the details of what's done so that you don't have to remember the phone number 8 years later, 6 years later, how many ever years it is, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and your report did include the phone number as we just read to the
Objection,
jury?
Your Honor. Improper to read what's in the report.
State your question, please.
The report did contain the undercover phone number that we already read to the jury, correct?
Correct.
And it also contained the amount, the $5,000 amount that was written on the paper, yes?
I believe so.
Okay. Nothing further.
All right, we can excuse the witness.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. You're free to go.
All right, sir.
Okay, we're going to take our afternoon break now. We'll take about 15 minutes, and Deputy will take the jury out, and we'll be back to resume with the testimony about 3 o'clock, okay?
But it's not.
All right, jury's out of the courtroom, the door is closed, and we'll be in recess until 3 o'clock. Start promptly at that time. Please be seated. Anything before we bring the jury in? Ms. Kappelman?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
Your Honor, and this is looking forward to after the state rest, so if Your Honor wants me to wait on it, we're trying to track down an FHP trooper that we've had under subpoena since April. He was served in April. We've communicated over. The state did give me a phone number. We just want to put the court on notice of that. This is a witness that we do need to call. We haven't got a response yet.
Okay. Well, he won't be testifying until tomorrow.
At the earliest, yes.
Right, at the earliest. And so let's just keep me informed, and we'll see what we need to do in regard. Did you have any success in reaching anything when you called the phone number?
No, Your Honor. I did leave a voicemail directly on his line. I was not able to get an operator, and I have called a couple of times. I do have his email. I emailed that, and I also called the number and left the message that the state provided.
Okay.
So we're trying.
Do you know if he's still employed as a trooper?
Yeah, because we got service, yes.
Okay. And so do you know a particular office where he's employed? Do you have any of that?
Gainesville.
Okay. So have you tried to call that office?
Yes.
Okay. And any success in that? Have you spoken to anybody there?
Across the board, no response.
Okay.
So we know his signature line from the email, so we have his email address. We have the main station that's in his email. Then I have the location that my process server served him at, and we effectively have the proof of service, so I contacted that as well too, and the number that the government gave me. So we're trying to make sure that this isn't going to in any way delay the matter, but we're not getting a response from him right now.
Okay. All right. Just keep me informed, and if the court needs to get involved in that, then I will.
We're getting close, and that's why I'm putting the court on notice. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Okay, please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Special Agent Bronstein.
Mr. Bronstein, please. Good afternoon. Come to the witness stand, please. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand and respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Special Agent Louis Bronstein, Louis Bronstein.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a special agent with the FBI.
What about back on April 20th, 2016?
At that time, I was a special agent with the FBI.
All right. Did you participate in a surveillance operation in Miami at a restaurant called Dolce Vita?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you a few questions, like what type of place is that?
It was a small restaurant in kind of a strip mall type setup. Served pizza and gelato, that kind of stuff.
All right. Do you know where it is exactly?
North of Miami Beach.
Okay. What was the objective of the operation that day?
If I remember correctly, I was tasked with surveilling Charlie Adelson.
Okay. And was Charlie Adelson going to be in the restaurant meeting with someone else?
Yes.
And who was that?
Katherine Magbanua.
Okay. And were you supposed to, when you said you're supposed to surveil them, what equipment were you using to do that?
Right as I arrived in vicinity of that restaurant, I met with another agent in the parking lot and was given a audio-video recording device.
All right. And was the recording device in proper working order that day?
Yes.
And were you able to capture some images as well as some audio at the neighboring table?
Yes.
Okay. So can you kind of describe the setup of where you were in relation to Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua?
Yes. When I entered the restaurant, I saw that they were seated towards the back, about as far back as you can go into the restaurant, so the north end of the structure. And I saw that there was a vacant table, where one side is like a booth type seating up against the wall, and then chairs on the other side. So I sat as close as I could get to them without looking suspicious, I guess you could say.
Okay. And you had this equipment, was it camouflaged in some way?
Yes, it's in like a laptop bag, messenger bag type of thing.
All right. And during the initial minutes of the audio, it's particularly difficult to hear. Was there any movement associated with you positioning yourselves in those first minutes, or positioning the microphone closer to the subjects?
Oh, certainly.
Okay. And do you know about how long you were in there?
Roughly 1 hour.
And do you see the person in the courtroom today who met with Charlie Adelson and whose conversation you attempted to record on that day?
Yes, I do.
Could you point that person out and describe what she's wearing?
Seated, wearing glasses and a white shirt.
Okay, we got two of those.
In between the two attorneys.
All right, thank you. Let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. Have you had an opportunity to review the recording that came from your efforts?
Yes.
Okay. And it was a noisy restaurant, right?
That's correct.
A lot of background noise?
Yes.
That wasn't something that you were in control of?
That's correct.
Okay. You went in there, were you alone or were you with somebody else?
Another individual came into the restaurant and sat with me.
Okay, and was that person also an undercover?
Yes.
All right, and was that person also equipped with recording equipment?
Yes.
All right, and have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 114?
Yes.
Are these your initials on the thumb drive?
They are.
Okay, and is this a fair and accurate copy of the recordings that you and the other agent were able to capture that day in the restaurant?
Yes.
But at this time, I've asked to move in evidence State's 114.
All right, it'll be admitted subject to the previous objections made on the record.
Yes, Your Honor, and assuming they're the originals.
This is the original. Okay, so the recording device that was encapsulated in the laptop bag you were carrying, is that a high-tech, high-quality recording device?
Yes.
And it contains multiple, like an array of microphones that try to capture sound from different directions.
Yes.
Okay, so could you overhear the conversation that was occurring between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua?
I could overhear that a conversation was taking place. Due to the background noise, I could not discern what was exactly being said, except for one particular moment where it sounded like the air handler for the climate control for the building just stopped for a brief moment, and there was a substantially smaller amount of background noise.
All right, and you were able to hear the words that were said at that time?
Yes.
And what were those words?
Something to the effect of, and then she turned, and it was a fragment of a sentence that I made note of in an FBI Form 302.
All right, and who was the speaker of that fragment of sentence?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, are you able to tell the jury whether, from your perspective, whether one speaker or the other was louder between Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua?
I think Charlie Adelson was louder.
Okay. At any time during the time that you were seated next to them, did anyone get up and storm out of the restaurant, either of Mr. Adelson or Ms. Magbanua?
Yes, if I remember correctly, Mr. Adelson did.
He got up and stormed out? And would that be on the recording?
It's possible.
Okay. During the time that they were seated having a conversation, were the two of them, did they seem to be mutually engaged in conversation, or did it seem like only one party was speaking?
No, they seemed to be engaged with one another.
Okay. And
based on body language.
Okay. And then it's your recollection that he left first and then she left afterwards? Something else?
I would have to see the video to be certain of that.
Okay. So would the video be the best evidence of their departure?
Yes.
Okay. One moment, please. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Your Honor. Thank you. Agent, good to see you again.
Likewise.
Now, 2016, you had been with the FBI for a while, right?
I had been sworn in as an agent at the beginning of 2015 in January.
Now, if you could explain to the jury how the Department of Justice is over your agency and sort of the breakdown of that.
Well, briefly, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is a component of the Department of Justice, wherein we serve as the investigative arm, if you will.
All right. Now, let's talk about the Department of Justice policy when it comes to things like recordings and reports. If you as an agent are speaking to somebody who is in custody, what is the Department of Justice, I'll refer to it as DOJ, what's a DOJ's policy when dealing with in-custody people? You have to record that, right?
I would have to have the regulation in front of me to speak to it, but generally speaking, that is the protocol.
All right. Now, if a recording for some reason is not done, you do a report, like you just talked about, a 302, right?
Yes.
This is DOJ policy that this stuff is documented, right?
Yes.
All right. Let's now turn to 2016, Katherine Magbanua. You talked a little bit about what you saw. Would you agree with me that nothing stood out to you with her demeanor as you saw her from across the restaurant at the table in Dolce Vita?
My impression was that she was engaged in a conversation with Charlie Adelson. That was my overall assessment, if you will.
And that's the extent of your assessment?
Yes.
All right, 1 second. I'm going to check with co-counsel. All set. Thank you, Edgar. Good seeing you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
We can excuse the witness.
You can be excused.
All right. Thank you, sir. Have a good day. State may call its next witness.
State calls Keith McElveen.
Keith McElveen, please. All right, good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Okay. Please raise your right hand, respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Please have a seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen. The last name is spelled M-C-E-L-V-E-E-N.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a forensic engineer.
How long have you been a forensic engineer?
About 35 years now.
What is a forensic engineer?
We take audio, video, computer data and try to restore it or enhance it as needed.
What training and experience do you have in this area?
I have given or received over 20 courses in speech enhancement, in audio restoration, and forensic audio.
All right. And during the course of your employment, have you worked for the federal government?
I have.
And you currently are self-employed, is that right?
I work for Wave Sciences, a company that I founded.
Were you asked to clarify the audio from a restaurant recording in the case that we're here about today?
I was.
What were you provided with in this case?
Thumb drives
Right.
with audio and video evidence.
Okay. And were they from two separate devices from a restaurant recording?
Yes.
All right. And what device, was there one device that was particularly better audio-wise?
Yes, there were. One device had clear looking video in the file. The other one had a mesh cover to the video camera. The one that had the mesh cover was the much better audio capture.
All right, so we had one with better video and one with better audio. Is that right?
Exactly.
So your focus is the audio, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't do anything with the video as far as clarifying the video or doing anything with that?
That's correct.
All right, so let's talk about the audio. So you focused on the second device that had the better audio recording. What types of, was it one file or multiple files that you were provided with?
We were provided with multiple files. Originally it was one huge file, which was too big for our tool to handle without choking. So we then asked for it to be broken up into 3 pieces. And the pieces we asked to be overlapped so there would be no chance that something would be missed and a word left out here or there.
All right, so this is approximately 45-minute recording to begin with, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, and we've separated it into what we're calling beginning, middle, and end segments?
Yes.
Okay, and there's some overlap between the 2 segments to make sure nothing gets lost.
Exactly.
All right,
I think it was
what can you
about
tell
2
us?
minutes per segment of overlap.
What can you tell us about the quality or the issues with the quality on these recordings or this recording?
The audio quality was very poor due to distance, due to noise, and due to the configuration of the equipment. The location changed somewhat. The place that the second recording device was positioned was on a bench, and I believe it was leaning against the operator of the equipment, and therefore it would rub against his leg, or was propped against his leg from the best that I could tell from looking at the video and listening to the audio. So that created pointing issues as well as rubbing noise issues. There was music going on. There was the way that the device was pointed. It wanted to pick up noises from the kitchen. If and when the video from device 2 is viewed, you'll see behind the male that it's pointed generally toward, that there's a swinging kitchen door, which is very thin, and the dishwashing sink was right beside the door. So you get a lot of dish clatter. There was also like coffee grinder and blender noises and all kind of things going on.
All right. Could you explain for the jury the processes that you employed to try to clarify or improve the audio of the voices on the recording?
Initially, we used the standard techniques that have been practiced in forensic audio for the last 30 years. They yielded minimal improvement, some improvement, but not significant. So then we used our own tool that I mentioned earlier, and it works in a substantially different way. Instead of listening in a direction or trying to learn the noise, it tries to learn the person who's talking, and it works to focus in all the sound on the recording on that person's location. So the easiest way to think about it is like with a camera, and you have a camera lens. So if I focused the camera on your face, things close and far away are going to be all blurry, but your face is going to be sharp. And that's what our tool does, is it focuses in on that person and then blurs out and reduces the rest.
And did you attempt to focus in on the person of both Charlie Adelson as well as, well, I should say the male speaker as well as the female speaker on the recording?
Exactly. In each of the 3 segments, we had to set the tool up independently for each segment. And then in some segments, there just wasn't much voice to deal with. In segment 1, the beginning, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of motion. The operator has not moved very close to the male and the female, and there's not much voice there to get a focus lock on. Starting in about 7.5 minutes into the first segment, the positioning changes and it gets a lot more clear, and we could begin getting a lock. And by about, I think it's 17.5 minutes in, then they finally move, and a much better lock is capable of being achieved, at least on the male. The female did not get a very good lock at all in the first segment. In the second segment, we were able to get a lock on the female for the first time, and the lock on the male was still good.
All right, so was there a significant difference in the quality or ability to clarify the male voice versus the female voice in general?
Yes, there was. The male voice was stronger, partly because being masculine and a stronger voice box, partly because the male is talking in the general direction toward the device that's capturing the audio. The female has a softer voice, doesn't talk nearly as much, so there's fewer opportunities to glimpse her voice, and then was talking in the general direction away from the recording device. And I would like to just continue one point. You can, once you've listened to the different segments, the male repeatedly 8 or more times says, "What was that?" And he was only sat 2.5 feet maybe when their heads are close together. So he was having difficulty hearing her with her talking in his direction. So the recording device was in a very disadvantaged location.
All right. Even though the recording devices were at the next table.
Yeah.
Just kind of worked out that way.
Exactly.
And did you make some efforts to actually go down to this location and take some measurements of the way sound operates within the room where these recordings were made to try to assist your clarification efforts?
I did.
Could you tell us about
Traveled there to the restaurant location and made a good number of recordings over the period of 2 days, trying to get enough of kind of post event forensic recordings to see if they could be used, but we were incapable of getting more than 3 or 4 additional words that were just "I'm going to the bathroom" type of utterance that well, actually not that, but due to the fact that many things had changed, both in the environment and in the recording equipment in the intervening years.
I want to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 115. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do. It has my marks on it.
All right, and what does the exhibit contain?
This is the recordings from the devices that have been enhanced and that I returned to your office.
All right, so does this exhibit contain your best efforts in reference to the voices in the restaurant that day?
It does.
All right. And is there any part of your processing that actually interferes or changes the voices themselves or the words that are being uttered?
Absolutely not. The way that our tool works is you configure it, you input the audio, you hit process, and then you go away. There's no ability for it to add, to delete, or to otherwise edit any of the content. The operator has no ability to make any changes in real time while it's doing its processing. You just get what comes out the end. And then our forensics procedures that we practice in our laboratory require us to follow a certain workflow. So we have a procedure that's gone through certain steps that are executed the same way for each recording.
All right, and are all of those steps and processes the standard in your field?
Yes, they are.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to introduce State's Exhibit 115.
All right, 115 will be admitted into evidence subject to any previous objections.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Cross-examination?
Sure. Thank you. Better up here. How you doing? I hope you had a good flight down.
Yes, thank you.
Just a couple of questions. You'll be heading back to the airport. So Ms. Kappelman asked you about your best efforts. Let's go through the timeline. This recording is from 2016, correct?
Correct.
The government, they just came to you a couple of months ago, correct?
That would be the second time and when we received the entire recording set, yes.
All right, so into 2022, you get handed to you at a gas station parking lot halfway between where you're from in Florida, right? And you get handed the raw data. The
raw data for device 2, yes.
And you're given a very short time frame to work on these items, correct?
I think that Perhaps you're confusing something else in the deposition. The first delivery that we did was using the standard techniques, and that was what we were in a rush to provide before the deposition. What we had plenty of time to do this second one where we refocused the audio.
Okay, so let me ask that differently, and we're on the same page. The item that the government just gave you to enter in, which would be your enhancement, you just provided that recently, correct?
Not that long ago. I don't remember the date exactly. But
We're
I
not
can check
talking
my
years,
notes.
we're talking like weeks and months, right?
Correct.
And there was a pressure to get this done within a certain time frame, correct?
I can't say that I felt pressured to meet any specific
Fair enough.
date.
Fair enough. So you were asked questions about the first segment, right?
Yes.
There's 3 total segments. In the first segment, which would be the introduction, the beginning, you can't make anything out.
We provided our best cleanup.
Yeah.
I would say that if you listen carefully, you can recover words, but it's not as good as the situation that existed by the time that the operation had progressed into what is captured in segments 2 and 3.
Now, with respect to the equipment that was used to make the recording, you're aware of that, correct?
I don't understand the question.
The microphone that was used was a directional microphone.
It has that capability.
And your understanding of the one that was used here and how it was used is that it was pointed at the male, not at the female.
It is my assessment as a forensics examiner based upon looking at the video and listening to the audio. But I should point out that the video is a fisheye video, so it's distorted.
Sort of like when you're looking at somebody outside of your door, that type view?
Yes.
Okay.
And that makes it very difficult unless you have special training in doing the undistortion of that type of camera image to be able to say exactly where it was pointed.
All right. But based on the audio that you've reviewed, is it your belief that it was focused on the male and not on the female? It's okay to agree
I
with
would
me.
not use the word focus.
Okay.
And I would say that the device was turned toward that table, but the way that the audio pickup, and because of the acoustics I explained earlier with the male talking more in the direction of the recording device and the female talking, the voice is propagating away in the general direction, that the net effect was that he ends up being the prominent voice.
Okay, we can agree on that, that what is more prominent is the male voice.
Correct.
All right. Now let's talk about Dolce Vita. You recently went down there and you took a look at the restaurant, right?
Yes.
So it's not a big restaurant, is it?
No.
Is it bigger or smaller than the well? So from the bar there, from the judge all the way back to these tables to the jury to the screen.
By volume, it's a little bit bigger. It's longer.
But not much bigger.
Not significantly bigger.
From you to where? To what row?
Are you talking about from the front door to the very back at the kitchen door, or what dimension are you asking about?
Wherever a patron could go. A patron is not going to walk into the kitchen.
If I'm positioned roughly at the front of the establishment and the first table as they were configured when I went, which is not necessarily how they were configured during the original operation, then I would say that the distance is probably to the kitchen door was probably about the 3rd to 4th row of bench seats in the rear.
Okay, so you're at the entrance, the 3rd to the 4th row right there, that's going to be the back of the restaurant.
Yeah,
Roughly,
this is just my rough estimate,
roughly.
yes.
In the width of it, it's not a terribly wide restaurant. Maybe from here to the jury?
For the patron seating area, yes.
So if somebody were to be sitting in the back, I mean, it's not like there's a back that's like all the way in the back of a restaurant, in a large restaurant where somebody could, be hiding and talking, right?
Correct.
It's a small, intimate place.
Yes.
Now, you had said something on direct, and I just want to understand it correctly, where you said you knew the distance between the female, Miss Magbanua, and Mr. Adelson, that you knew their distance, but you weren't there when the recording was made, obviously, right?
I was not there when the recording was made, but on the clear video, then you can see the male leaning forward and back in his chair. Although the chairs were obviously different chairs than were there during the original recording, the tables looked the same.
But you don't know. I mean, it could have been a table that, you know, it's this wide or a little bit wide. You just don't know, right?
Yes, and I gave an approximate distance. I was not trying to say that that it was exactly 2.5 feet.
All right. And to help for what they're sitting, basically, you're probably where the agent is. You got Mr. Adelson sitting on this side of the table, and then on the other side of the table, however wide it is, you have Miss Magbanua when they're having a conversation. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
I think I'm done. Give me 1 second. Thank you so much. Good seeing you.
All right, redirect.
So the thumb drive that I showed you that you etched your initials into, this is your final audio product, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And does this contain video as well, or no?
I would have to go back and look at it again, but what I returned by thumb drive, I believe, for the final process did not contain video.
Right.
The first delivery did contain video where we used the standard enhancement techniques.
Okay.
But I do not believe that's not the thumb drive you have in your hand.
The thumb drive I have in my hand is the final product, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's the final best effort on the audio.
It is.
Okay, but you have also had an opportunity to review the exhibit that my office prepared with your best effort audio as well as the video from the equipment that was in the restaurant that we talked about earlier that had the better video.
I have.
Okay, so those two things were put together, and is that fair and accurate exhibit of the video that you were initially provided with along with your best effort audio?
Yes, I reviewed the video with our audio put in it, and I checked two things. One, that the audio seemed to be the same audio, and it was, and two, that the timing of where the audio was inserted relative to the movements in the video were synchronous. In other words, when somebody's hand made a motion to emphasize an utterance, then the word comes up. When the mouth moves, the word comes up.
Okay. And did you initial or do anything to initial that particular item of evidence that has both on it?
For the demonstrative, no, I did not.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to ask for a brief recess at this time so the witness may review the exhibit and tell us whether it is in fact his audio on the video as discussed.
And is this on exhibit 115 or 116? Is on 115?
No, sir, it's 114. I'm going to need a short recess, Judge.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. We're going to take a short recess then. And please take the jury out, Deputy.
Make sure that I can get to. I think I have an adapter that will put it in there. Yes.
All right, jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. Please be seated.
So I think what I've done, Your Honor, is introduced the final product, which I intended to introduce with this witness, along with his final product, which is 115. That's correct.
All right, is 115 just the audio?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's the one thing I am confident of. 114 should have been marked 116. which I think this witness is about to tell us is,
I need an adapter. I need to borrow a different laptop. Mine will not handle this one.
114 was admitted in through the special agent.
yes, I admitted the wrong item. I have to recall him and admit the real 114, which I did show him the exhibit outside the courtroom and actually play it for him. So I apologize for the confusion, but if this witness is able to say, yes, it is my audio on the video, it should be 116, but this is the thing. I previously showed Bronstein and called 114.
So this is what you're calling what on this exhibit list?
The final composite.
Dolce Vita composite.
Yes, sir. $114. I basically just didn't show him 114. I showed him I showed Bronstein 116.
All right.
Is what I think I did.
Okay.
So I'd ask the initial question.
Right. and you're
114
right, it
is
wasn't.
original surveillance raw data.
Correct. And I do have that exhibit, which we can introduce now by stipulation, or I can recall Bronstein and do it again.
Stefan? All right.
I just want it labeled 114. Basically just had two exhibits swapped, Judge.
Okay.
And since they're all just thumb drives and this, it's really hard to tell what's correct.
So 114, the surveillance, you showed him 116. You'd need to bring him back to show him 114, which would then be admitted subject to any other objections. We can have that stipulation, then, or the state's going to recall the witness.
So, Your Honor, and we were discussing it here, we fear that there, in the off chance that there's a mistake, something goes to the jury, that they go through whatever steps they need to go through to ensure that it is the exact items.
Okay, this is 114. What should have been introduced as 114 and what I would introduce as 114 with Bronstein is currently playing right now, so the defense can check that out. It's the same item that was previously entered in the previous trial through Bronstein. Got it out of the clerk's office. Remarking it.
Okay, so basically what we're doing right now is 114, which was shown to Bronstein, which 116 was shown to him. 114 is withdrawn at this point unless it's stipulated to by the defense.
Correct.
Your Honor, normally we would stipulate because we want it to move smoothly, but we do not want to take the responsibility for any mistake that may have happened.
Right,
So-
well, we're looking at 114 right now. Do you want to look at what 114 is? Or we'll go ahead and recall. I
So the
mean,
issue
I don't
is-
know what normally and why this is abnormal, but the state will just recall the witness. Is your witness,
Yes, sir.
you want to make sure that he's remained outside?
He's still here. This disc is the same disc he initialed in the last trial. His initials are still on it, so I just showed him the wrong thing.
All right.
It's my
Your
mistake.
Honor, just so Your Honor knows, the issue is that we've had so many enhancements in this, I can't just look at it and say that's the right
This is the
enhancement.
raw data. This is not
Right.
the enhancement.
I understand, and I can't just look at it and know that that's the raw data.
She can show it to you.
But there's no way for us to know if that's the raw data or one that was minimally enhanced. There's so many different versions of it.
How, okay, then he'll have to identify it then.
It's fine, Judge.
And then with respect to the disc, I mean, of course, I'm not saying that the government did this, but could there have been a situation that the disc is different than the envelope that has the signature?
Well, now you're
possibly?
making all kinds of things up, mister, because there's been no allegations of that.
And I'm not
Okay.
making it, and I'm not making it, but obviously they had some things that were disorganized, and we don't want to we don't want.
The one mistake that was made was the wrong exhibit was shown to the wrong witness.
Right.
And so it was a correct witness, but it was the wrong exhibit. So the state will recall, let's go ahead and what do you need to make sure now with this witness?
I I need this witness to agree that 116 is his audio coupled with the video that he was originally provided.
All right. So
Which he's
has he
nodding
viewed?
that he can do.
All right. Why don't you go ahead and ask him questions about that,
Proffer him.
please?
All right. Mr. McElveen, have you had an opportunity to review States 116?
I have,
What does States 116 contain?
to the best of my ability in the current situation, it contains the original video that I was sent by your office, coupled with the audio that we returned for device 2.
Judge, that would be the proffer.
All right. Do you have any questions?
No.
All right. Okay, so we can bring the jury back in.
Yes,
You'll
sir.
ask for it to be admitted through this witness, I'm gathering, correct?
Yes.
And then when you're done with this witness, and then we will bring in the other
Do
witness.
Bronson again.
All right,
Sorry,
let's
Judge.
bring the jury in. Please be seated. Thank you for your patience. We're ready to continue with the testimony. And Ms. Kappelman, we're ready to proceed with your continuation of the redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McElveen, have you had an opportunity to review States 116?
116, I have.
And does 116 fairly and accurately contain a copy of your best efforts on the audio as well as that video that we talked about coming from the other device?
Are you calling this one 116?
Yes, I'm calling it 116.
Okay, then yes, I have. Sorry,
All right,
I
Judge, at this time,
didn't want
I'd
either
ask
one
you-
of us to be confused.
I can be confused enough for both of us. All right, so Judge, at this time, I'd ask the movement of 116.
All right. Any objections other than those previously made on the record?
No, Your Honor.
All right. It will be admitted as 116.
Just to clarify, 115, your final product, just audio, and 116, your final product plus the video.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions?
All right. We can excuse the witness.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go. Have a good day. State may call its next witness.
State recalls Special Agent Bronstein.
All right. Special Agent Bronstein, please. All right. Mr. Bronstein, you've previously been sworn to tell the truth. You're still under oath. All right, sir? All right. Thank you. Please have a seat.
We just missed you. It's been so long. All right. I previously approached and showed you a thumb drive, which we reviewed outside the courtroom shortly before your testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as state 114 and ask if you recognize this disc.
Yes, those are my initials.
Okay, and did you previously review this disc and initial it as containing all of the raw data from the recording devices that you and your fellow agent carried into the restaurant to make these recordings?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I would ask to move in evidence states 114.
Any objection other than those previously stated on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. It'll be admitted as states 114.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
I think that clears it up.
All right. Do you have any cross-examination?
I'd hate for him to come all the way back and not have a cross, but no, I have nothing for him.
All right. Thank you. Okay, you're free to go. Thank you. All right. The state may call its next witness.
State calls Agent Pat Sanford.
Agent Sanford, please. Good afternoon. Before you have a seat, we're going to swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Respond to the clerk.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
My name is Patrick Sanford, Sanford. First name is Patrick. I'm a special agent with the FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Approximately a little over 23 years.
Were you involved in the investigation of the murder of Dan Markel?
Yes, I was.
What was your role in that investigation?
Initially, I was just brought in just to assist with some leads and some follow-up things that were out of town, out of Tallahassee, and out of state. And as the investigation went on, I got more and more involved.
When you began, what agency were you assisting?
The Tallahassee Police Department.
And then as you became more involved, was that because the investigation grew more and more into areas outside of Tallahassee?
That's correct.
All right. And did you become sort of like a co-lead with ISOM, who we previously heard from?
That's correct.
All right. Was this an unusual arrangement for the FBI to assist local law enforcement, or is that something the FBI does routinely?
No, we do it routinely. We work with all law enforcement, state, local, and other federal partners.
Are you familiar with a Luis Rivera and his role in this case?
Yes, I am.
All right. And are you aware of the defense allegation that there must have been some connection between either Garcia or Rivera and Charlie Adelson?
I've heard that.
Okay. And did you consider that possibility in your investigation?
Yes, I did.
Did you investigate that possibility?
Yes, we absolutely did.
All right. I'm going to kind of have you walk us through the investigation, specifically in reference to what, if anything, was done to follow up on that possibility. Let's talk about Rivera. Rivera was subject to a RICO investigation unrelated to this case, correct?
That's correct.
And that investigation involved multiple gang members. Is that right?
Correct.
Were there like 20-something gang members indicted along with him?
Yes, I believe so.
And were those all Latin King folks?
Yes, it was a Latin King organization.
Okay. Was there a wiretap associated with that case?
Yes, done by the DEA and ATF.
All right. And again, that was investigating some racketeering things totally unrelated to this murder, right?
That's correct.
And the reason why I ask about the wiretap is because Rivera's phone was wiretapped, right? As part of that, or his calls were listened to as part of that wiretap.
Yes, they were.
Okay. And was there any communication on that wiretap between Rivera and any member of the Adelson family?
No, there was not.
Was any member of the Adelson family on that wiretap talking to any Latin King gang members?
No, there were not. We scrubbed those records thoroughly, passed the numbers to the DEA and ATF, those case agents, and thoroughly went over it with them to find any connections between any of the parties. Based on the wiretap and all the other data mining that was done in this case,
Which of the players from our Adelson family poster, would you mind putting that? I think it's possible to see. Should already be in there. Which of those folks was, let's put it to your left there, Sarah Catherine. Yep. Okay. Who on this chart was Luis Rivera linked to?
Luis Rivera was linked to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. And who was Sigfredo Garcia linked to? I'm specifically referring to through communications and data, not just relationships that we know about.
Correct. The communications also, Sigfredo Garcia was connected to Katherine Magbanua. There was a few calls after the fact between Luis Rivera and Katherine Magbanua down the road.
Okay. And was there any relationship between either Garcia or Rivera other than through Katherine Magbanua to any of those folks at the top?
There was one communication from Tudo Garcia's telephone to Mr. Harvey Adelson.
All right, and was that on July 1st?
Yes, it was.
Following the jet ski incident that we heard about earlier?
That's correct.
Okay. Other than that phone call, nothing else to report through any of the data that was collected in this case?
No, nothing.
All right. And you're aware that Rivera chose to become a witness in this case?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, leading.
Overruled. Let's put it in the form of a question for now on, though.
Are you aware of it?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Are you aware that Rivera is a witness in this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And when he became a witness in this case, did he enter a plea or plea negotiation?
Yes.
A cooperation agreement?
Correct.
Okay, and is that something that you decide if that happens or not?
No, I had nothing to do with that.
Do you decide what the terms of that are?
No, not whatsoever.
Okay, but when we acquire a cooperating witness, we bring in law enforcement to conduct the questioning and follow up on anything that is a lead from whatever they tell us. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you do that in this case with Rivera?
Yes, I did.
Were you present when he gave his proffered testimony on September 30th, 2016?
Yes, I was.
All right, and that wasn't the first interview you've ever done of a suspect, was it?
No, it wasn't.
It's not your first case, is it?
No, it's not.
All right. Did anything seem unusual to you or unethical about the way that the interviews were done of Luis Rivera?
No, not at all.
Did anybody spoon feed Rivera the information?
No, actually just the opposite. We let him talk and tried to just get him to tell us what happened next. That way we're not eliciting any information out of him and not trying to guide him through what we want him to say. We want him to tell us the truth. And that's what we were trying to do, is gauge his truthfulness.
During any of the time, can you estimate how much time you spent with Luis Rivera through the course of this whole investigation once he became a witness?
Oh, wow. Including the car trips?
Sure.
Yeah, including the car trips, which were very lengthy because we drove for several hours back and forth. Probably a good 30 to 40 hours.
All right. And at any time during those 30 to 40 hours, did Luis Rivera refer to his paperwork or police reports in order to answer any questions that law enforcement had?
No, not at all.
If you learn something new from a subject or something law enforcement hasn't already discovered through the investigation, is that something you would check out?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, and you referred to riding around in the car. Was that an example of that when y'all were trying to look for the gun, right?
That's correct.
All right, and one of the things that we've learned that came out of the Rivera proffer was this allegation that Garcia had shot a hole in the Prius. Are you familiar with that?
Objection, hearsay, and leading.
Restate the question.
It's already in evidence, Judge, that Garcia shot a hole in the Prius.
All right, you can answer. Overruled.
All right, you've heard that Garcia shot a hole in the Prius.
That's correct. Mr. Rivera told us that. We were unaware of it at the time.
Publishing States Exhibit 50. That was previously something that was unknown to law enforcement, wasn't it?
That's correct.
And law enforcement at the time that Rivera gave his proffer, hadn't they already found the Prius?
Yes, we'd already found the Prius and done a search of it at the time, the first initial time.
And during that initial search, prior to Rivera's proffer, did you discover the hole in the Prius?
No, they did not.
All right, so as a result of Rivera's proffer, what did law enforcement do?
We reacquired the vehicle because it was owned by a private company. Reacquired the vehicle and did another search of it, and then lifted up the carpet basically and searched the floorboard, and then found a hole, and then underneath it found where the gas line had been severed and had been repaired.
Okay, and what about the cocaine or crack dealer that Rivera alleges to law enforcement that he and Garcia had contact with in Tallahassee? Was that person identified?
Yes, he was.
All right, and that person also showed up in the phone records, correct?
That's correct.
Did you participate in a second meeting with Rivera on October 4th, 2016?
Yes, I did.
All right, and was there anything unusual or unethical about the way that interview was handled?
No, it was not.
Was anyone
Objection, improper bolstering.
Overruled.
Was anyone spoon feeding or signaling Mr. Rivera as to how he should conduct himself or answer questions in that interview?
No, absolutely not.
Can you describe the efforts that were made to recover the firearm, the murder weapon in this case?
Sure. We took Mr. Rivera out of the jail with a team of law enforcement officers and drove him down the route that we knew he took from his cell site data, basically. And it was down I-10 and down 75 all the way through Tampa back down to Alligator Alley. So we drove him looking at each and every bridge. He described a bridge to us over water. And we stopped at basically every bridge on the way down and tried to refresh his memory to see if that was the right bridge or not. The first trip, he was not really able to come up with an exact bridge. He had some that he thought might be it, but he wasn't positive. So we went on to the next bridge, and we went to the next bridge, and he wasn't sure. Then we took another trip with him. I don't remember the date of that one. It wasn't long after. Took him again down to do the same thing, and he came across one of the bridges that he'd originally said this might be it, but I'm not positive. He looked at it again. We got out and walked around a little bit, and he finally said, "I think this is the right bridge." After that, I obtained, it was outside of Tampa, this bridge that he identified. I took a team out of our Tampa FBI office. They're called an evidence response team, approximately 10, 12 people. Went down, we had all the brush cut around this bridge, underneath the bridge by the river, had it all cut down. We used metal detectors and did a grid search underneath the bridge looking for a weapon. Then approximately a few weeks after that, I had a dive team come in, some from Miami division and some from out of Virginia or Quantico area. They're FBI agents that are trained to do technical evidence searches underwater. They brought their dive equipment down and they did a grid search of the river underneath the bridge where he indicated the gun was thrown.
So would you disagree or agree with the characterization you just drove down to a couple bridges and then gave up?
Oh, I totally disagree with that.
All right. And did you get the impression that Rivera was attempting to help you find the gun or taking you on a wild goose chase or something else?
Objection, improper bolstering.
Overruled.
No, I believe that he was trying to help. He was working at the best of his memory.
The bridge that y'all kind of settled on and did the more extensive work to try to locate the weapon, can you describe like what kind of water was passing underneath there? Is it a situation where the gun could have been carried away by the current?
Yes, definitely. It's one of the bridges, and there's multiple of them going around Tampa right there. But it was one of the bridges. It was a large body of water where the bay, Tampa Bay, comes up and actually the tide fluctuates underneath there. Next to the bridge was also a pathway, a walking path, where people had obviously been going down there and fishing underneath that bridge. They probably parked along the interstate. You could drive off the interstate there and park because there was we call it a pig trail, where there's clearly the brush is knocked down and it's bare, where somebody could walk and go down and fish.
And how long after the gun was deposited are we looking for the gun?
Oh, wow. Approximately 2 years later. I don't remember the exact date.
All right, so somebody could have picked up the gun in the intervening 2 years.
That's
Assuming you
Objection,
had the right
speculation,
bridge.
leading, move to strike.
Overruled.
Assuming you had the right bridge, there was opportunities for someone to interfere with the gun being there.
Sure.
All right. And were there other bridges that were similar? I mean, did you think there were a bunch of bridges that looked the same?
There were, absolutely.
All right, so bottom line, never able to find the murder weapon.
No,
But no question that our victim was murdered, right, with a firearm.
that's correct.
All right, what about the information that Mr. Markel was planning to leave town the day after his murder? Is that something that Mr. Rivera provided to law enforcement in his interviews?
Yes, it is.
And is that a piece of information that Rivera could have learned from a police report?
Not to my knowledge. I've not seen that in a police report.
Right. And did that information check out? Was the victim planning to leave town the next day?
Yes, according to what I was told it was.
Okay, and that was from Wendy Adelson?
I didn't interview Winnie Adelson.
Okay, did you review Wendy Adelson's interview?
Yes, I did.
Okay. All right, so you didn't personally hear from a witness that was planning to leave town, but your understanding is other law enforcement officers looked into that?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, let's talk about Katherine Magbanua. Did you participate in the investigation of Ms. Magbanua as a suspect in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you participate in surveilling her home between November of 15 and May of 16?
Yes,
And did you physically observe her during that time?
I did.
All right, could you please point her out and describe what she's wearing?
She's at the table over there wearing a black jacket and white shirt with glasses. In the middle.
In the middle, all right, thank you.
They're both in the middle.
All right, and did you observe Ms. Magbanua during the time that you were surveilling her home driving a black Lexus?
I did.
Show you what introducing evidence. Page 54. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
That was a photo provided to me by a surveillance team out of Miami.
All right, and are the people in the vehicles in this exhibit consistent with what you observed during the time you were surveilling Ms. Magbanua?
That's correct.
All right, who are we looking at?
On the left in the green shirt is Charlie Adelson. On the right is Katherine Magbanua.
And what vehicle are they getting into there?
That is Mr. Adelson's Mercedes.
What about the vehicle behind the Mercedes?
That is the black Lexus that she was driving.
And did you observe her driving that yourself during the time that you were surveilling her residence?
Yes.
All right. Did you make any efforts to try to verify the defendant's employment at the Adelson Institute?
Yes, we did.
And what efforts were those?
We conducted wage and hour checks, which generally is through the state. It shows when taxes are taken out of somebody's employment. It shows that they were employed there. Then after that, we actually subpoenaed, took to the Adelson Institute a subpoena and actually questioned a couple of the employees there.
And when was that done?
To refer to my.
You may.
Okay, it was on June the 1st of 2016.
And were you physically present for the delivery of that subpoena?
Yes, I was.
And did you go into the Adelson Institute?
I did.
Great. Tell us about your experience in there.
We walked in, approached the front counter, asked the first lady sitting at the counter if she knew Katherine Magbanua, and she replied that she did not. But then she stated that she would get her office manager to come. The office manager came. We asked her the same question. She said she did. We told her we had a subpoena for her records. We asked her how she knew her, and she basically told us that she didn't know her, that she was just told that she works there on the weekends.
All right. And who was the office manager that told you that?
I believe it was
Are you
Erica
refreshing?
Johnson. I am refreshing my memory.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yeah, just tell us before you do it.
Okay, sorry. Let me refresh my memory. It was Erica Johnson.
Okay. And were you up on the wiretap at the time that you entered the Adelson Institute?
Yes, we were.
All right. And was a call made from Erica Johnson to Charlie Adelson while you were present in the Adelson Institute?
It was.
And that was a recorded call?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to publish what's been previously introduced into evidence as states 100.
Okay, you may publish.
For what? Does she work here? I wouldn't get anything.
Yeah, and they asked, did she work there? I was like, yeah, she works here, but I don't know what you want. So the record was sent there.
Erica,
Yeah.
do me a favor. I'm not there right now, and I'm in surgery, but it's not my office. It's my dad's office, so I can't give anything out.
Right.
So, I don't have access to it. I don't know where anything is.
Okay.
So you don't have access to anything. So
I don't know where everything is either.
yeah, so I would do this. I would not speak to anybody. You can do whatever you want, but it's my dad's office.
Yeah.
So I don't have access to any of that stuff.
Okay.
So they can talk to my dad, and I'm sure they'll be able to get whatever they want from them.
Okay, understand.
So if I had it, listen, you can talk to whoever you want. I shouldn't say don't talk to it, but
No, whatever you do.
yeah, I shouldn't say don't talk to it. Talk to whoever on the planet you want to talk to, but it's not my office, and it's not your office.
Right.
So you don't have records to give them, and I don't have records to give them, so I'm sure they'll be able to help them out in any way they can.
Okay. So that's about that.
Tell them that it's not my office. The office was sold back to my dad, actually, a long time ago. So tell them that so it's actually you're talking to the wrong doctor.
Right.
So what you need to do is tell them that you will get in contact. So to tell them, it's not your office. You can't do that, right?
No, yeah, they said within 20 days of reporting to Florida statute, provide a bill of cause with
Are they there now, or are they just standing?
They're there, but I'm in the back. I'm in the back. They're just waiting for me to come back.
Oh, and they want records?
Yeah.
Do me a favor. I'm going to call you from the landline on your cell phone, okay? Okay.
What was the word you said, if you know? What kind of line he was going to call her from?
A landline?
Okay. And that, if he did that, that wasn't something that was captured on our wire, correct?
That's correct.
All right, so Erica Johnson advised that Ms. Magbanua was working at the Adelson Institute on the weekends. You were surveilling her during this time period, right? I think we said November of 15 through when? May of 16?
That sounds right.
Okay, and during the time of the surveillance, was there any evidence that she went there on the weekends?
No, there was not.
Okay, you were monitoring her movements during that time.
Correct. Through electronic surveillance, correct.
All right. And the ultimate result of the subpoena to the Adelson Institute was all right, so State's Exhibit 68, basically just a list of paychecks, right?
Correct.
All right, was there ever any other information provided consistent with an employer?
No, there was not.
I don't want to talk about what we've called the bump that occurred on April 19th, 2016. Were you involved in the bump?
Yes.
What was the bump?
The bump was basically a way for us to get activity started. We had the wire going, and we figured that they probably weren't talking about anything anymore since it's been over a year since the homicide had occurred. So we wanted to generate information to make them believe that Mr. Rivera, who's currently in prison, was cooperating, or actually not cooperating at that time, that he was actually talking to other jailmates, other cellmates and people in the jail, and had actually provided information about the murder to somebody else, and that person was trying to extort the Adelsons for more money.
All right, so just to clarify, this is before any arrest in this case, correct?
That's correct.
Was it, and it was obviously before Rivera's cooperation or any statements from Rivera to law enforcement?
That's correct. We wanted to keep it quiet, so nobody knew that we were actually on to them.
All right, and so whose phones was law enforcement authorized to listen to?
It was Charlie Adelson's and Katherine Magbanua's.
All right, and we watched a video of the bump, and the names Katie and Tuto and Tato are all used by the Undercover. Why? What was the strategy behind saying the names to Donna Adelson?
Well, because the Adelsons were already in the public limelight. They had already been put in the media as possible suspects because of the divorce. So we knew that she was probably already getting maybe allegations from people, things like that. So if we just went up to her and gave her a note that said, "Pay us money, we know what you did last summer," that she would probably throw that in the garbage without any legitimacy. So we had to create the idea that it was Mr. Rivera in prison who committed the murder, who was part of it, that was actually telling people what had happened to give it legitimacy. And we thought if it was legitimate, it would get back to the people that committed it.
All right, and so the idea was if it seemed like inside information or detailed information, they would take the threat seriously, and the information would travel through the conspiracy, and we'd be able to see who's in it, who are the conspirators.
Correct. It would follow the same pattern that we had noticed in the phone records.
Okay. Have you seen, let's see, State's Exhibit 83 was what we call a bump wire?
Yes.
And State's 83, do you know if this is the actual, I know this isn't the thing that was handed,
Donna Adelson. Was this the same photo and article that were handed to her?
It is the same photo, exact same article, just not the original paper that was given to Donna Adelson.
All right, and did you document what was handwritten on the piece of paper that was actually handed to Donna Adelson?
Unfortunately, no, I did not.
Okay, meaning you didn't take a picture of it or a copy of it?
Correct.
Okay, what about in a police report or a 302 as the FBI calls them?
Yes,
Did you
we
document
documented.
there?
Sorry, yes, we did document there.
All right, so we do know what was written on there.
Correct.
Okay, what was that?
It was the number $5,000 and a phone number.
All right, and that was an FBI undercover phone number
Yes, it was.
belonging to Agent Jimenez?
Correct.
And was that undercover number being monitored and recorded at all times by law enforcement during the operation?
Yes, it was.
We watched a portion of the bump. We watched the actual bump occur, and we watched Donna Adelson walk away. Was she continued her movements? Were her movements continued to be monitored after she walked away from the undercover agent?
Yes, they were.
What did she do after she walked away?
She immediately didn't look at the paper. She folded it up, put it into her little pouch she had on, went to the crosswalk, walked across, went into the school, retrieved the children, then came back out and crossed the crosswalk and went back into her condominium.
Did she make any phone calls during that time?
No, she did not.
And where was the bump relative to Donna Adelson's residence?
It was the sidewalk right outside of her building. The Icon is a large building right on South Beach, large condominium, many stories. And right across her street is the school. So she literally comes out of the building, crosses the sidewalk, crosses the crosswalk, goes to the school, then returns back across the crosswalk, goes back into her building.
And once she goes back into the building, who's the first person that she calls?
Charlie Adelson.
Was that a call that was recorded pursuant to your wiretap?
Yes, it was.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to review States 99 thumb drive containing the wiretap calls in this case?
Yes, I have.
All right. And does the thumb drive contain a fair and accurate copy of the calls that were selected and chosen to be admitted by the court in this case?
Yes, they are.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask for the evidence States 99.
Subject to any new objections other than the ones previously stated on the record.
To the characterization that it was selected and chosen by the court to introduce, it was selected and chosen by the government to introduce.
The government is introducing it.
Yes, Your Honor. Nothing other than the previous objections.
All right. It will be admitted as States Exhibit 99.
All right, Judge. At this time, I would ask for permission to publish Call A.
You may.
All right.
I can't believe
We're gonna start with the courtroom sound system, but we have that available.
All right, let's see how the courtroom sound system is. And if necessary, or if the jurors feel like it's necessary, then we can revert to the headphones if they need to be heard again, okay? We'll make that determination.
tonight after work or some very near future, I'm going to need to speak with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to need to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay? So, I mean, I could even, I have to figure out something. Depends how it will be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Showroom, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys will finish their piano lesson around 4-ish, and they have the traffic up there, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's IRS?
You know, those IRS people are kind of bother you sometimes, but you know, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way. Okay. And
Is what you know there? Is it involved with you?
No. So let me just talk to you later. And
What is it? Is everyone's health okay?
Yeah.
Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about. So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're gonna take a boy up there?
Well, Wendy doesn't come home. Wendy doesn't get here till about 7. That's when Dad gets here.
So it's learning you talk to me today.
Today or tomorrow. I mean, it's important.
All right. Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, for real.
I'm just concerned that I would have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier, but not because it's kind of nice here.
Can I ask you a question? Who is the paperwork sent from?
I see them. That's great. It was something that came hand to me as I exited the building today.
And he was it anonymous or?
No, oh no, it's not anonymous. Not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it over the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you. Trust me.
Yeah. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I actually have the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. You know, he goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS, but
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are. Okay. So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
I'll come down in the afternoon and I can hang out with you and see what's good.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Love you. Bye.
All right, in this call, it sort of picks up mid-sentence. Can you explain why? Is there a part we didn't get, and if so, why?
Not sure if it was minimized or if the call just didn't come through at that exact time. I'm not sure why.
All right. And during the discussion, at any point does Donna say the name Katie on that call?
Hold on 1 second. What's your objection?
Objection and proper opinion.
Overruled.
And evidence speaks for itself.
Overruled.
Did she say Katie?
No, she does not.
Does she ever mention that she was handed a picture of her murdered son-in-law?
No, she doesn't.
Does she say the name Dan Markel?
No, she doesn't.
Does she call the police to report being approached by a gangster?
Well,
Objection.
hold on.
Objection, speculation.
That's
sidebar.
sustained.
Okay. Judge, I think we'll try publishing the next call B, through the headphones and see if it's better quality than what we got.
All right. So we have a headphone there for every juror. We'll need the ones in the front to hand them back if you could. And yeah, those are yours. And those are yours if you need them. And there's a little volume control on the front here. Okay, and so each one controls, and you're going to have to do a little bit of figuring out whose controls whose. I don't know if they're numbered or not.
They are numbered, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. So your set will be numbered with the control that's up here. Okay, and so if you need to turn them up, those who are sitting in front of the controls, I'm going to put you in charge. Okay, so if anybody behind needs them turned up, just indicate to the juror in front of you, please, to turn it up, and then you can listen to it if you need higher volume.
Okay, Judge, I think what we'll do if it's acceptable for everyone is start it, give everyone a few moments to adjust their volume, and then we'll restart call B.
All right, why don't we do that?
Let's start call B. They're just going to adjust the volume. So.
Hey, how are you? Good. Is it not paying the sun tax? I don't get it. In other words, it's you mind paying my brown insurance? Okay, because I'm gonna just stick with the company. Yeah, the thing is that you stay with the same company for 3 years, and then try to bump you down to a lower bracket. Okay. So I might as well stay with them and hold it. Hey, how are you? Good. Is it you're not paying the sun tax? I don't get it. You know, with the like I said, you mind paying my brown insurance? Okay. Because I'm gonna just stick with the company. Yeah, the thing is that if you stay with the same company for 3 years, and then try to bump you down to a lower bracket. Oh, okay. That's a good idea. So I might as well stay with them and hope that that's actually true that they can do it. Putting it in a lower bracket. Okay. So you want me to call him here? Yeah. Because I told her that my mom would call her because she's some that stuff at the office. Okay. And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it for, I want to say 29th or something. Okay. Do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone says you, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I mean, so if someone could write whatever they want to write, whatever they want to say, I'm not worried. So, was it another bad review on Yelp? You know, sometimes they're not bad reviews. It's particularly bad. So I'm not being sued. No. Okay. All right. Honestly, whatever it is, I wouldn't just judging for it, making it sound like I wouldn't stress it out too much. Okay. Yeah, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want. It doesn't, someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So, but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually looks like Thursday was the type of day off. Okay. So, I'll make you put me on the dinner, but make sure you can cash it. All someone trying to blackmail you? No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what the blackmail is, but is there any way I can see you can't come up here at all? Was this, can I just ask you this? Was this anything government related, or is this like, whack job writing a letter to you? Like who? Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related? No, I don't know. So it's not government or military or anything like that? No. Who was the letter addressed to? To you? That's crazy. Did it have a, do you know who sent it to you? No, it's pretty good idea. Is it, so whoever sent you a letter, sent you an anonymous letter? Did they sign it? So someone showed up, was it like by a process server? It wasn't. Where did they come to you at? Right. Right. And he came over here, was it a young guy, an old guy? Really? All right. Well, I mean, you have to get this stuff in the insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone hands you a letter like that. Usually they just do this, small, is the person like threatening you or anything? It's not always, and that's, tomorrow, I think that's better. All right, let me ask you this, do you want to take a picture of the letter and send people someone sent you? Yeah. So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody, some random person. That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter? Just a copy of the letter. Is the person threatening you? I mean, it's kind of thinking it's just a threat to the police. Yeah. But anyway, I don't think it's Right, you gotta go to the police, so let me see what it is, let me see what nonsense it is first. It won't be the first time I'm impressed. But. Okay. You got it. All right, yeah, no, come down and see it. All right, if it's something serious, you know, I'm gonna recommend one of the police. Oh, no. So, all right, sounds good. All right, you got it.
Okay, in the call that we just heard, are we still on 419 of 16?
That's correct.
And the copy of the article is mentioned in this call. Is Dan Markel's name mentioned?
No, it's not.
They mentioned going to the police. Did anyone call the police?
No, they did not.
And did they ever mention that?
Hold on a second.
Objection, speculation, strike.
That's overruled. He can answer that based on his investigation.
And what about the name Katie? Was it mentioned in this call B?
No, it was not.
All right. And is there another call? I know they're talking about meeting up in person, but is there another call shortly after the one we just heard between Charlie and Donna?
Yes, there is.
All right. And is this one, who's calling who in this one?
Can
This
I
is
refer
call
to my,
C.
refer to my chart?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Charlie calling Donna back.
Okay. And about how long after the call we just heard?
Last one was at 2:35. This one's at 3 o'clock. So a good 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
All right. Because the last call was about 9 minutes long, right?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, at this time I asked to publish C.
You may.
There's going to be a lot of that. Well, we got one more. Headphones. Everybody headphones.
Hey, sorry, a quick question for you. Well, one thing I was going to say is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place. No, obviously. The other thing is the person black, white, Hispanic? White. And they just came up to you and they said your name and then you could say them? No, didn't think about that, but something for a while. Really? Mm-hmm. And they weren't hats, sunglasses, or? No, nothing. Describe them to you. What's that? You could describe them to you? No, nothing. Was the person nervous or were they angry? Or? No, calm and cool. Totally calm. That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something? Yeah. If someone trying to understand, if it's something like that, it sounds probably like go to the police, but I mean, that's just like, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't, there's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that. Oh, no. So, that's what don't see it as bad as like they look at it as bad as like everything. That's why I suggested did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's one thing. What is the kind of exactly what they ask for?
You know, I mean, this TV is probably about fine.
They ask you for $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I.
Hi, Sandra. Good morning. Good. How are you? Okay.
That's crazy. Let me take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll go from there.
Okay, we got one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me take a look and then I'll if you want to come in or we, we'll see where we go. Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon and I'll take a look at whatever.
I'm going to go for a walk on the beach or something. All
right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
Love you too, then. Bye-bye.
All right. So in this call, we hear Donna Adelson mention a TV. This TV is probably about 5. Is there any significance based on your investigation to the term TV?
Hold on.
Objection, pretrial motions, improper opinion, and this witness can't comment on a piece of evidence.
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Significance to a TV? Yes.
Yes.
Early on in the investigation, Wendy stated to Investigator Isom during the interview that her brother had joked about hiring a hitman, but TV was cheaper than hiring a hitman.
All right. And that was the same TV that was being repaired at Wendy's residence on the day of the homicide?
Yes, it was.
All right. And when she says this TV is probably about 5, the amount written on the letter was how much again?
5,000.
All right. And in this call, we hear Donna mention an ex-girlfriend. Does she say the name Katie or Katherine Magbanua?
No, she doesn't.
Is Katie or Katherine Magbanua the only ex-girlfriend that Charlie Adelson has?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
No, it's not.
Okay. Is it his most recent? Is Katie or Katherine Magbanua, this defendant, the most recent ex-girlfriend of Charlie Adelson at this time?
No.
All right. Who is the ex-girlfriend that he calls next?
Katherine Magbanua.
On the wire, does Mr. Adelson discuss this matter with anybody else outside of his family and Katherine Magbanua?
No, he doesn't.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to publish call D.
May.
Bones.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on? Someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Any place you can talk to me?
What's
that?
It's not real.
Okay, because somewhere that's not loud when I'm talking to you.
I can't, just like, but I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. And I'm about to get outside. All right, so you read it off. All right. Somebody. Hang on, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me. I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But my mom walked the kids. I only heard part of the story.
Yeah.
I'm going to go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
She didn't want to elaborate. But she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name, handed her an envelope with something in regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money. What? Yeah. So I said, yeah. I'm like, but first you're saying I thought it was like something involving the IRS or patient or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody could like bump into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she's going to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine. They must know who she is. They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. They spoke to her for a few minutes. And then she said they're making reference to my ex-girlfriend. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah.
And that they claim that they need to be paid some money.
For what?
I don't even probably want to talk to you on the phone. Like, well,
But like, did she see the person? Was she like, did she know
okay,
what?
that's what I said. There's someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly.
Right,
It's
yeah.
like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the police. She's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I will take a picture and send me what it is. Like, I just want you to see it first. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work till 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like,
Oh, is this like stopping your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on with my mom's body. You didn't do anything with my mom. Yes. Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know.
No, but I feel good for your mom. Like,
You won't have to. I don't know.
Person, like, just going to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and so my mom said it involved your ex-girlfriend. So I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling her.
They would have wanted her.
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you?
Yeah, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled with the kids and like, I assumed that the day off tomorrow, so she's like, calm down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if I had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What does it mean? Yeah, like a girlfriend.
Well, fuck, it could be anything, so I just assumed that.
Exactly.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But if it doesn't,
I would feel bad for your mom. Like, you don't know the shit. If I was you, you would have come over and lived like,
I know. I said, Mom, we got to wear a mask last week. I was like, no, I can take the post out line for a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. They had, it was a white male in his 30s. No hat, no glasses. Just a white male in the 30s. Came up there and looked who was addressed her. But anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot in some other act. But anyway.
Yeah. Did you have any fight with him or whatever?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it was involved. They mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if it is. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow or what's the story?
Yeah, but you can always talk while you're in. You can have it.
All right, what time is it for?
8 p.m. All right, let me know.
What time is it for tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told him like I'm busy between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3 or 4. It depends.
Okay.
However it is, like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I gotta get back in there. I'm gonna be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm gonna come.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like right there as well.
So figure somewhere around 4 you'll see it.
Okay.
All right. No worries. No.
All right.
Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
All right, in this call, And this call, what time was this call placed?
This call was at 4:27 p.m. on the 19th.
All right, so about an hour and a half after the prior call that we heard with Donna and Charlie.
Approximately.
All right, and were there efforts made to get up with the defendant by Charlie prior to the call we just heard?
Yes, he'd called at least a couple of times prior to that.
All right, did he call at 3:33?
Yes, that sounds right.
All right, and she tried to call back at 4?
No, that's in there.
Is that
Sounds
correct?
correct.
Okay, and then this contact occurred at 4:27, is that what you said?
That's correct.
All right, and in this call, Charlie relays to the defendant that the undercover gave his mom an envelope with something in it. Is that true?
No, it's not true.
Okay, the only thing that the undercover gave Donna, our understanding, is that flyer. Is that right?
That's correct, the one piece of paper.
Okay. And he also says that the undercover mentioned something about her son. Did the undercover mention her son?
No, he did not.
Did Donna mention that? Did Donna tell Charlie he mentioned my son?
No.
All right. He also says that he thought his mom told him that they said her name, Katherine Magbanua's name. Did Donna tell him that they said her name?
No, she didn't.
Okay, and the undercover did say her name. He did say Katie, right?
He did.
Okay, but Donna hasn't told Charlie that.
That's correct.
Objection, speculation, move to strike. They only have limited communications.
All right. And it needs to be limited to these phone calls. So ask the question again, Ms. Kaplan.
Based on any evidence that you have, had Donna yet told Charlie they said Katie's name?
No, she's not.
Right, and Charlie says on that call that he called her because she was his last ex-girlfriend. And I asked you, did the undercover say anything about son? The undercover didn't reference Charlie at all, right?
That's correct.
He just said, according to Donna, he made a comment about an ex-girlfriend.
Correct.
Is there any discussion based on these calls of what ex-girlfriend, whose ex-girlfriend, my ex-girlfriend, which one? Anything like that?
No, there wasn't.
All right. And you mentioned earlier that there had been a couple other ex-girlfriends. Do you know who those were?
I believe one was named, you want the names?
Yes, if you need to refresh, just tell us.
No, I believe one of them was Wendy Kick.
Okay. And was there a June Mchinda also in the mix?
Yes, there was.
Okay. All right. We heard on these calls that in-person meetings were planned. What was the first in-person meeting that occurred to your knowledge? And I assume you were surveilling these people. Is that correct?
We were trying to.
Okay. And what was the first in-person meeting that occurred after these calls that we just heard?
The following day on 4/20.
All right. And who met?
So Charlie went to the Icon, to his parents' condominium, and met with his mom, Donna Adelson.
Did they meet inside the condominium?
He went into the condominium, and then they came walking out together out the back door.
How long were they inside before they came walking out the back door?
Not very long, just a few minutes probably.
Were you able to surveil or record anything that occurred while they were inside the building?
No.
Where did they go once they came walking out the door?
They walked out the back of the Icon and then walked down the boardwalk along them. There's a marina behind their building. Walked all the way down the boardwalk, and there's a restaurant down next to it named Monty's. They went behind Monty's and then sat at a little concrete cement picnic table by the water off the sidewalk behind Monty's.
And did law enforcement attempt to intercept or record the conversation between Donna and Charlie at Monty's?
Yes, we did.
What was the outcome?
We were not able to get close enough to them to be able to pick up their voices, obviously.
Why not? Explain.
They sat away from everything. There was nothing around them but a sidewalk. There's water on one side of them, sidewalk on the other, then nothing else around them. So the recording devices we had were concealed, but we had them on our persons, and we would have to walk up to them and stand in the area of them while they're talking, which would have been tremendously suspicious.
Okay, so you didn't feel like there was an opportunity to get any closer?
we got as close as we could. There was a little tiki hut there that we stood right by the tiki hut, and somebody else took another device and went and sat at a table adjacent to them on just across the sidewalk though.
Was there any ambient noise in the area?
There was at the tiki hut. They were playing music at the tiki hut, and there was some construction in the area too.
This is kind of like a marina area.
It is.
Okay. Did you observe the meeting between Charlie and Donna?
Yes.
What time of day did that meeting occur?
Approximately 1 o'clock in the afternoon, p.m.
How long did it last?
About 30 minutes.
Can you describe the demeanor of these two when they met?
Yeah, they sat really close to each other, side by side, even though it was like a round table with chairs around it. They sat right next to each other, side by side, and they were leaning over, leaning toward each other, talking very closely.
And did you take a photograph, or did one of the officers take a photograph of this meeting?
I took it, yes.
Recognize State 53?
Yes, I did.
How do you recognize it?
That's the photograph I took.
Is it a fair and accurate photo of Charlie and Donna at this meeting we've been discussing?
Yes, it is.
So at this time, I'd ask to introduce State 53.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as Stage 53. You may.
After this meeting, did Charlie make a phone call to the defendant in this case?
Yes, he did.
What time was that call placed?
Refer back to my notes.
Yes, sir.
That was at 3:14 p.m.
All right. At this time, I'd ask to publish call E, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay.
Hello? Hi. Okay. Keep going down until you see option one.
What's that?
You keep going down till you see like option one. You see it in dollar.
Okay, you head over to the plaza where CVS is?
Yeah. Turn in there. Go all the way down till you see like all the what do you call it? All the buildings, all those stores.
Okay.
And you'll see what the option one is. How about that now?
Real estate genius.
Hold on.
Okay. I pulled in. I'm looking at Smart Kids, Family Fresh,
Yeah,
Star,
right.
Mr. Smart
Yeah.
Kids.
No. You just want to keep going, on the left turn. Yeah.
And outside, I'll park in front of the G-Spot.
The G-Spot?
G-Spot.
Oh, yeah. I'll hold on right now.
All right, come outside.
Okay.
All right, so next we hear this call where they appear to be making plans to meet. Did a meeting take place?
Yes, it did.
And where did the meeting take place?
It began right in front of her employment, which is Optimar Realty. For the first, he pulled up there, and I believe she got in the car with him for a few minutes, and then they went into a restaurant called Dolce Vita.
All right, and that's the recording that we've heard some testimony about efforts to clarify the recording.
That's correct.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to the recording from Dolce?
Yes, I have.
All right. About how long is that recording?
Approximately, I believe it's just under an hour.
All right, Judge, would this be a good time to pause for the day, or would you like to press on with the?
I think it'll be a good time to pause for the day.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to let you go for the evening. Again, as I remind you, no conversations, no internet searches, no talking amongst yourselves, and we'll see you back. We'll start promptly tomorrow morning. Please return by 8:30 in the morning, okay? All right, Deputy will escort you out.
Yeah, we'll work on that.
All right, jury's out of the courtroom. The door is closed. And Mr. Sanford, you are excused until 8:30 tomorrow morning, all right?
Thank you, sir.
And then we're going to take care of a few matters here in the courtroom. You all may be seated, and we're going to stay in session for just a few minutes.
Judge, while he's stepping out, as the jurors are exiting the courtroom, this juror here in the front row, second juror over, advised me that he'd like us to work on the situation with his chair overnight. So maybe we can put him at the end, but he's had 3 or 4 incidences of falling backward in this chair.
Okay, which juror?
This second chair here, second juror in the front row.
Second juror in the front row?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Can we check out that chair? Apparently, jurors having a problem with the second chair in the front row. Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we'll take care of that. If we need to move some chairs around or get one from another place, we'll do that. All right, let's just address a few things. So for tomorrow, Ms. Kappelman, as best you can anticipate, you're probably continue this until?
Probably will take up a large part of the morning. I would expect we could begin cross of this witness by lunch.
All right. And so cross-examination then will begin either late morning or after we break for lunch. And then, so then we'll anticipate then that the state is going to rest at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the defense can anticipate that. And so in the afternoon, potentially, based on the cross-examination, we might get into the defense case. And so it's helpful to the court if you do have anticipated witnesses listed for me on a piece of paper, just for my organization as we move forward, okay? And then we'll need to know at that point also whether or not Ms. Magbanua will be testifying. So I'll make an inquiry as to that. The jury instructions have been sent. So let's start reviewing those so that we're prepared for those discussions. And then there is a matter or two that I need to discuss with counsel sidebar, but is there anything else that we need to discuss before that? Ms. Kawaz?
Just one minor thing, just in relation to the jail calls that you had ruled on were privileged between myself and Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
I just want to ensure that none of that was, if it were filed with the clerk, I would ask that it would be sealed.
All right. I don't think those weren't filed with the clerk, were they?
No, sir.
Okay.
Then we should be good.
All right.
Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. DeCoste, anything else?
2 things. I
Ms.
would make
Kawhi?
a request
All right.
through the court over to the state.
I'm sorry, before you go on with that, those items were part of discovery, so I think they are public record.
Which is why I would request that they be sealed.
All right. Let's Madam Clerk. So the discovery that was provided, it would have been on what day?
The calls were physically provided to us, I think was it
There
one?
were a couple different batches, so
Yeah.
I think we can just reference all the jail calls that have been provided during the course of the trial.
All right, so Madam Clerk, any jail calls that were provided during the course of the trial, at this point will remain under seal, please. Okay, if you have any questions as to which one, then you can just address it with me in court tomorrow morning. But as if there's any question at this point as to whether they should be sealed, just seal them, and then if we need to release them at a future date, then we'll do that, okay? All right, thank you.
And I'm court ordered not to release them as well. Is that right?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, Mr. DeCoste?
Okay, great. It appears that we do have the trooper now. Jason
All right.
Mullen has helped out with that.
I can
Just
take that off
one
my
request
list.
through the court over the state. When they were entering in one of the phone calls, they said that this was selected by the court, which is highly improper. It is their selection. The court ruled on a motion, but to say that in front of the jury indicated somehow that the court decided that these calls should come in, which I think all could agree that that was improper. I will consider it to be a slip up by the state.
All right, let's avoid that language in the future.
Yes, sir.
I didn't hear that, but I don't question that. But let's make sure that we use the appropriate language in the future. I think at this point, the jury has a pretty good idea of who's putting evidence in the case. And so I will acknowledge it, and I appreciate you acknowledging it as a slip up at this point, and we'll move forward appropriately.
We're all tired.
All right.
With respect to a defense case, and I feel that it's fair to the court to let Your Honor know, we are calling a number of witnesses. We do have a cell phone expert. There's a question if Ms. Magbanua testifies. We're now knowing that the state is closing, flying in several people from South Florida. One of them is actually in Atlanta now. We're trying to catch him and get him here. We are calling a number of Tallahassee Police Department officers. The reason why I bring it up, how wanting is the court to close on Friday? I think that's the soonest it could get, but the fear is if there's a closing argument, then the jury's getting the case at 4 o'clock in the afternoon before a 3-day weekend.
All right. Well, I'm going to try to avoid that. And so if you anticipate, let's say that the state rests tomorrow afternoon and you start your witnesses tomorrow afternoon, and if you think that they're going to go through Thursday?
I think that and I say this conservatively and not counting pages. My crossfade in Sanford, I don't even know what else they're going to ask them on, so it's growing as we're going, is going to be the equivalent of my cross of Louis Arrayo.
All right. So I anticipate that the state will rest then sometime tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, if we can call, 1 or 2 witnesses then, but in adding up the total amount of testimony, and obviously there's a chance of a rebuttal case by the government, I'm thinking 10 hours worth of testimony time.
All right, so you anticipate then through Thursday and maybe Friday morning?
Correct.
Okay, then what I would anticipate is that Friday morning we would conclude with your case, see whether there's not any rebuttal witnesses or not, and then if we have a good bit of the afternoon, then we do jury instructions and closing, and then or see how much time we have, and then they will be excused. We bring them back for deliberations.
Okay. I share just so the court knows where we're at, and we will.
All right, and I appreciate that. I like to plan ahead. The matters that I need to discuss are in regards to, there's nothing urgent, but sidebar is in regards to the jurors, so that we're not presenting any information to the public in regards to some of those issues. And so let's just go sidebar to have a short discussion about that.